In the annals of ancient Israel, the census stands as a pivotal event. It was more than a simple head count. It was a testament to God's covenant with his chosen people. The census served as a strategic imperative, a spiritual benchmark, and a testament to the Israelites' burgeoning nationhood. This meticulously recorded event provides us with an invaluable window into the leadership, organization, and faith that defined this era. The census, as recounted in the Book of Numbers, occurred at a critical juncture in Israel's history. After their miraculous exodus from Egypt, the Israelites found themselves poised to enter the Promised Land. But first, they had to be counted. This divine decree, issued by God to Moses, served both practical and symbolic purposes. It allowed for the efficient organization of the tribes for military campaigns and the equitable division of the land. More importantly, it reinforced the idea that the Israelites were a people chosen and numbered by God. The command to conduct the census came directly from God. He instructed Moses to number the Israelites who were able to fight. This instruction was not arbitrary. It reflected God's intimate involvement in the affairs of his chosen people. God, as their divine king, needed to know the strength of his army. He was preparing them for the conquest of Canaan, a land occupied by numerous and powerful enemies. The census therefore served a crucial military purpose. It allowed Moses and his generals to assess the manpower available for the upcoming battles. Each tribe, with its designated leader, was responsible for providing its contingent of soldiers. This ensured a fair and organized system of military service. It also fostered a sense of collective responsibility and national unity among the tribes. The census was meticulously organized by tribe. Each tribe descended from one of the 12 sons of Jacob, the patriarch of the Israelite nation. This tribal structure was central to the social, political, and religious life of the Israelites. It provided a framework for governance, inheritance, and military organization. The census, by adhering to this tribal structure, reinforced its importance. The Book of Numbers provides a detailed breakdown of the number of men of military age from each tribe. The largest tribe was Judah, with 74,600 men. Following Judah in size were the tribes of Dan, Simeon, Zebulun, Issachar, Naphtali, Manasseh, Ephraim, Reuben, Gad, and Asher. Each tribe had its own leader, a prince who reported directly to Moses. This hierarchical structure, with Moses at the helm and the tribal leaders beneath him, ensured effective command and control. It allowed for the efficient mobilization and deployment of troops. The census, therefore, not only revealed the numerical strength of the Israelite army, but also highlighted the organizational prowess that underpinned it. This organizational structure, born out of necessity, would serve the Israelites well in the years to come as they transitioned from a nomadic people to a settled nation. Among the 12 tribes, Judah stood out for its sheer size and military prowess. With over 74,000 men ready for battle, Judah represented the vanguard of the Israelite army. This tribe, named after Jacob's fourth son, was destined for greatness. It was from Judah that King David would emerge, uniting the 12 tribes and establishing a powerful kingdom. The prominence of Judah in the census foreshadowed its future leadership role. This tribe, known for its courage and strength, was often at the forefront of battles. The Book of Judges, for example, recounts how Judah, along with the tribe of Simeon, was the first to attack the Canaanites after the death of Joshua. The leadership of Judah was not limited to the battlefield. This tribe also played a crucial role in the spiritual life of Israel. It was from the tribe of Judah that the Davidic line of kings descended. This lineage culminated in Jesus, the Messiah, who's referred to in Christian tradition as the Lion of Judah. The census, while primarily focused on military strength, also highlights a crucial aspect of Israelite society, the role of the Levites. The Levites, descendants of Jacob's son Levi, were set apart for sacred service. They were not counted among the fighting men. Their duties lay elsewhere in the realm of the spiritual. They were the keepers of the tabernacle, the priests who offered sacrifices and the teachers of the law. The exclusion of the Levites from the military census underscores their unique status within Israelite society. They were not exempt from service to God. Instead, their service took a different form. They were the spiritual guardians of the nation, responsible for maintaining the Israelites' covenant relationship with God. The Levites' unique role highlights the importance that the Israelites placed on their relationship with God. While military strength was crucial for their survival, it was their faith that defined them as a people. The Levites, through their service, ensured that this faith remained at the heart of Israelite society. The census of Israel's warriors was a remarkable feat of organization. It required careful planning, coordination, and execution. The fact that it was carried out successfully speaks volumes about the leadership skills of Moses and the tribal leaders. This event provides valuable insights into the administrative and logistical capabilities of the early Israelites. The census involved more than just counting heads. It required the creation of lists, the establishment of hierarchies, and the delegation of responsibilities. Each tribe was responsible for gathering its men and reporting the numbers to Moses. This system of decentralized administration ensured efficiency and accuracy. The success of the census highlights the importance of effective leadership and organization in any collective endeavor. The Israelites, under the guidance of Moses and their tribal leaders, demonstrated these qualities in abundance. Their example serves as a timeless model for communities and nations seeking to achieve common goals. The census, though seemingly a mundane administrative task, carried profound spiritual significance. It was not merely about quantifying manpower, it was about acknowledging God's sovereignty and his faithfulness to his covenant. Each individual counted represented a soul under God's care, a testament to his promise to Abraham. The act of counting in the ancient world was often associated with claiming ownership or asserting control. By counting the Israelites, God was reaffirming his ownership over them. They were his treasured possession, his chosen people, set apart for a special purpose. The census served as a tangible reminder of this divine covenant. Moreover, the census served as a powerful symbol of unity. It transcended tribal boundaries and emphasized the shared identity of the Israelites as a single nation under God. This sense of collective identity was crucial as they prepared to enter the Promised Land and establish a new life for themselves. The concept of a census is not unique to ancient Israel. Throughout history, civilizations have conducted censuses for various reasons: taxation, military conscription, and resource allocation. The Roman Empire, for example, conducted regular censuses to maintain its vast infrastructure and military. These censuses played a crucial role in the administration and control of the empire. The biblical census, however, stands apart due to its explicit spiritual dimension. Unlike secular censuses, which focused solely on practical matters, the Israelite census was deeply intertwined with their covenant relationship with God. It was an act of faith, obedience, and acknowledgement of God's sovereignty. The legacy of the biblical census extends beyond the realm of ancient history. It has influenced the development of Western legal and political thought. The idea of representative government, for example, can be traced back to the tribal structure of ancient Israel, which was reflected in the census. The story of the census holds profound relevance for us today. It reminds us of the importance of leadership, organization, and faith in building strong communities and nations. The Israelites, under the guidance of Moses, demonstrated these qualities in abundance, providing a timeless model for us to emulate. The census also highlights the importance of recognizing and valuing every individual within a community. Each person counted represented a unique soul, precious in the eyes of God. This message resonates deeply in our modern world, where individualism often overshadows the importance of community. Furthermore, the census challenges us to reflect on our own relationship with faith and its role in our lives. The Israelites' unwavering belief in God guided their actions and shaped their destiny. Their story invites us to consider the ways in which faith can inspire and motivate us to achieve great things. The census played a crucial role in shaping the Israelites' sense of community and identity. By participating in this collective act, they reaffirmed their belonging to a chosen people, bound together by a shared history, faith, and destiny. This sense of belonging provided them with strength, resilience, and a shared purpose. The census also served as a powerful reminder of their unique identity as a people set apart by God. They were not defined by their tribal affiliations alone, but by their covenant relationship with God. This shared identity transcended their differences and united them as a single nation under God's care. The lessons learned from the census regarding community and identity remain relevant today. In an increasingly interconnected world, fostering a strong sense of belonging and shared purpose is crucial for building resilient and harmonious societies. The legacy of the census extends far beyond the confines of ancient Israel. It has shaped the course of history, influencing the development of governance, law, and social structures. From the Roman Empire to the modern nation-state, censuses have played a pivotal role in shaping civilizations. Moreover, the census, with its emphasis on counting and quantifying, has had a profound impact on the development of mathematics, statistics, and demographics. These disciplines in turn have revolutionized our understanding of the world and our place in it. The act of counting, though seemingly simple, has profound implications. It allows us to measure, analyze, and comprehend the complexities of the world around us. The legacy of the census, therefore, is not merely about numbers, but about the pursuit of knowledge and understanding. The census of Israel's warriors stands as a testament to the enduring power of faith, leadership, and organization. This meticulously recorded event offers us a glimpse into the heart of a nation on the cusp of greatness. It reveals the strategic brilliance, spiritual depth, and unwavering faith that characterized this pivotal era in biblical history. The census reminds us that true strength lies not merely in numbers, but in the unwavering belief in a power greater than ourselves. It highlights the importance of effective leadership in guiding communities and nations towards a common purpose. It underscores the enduring power of faith to inspire, unite, and empower. As we navigate the complexities of our modern world, the lessons gleaned from the census remain as relevant as ever. They serve as a beacon, guiding us towards a future where faith, leadership, and a shared sense of purpose can lead us to a promised land of our own. Imagine a vast and unforgiving desert. The sun beats down mercilessly, sand stretches endlessly in every direction. This was the harsh reality faced by the Israelites after their exodus from Egypt. They were a nomadic people, traveling through dangerous territory. In such an environment, survival depended on order and organization. Their encampments were not haphazard collections of tents. They were meticulously structured, reflecting a deep understanding of leadership, logistics, and defense. These camps were more than just shelters. They were symbols of unity and shared purpose. The Israelites were a collection of 12 tribes, each with its own history and identity. The organized encampment served as a visible reminder of their common ancestry and their shared destiny. It fostered a sense of belonging and collective responsibility, essential for their survival in the wilderness. Ancient armies, from the Romans to the Persians, understood the importance of structured encampments. A well-organized camp was crucial for maintaining discipline, ensuring efficient resource allocation, and defending against enemy attacks. The Israelite encampment, however, stands out because it was divinely ordained. God himself instructed Moses on the arrangement, revealing a blueprint for order that extended beyond the physical realm. The Book of Numbers provides a detailed account of the Israelite encampment. The camp was arranged around a central point, the tabernacle, a portable sanctuary that housed the Ark of the Covenant. This sacred tent served as the visible dwelling place of God among his people. Its central location signified the pivotal role of faith and divine guidance in their lives. Around the tabernacle, the 12 tribes were arranged in 4 groups of 3. Each tribe had its designated position, always maintaining the same relative location to the tabernacle and to the other tribes. This arrangement ensured that every tribe was equally close to the presence of God, symbolizing their equal status before him. The Levites, the tribe designated for priestly service, camped around the tabernacle. They were responsible for its care and transport. This divinely ordained structure served both practical and symbolic purposes. At the heart of the Israelite encampment stood the tabernacle, a constant reminder of God's presence among them. This portable sanctuary, with its intricate design and sacred artifacts, served as the focal point of their religious life. The tabernacle was where God communicated with Moses, giving him laws and instructions for the people. The placement of the tabernacle at the very center of the camp was deliberate and highly symbolic. It signified that God was not distant or removed from his people, but dwelt among them. This physical proximity reflected the spiritual closeness God desired with the Israelites. Moreover, the central location ensured that all the tribes, regardless of their designated position, were equidistant from this sacred space. This emphasized the idea of equality before God. The tabernacle's central location also served a practical purpose. The 12 tribes of Israel were not randomly scattered throughout the encampment. Each had a specific position assigned according to a divine order. This arrangement, detailed in the Book of Numbers, reveals a meticulous structure that reflected both tribal identities and strategic considerations. On the east side, facing the rising sun, were the camps of Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. Judah, the tribe from which kings would eventually emerge, held a leadership position. This eastern position symbolized new beginnings, echoing the rising sun and their journey eastward towards the Promised Land. To the south camped Reuben, Simeon, and Gad. This positioning placed them strategically to protect the camp's rear during their journeys. On the west, facing the setting sun, were the camps of Ephraim, Manasseh, and Benjamin. Finally, to the north camped Dan, Asher, and Naphtali. In the vast expanse of the Israelite encampment, visual cues were essential for maintaining order and distinguishing the tribes. Each tribe had its own standard, a flag or banner that served as a visible symbol of their identity. These standards mentioned in the Bible but not described in detail likely bore unique emblems or colours that distinguished them from one another. They served several crucial functions. Firstly, they helped maintain order within the camp. Each tribe could easily identify its designated area, and individuals could locate their families within their tribal division. This visual organization was crucial for preventing confusion and maintaining a sense of structure. Secondly, the standards served as rallying points. In case of an enemy attack or other emergencies, the standards provided a clear visual cue for assembly. The tribes could quickly gather under their respective banners, facilitating a swift and organized response to any threat. The Israelites' journey through the wilderness was not a chaotic scramble. Their movements, like their encampments, were highly organized and disciplined. When it was time to move, the tribes broke camp and set out in a specific order, following the guidance provided by God to Moses. Leading the procession was the Ark of the Covenant carried by the Levites. This sacred artifact, representing God's presence, served as the ultimate guide. It signified that the Israelites were not simply wandering nomads, but a people led by God himself. Following the Ark, the tribes marched in their designated order. The eastern tribes, led by Judah, went first, followed by the southern, western, and northern tribes. This disciplined approach to movement served several practical purposes. The Israelites' successful exodus and 40 years in the wilderness depended heavily on effective leadership at all levels. Moses, appointed by God, served as the ultimate leader, receiving divine instructions and guiding the people. His authority was absolute, rooted in his unique relationship with God. Aaron, Moses' brother, served as the high priest, leading the Levites in their religious duties. He played a crucial role as a spiritual guide and intermediary between God and the people. Aaron's leadership was essential for maintaining the sanctity of their worship and upholding the covenant with God. Each tribe also had its own leader, a prince or chieftain responsible for governing his tribe and representing their interests. These tribal leaders played a crucial role in maintaining order within their tribes, resolving disputes and implementing Moses' instructions. This multi-tiered leadership structure facilitated effective governance and decision-making. The leadership structure of the Israelite encampment offers valuable insights for leaders even today. Moses, despite his immense authority, never ruled as a tyrant. His leadership was characterized by humility, selflessness, and an unwavering commitment to God's will. He understood that true leadership involved serving the needs of his people. Aaron's leadership exemplified the importance of spiritual guidance and ethical conduct. As high priest, he was not only responsible for religious rituals, but also for setting a moral example. His life demonstrated that true leadership involves upholding the highest ethical standards and inspiring others to do the same. The tribal leaders showcased the importance of accountability and responsiveness. They understood that their authority stemmed from their responsibility to serve their people's needs. The Israelites' journey through the wilderness, with its limited resources and constant dangers, highlighted the crucial importance of planning and foresight. The very survival of the community depended on their ability to manage resources effectively, anticipate challenges, and prepare for potential threats. The organized structure of the encampment itself was a testament to their planning. The designated areas for each tribe, the strategic positioning of the Levites, and the clear lines of authority ensured efficient resource allocation, communication, and decision-making. Their movements were also carefully planned. Scouting parties were sent ahead to assess the terrain, identify water sources, and anticipate potential obstacles or dangers. This proactive approach allowed them to avoid unnecessary risks and make informed decisions about their route and pace. Furthermore, the Israelites maintained a defensive posture even during peaceful times. The tribal arrangement, with specific tribes assigned to protect the camp's perimeter, ensured they were always prepared for potential attacks. The Israelite encampment, with its meticulous order and carefully defined roles, served as a microcosm of a well-functioning society. It demonstrated that even in the wilderness, amidst the challenges of a nomadic lifestyle, order and structure were not only possible, but essential for survival and success. The camp's organization provided a sense of security and stability in an otherwise unpredictable environment. The Israelites knew their place within the community, understood their responsibilities, and could rely on the established systems of governance and resource allocation. This order, however, did not stifle individual or tribal identity. Each tribe maintained its customs and traditions within the framework of the larger community. The encampment structure provided a balance between unity and diversity, allowing for individual expression within a cohesive and organized whole. The Israelite encampment demonstrates that order does not equate to rigidity or oppression. The lessons of the Israelite encampment resonate even today. Though millennia have passed since their exodus, the principles of leadership, organization, and planning they embodied remain as relevant as ever. Modern societies facing complex challenges and rapid changes can learn much from their ancient example. The encampment's emphasis on structured leadership highlights the importance of clear lines of authority, effective communication, and a shared vision. Organizations like the Israelite community thrive when leaders at all levels understand their roles, communicate effectively, and work towards a common goal. The camp's meticulous organization underscores the value of planning, foresight, and efficient resource allocation. In a world facing resource scarcity and environmental challenges, the Israelites' focus on sustainability and preparedness offers a valuable model for modern societies. Perhaps most importantly, the encampment reminds us that order does not stifle individuality or creativity. The Israelite encampment, a marvel of ancient organization and leadership, continues to offer valuable lessons for modern times. More than just a historical curiosity, it serves as a testament to the enduring power of human ingenuity, faith, and the timeless principles of order, leadership, and planning. As we grapple with the complexities of our modern world, facing challenges unknown to the ancient Israelites, their example reminds us that even in the face of adversity, order can be found. Their story encourages us to seek solutions that foster unity, promote sustainability, and empower individuals while acknowledging the importance of structure and leadership. The legacy of the Israelite encampment lies not in its specific details, but in the timeless principles it embodies.
Introduction. The children of Levi. Ancient Israel was a nation born from hardship. Escaping slavery in Egypt, the Israelites forged a covenant with Yahweh. This covenant, a binding agreement, shaped their laws, their society, and their very identity. Central to this covenant were the Levites, one of the 12 tribes of Israel. The Levites held a unique position, chosen by God for sacred service. They were to be caretakers of the divine presence, entrusted with maintaining the sanctity of Israelite worship and preserving the spiritual well-being of the community. This essay explores the multifaceted roles of the Levites, their symbolic significance, and their enduring legacy. The Levites were descendants of Levi, the third son of Jacob. Their selection for sacred service stems from their zealous defense of God's honor. When other Israelites turned to idolatry, the Levites remained faithful. This loyalty earned them their special status. They were set apart, not for personal gain, but for the service of God and the community. Their lives were to be living examples of dedication and obedience to the divine will. The Levites' duties went beyond simply performing rituals. They were entrusted with the spiritual well-being of the entire nation. Their lives were to be a constant reminder of the sacred covenant. Their service ensured the continuation of Israelite religious life and reinforced the unique bond between God and his chosen people. Understanding the Levites, therefore, is crucial to understanding the heart of ancient Israelite faith. The priestly duties of Aaron's lineage. Within the tribe of Levi, the descendants of Aaron held an even more specialized role, the priesthood. Aaron, the brother of Moses, was chosen by God to be the first high priest. This lineage of priests, known as the Kohanim, were responsible for the most sacred duties within the tabernacle, and later, the temple. They alone could offer sacrifices, burn incense, and pronounce blessings on behalf of the people. The most sacred duty of the priests was officiating at the sacrificial altar. These sacrifices, offered daily, atoned for the sins of the people and maintained a right relationship with God. The priests meticulously followed divine instructions for each sacrifice, ensuring their efficacy. They also served as mediators between God and the people, conveying divine blessings and pronouncements. The priest's role extended beyond ritual performance. They were also responsible for teaching the law to the people. They instructed them on the proper observance of festivals, dietary laws, and ethical conduct. This ensured the transmission of religious knowledge and the preservation of the covenant across generations. The priests therefore acted as a living bridge between the divine and the human. Keepers of the covenant, beyond priestly duties. While the Aaronic priests held a unique position, the Levites as a whole also played vital roles in the sanctuary. They assisted the priests in their duties, maintaining the sacred space and ensuring the smooth running of religious life. Their responsibilities were diverse, reflecting the multifaceted nature of their service. One of the primary duties of the Levites was the care and transport of the tabernacle and its furnishings. During the Israelites' 40 years of wandering in the wilderness, the Levites were responsible for dismantling, transporting, and reassembling the tabernacle. This portable sanctuary housed the Ark of the Covenant, a symbol of God's presence. The Levites' meticulous care ensured its sanctity and its availability for worship. Beyond their practical duties, the Levites also served as musicians and singers in the sanctuary. They led the people in praising God, enhancing the spiritual atmosphere of religious ceremonies. Their music was not merely entertainment, but an integral part of worship, expressing the community's devotion and drawing them closer to the divine. The Levites, therefore, facilitated a holistic experience of worship, combining the physical, the ritual, and the spiritual. Purity, holiness, and separation, the Levites' unique position. The Levites' dedicated service came with a price, a life set apart. Because they handled sacred objects and performed sacred duties, a higher standard of purity was imposed upon them. This involved ritual cleansing, dietary restrictions, and avoidance of certain activities considered unclean. This separation, while demanding, underscored the sacred nature of their work. The concept of holiness, central to Levitical service, extended beyond physical purity. It signified a state of being set apart for God, dedicated to upholding the sanctity of the covenant. The Levites, by their very lives, embodied this concept. Their separation served as a constant reminder to the Israelites of the divine presence dwelling among them. This separation, however, did not mean isolation. The Levites were deeply embedded within the community. They relied on the other tribes for their sustenance, receiving tithes and offerings as they had no land inheritance. This interdependence fostered a reciprocal relationship, binding the Levites and the rest of Israel in a shared covenant. The Levites' responsibilities extended beyond the sanctuary walls. They played a crucial role in the administration of justice and the education of the people. Their understanding of the law and their perceived impartiality made them ideal judges in legal disputes. They ensured the fair application of the law, maintaining order and righteousness within the community. Moreover, the Levites served as educators, teaching the law to all Israelites. They instructed parents on their duty to pass on religious knowledge to their children. They ensured that the principles of the covenant permeated every aspect of Israelite life, from the personal to the communal. This ensured the continuity of tradition and the preservation of their unique identity. The Levites' role as educators extended beyond the transmission of knowledge. They were also responsible for cultivating spiritual understanding. They helped the people interpret the law, apply it to their lives, and understand its deeper moral and ethical implications. In this way, the Levites nurtured the spiritual growth of the entire nation. The Ark of the Covenant held a central position in Israelite faith. It represented God's presence dwelling amidst his people, a visible reminder of the covenant. The Levites were entrusted with the care and transportation of this sacred object, highlighting their crucial role in maintaining the Israelites' connection with the divine. During their wilderness journey, the Ark, housed within the portable tabernacle, served as a focal point for worship and a symbol of God's guidance. The Levites, by carrying the Ark, facilitated the Israelites' journey, both physically and spiritually. Their presence ensured that the divine presence remained at the heart of the community, even in the midst of hardship. Even after the construction of the temple in Jerusalem, the Levites continued to play a vital role in relation to the Ark. They were responsible for its safekeeping within the Holy of Holies, the most sacred space in the temple. Their vigilance ensured the sanctity of this sacred object, preserving its power as a symbol of God's covenant and presence. The Levites' duties, while practical in nature, carried profound spiritual significance. Their service transcended the merely physical, pointing to a deeper reality, the human desire to connect with the divine. By maintaining the sanctuary, performing rituals, and teaching the law, the Levites facilitated this connection for the entire Israelite community. The Levites' lives were a constant reminder of the sacred covenant. Their very presence challenged the Israelites to live in accordance with God's will. Their sacrifices, their purity, and their dedication served as a model of piety and devotion, inspiring the people to strive for holiness in their own lives. Moreover, the Levites embodied the concept of chosenness, not for personal gain, but for service. Their lives demonstrated that true fulfillment comes from aligning oneself with the divine will. Their example served as a powerful testament to the transformative power of faith and the importance of dedicating one's life to something greater than oneself. Modern echoes. Lessons from the Levites. While the priesthood and sacrificial system are no longer practiced in the same way, the legacy of the Levites continues to resonate today. Their example offers valuable lessons for modern spiritual communities. reminding us of the importance of dedication, service, and the pursuit of holiness. One key lesson is the importance of communal responsibility for maintaining spiritual life. Just as the Levites dedicated their lives to the sanctuary, so too must individuals within a community contribute to its spiritual well-being. This can take many forms, from teaching to service, to simply living a life that reflects one's beliefs. The Levites also remind us of the importance of setting aside time and space for the sacred. Their separation, while demanding, ensured that the divine remained at the forefront of Israelite consciousness. Similarly, modern individuals can benefit from creating space in their lives for spiritual practices, whether through prayer, meditation, or simply spending time in nature. The priesthood of all believers. The concept of a priestly class, intermediary between God and humanity, has evolved in many faiths. The Levites, with their unique access to the divine, embodied this concept in ancient Israel. However, their example also points to a more universal truth: the potential for all individuals to connect with the divine. The Levites' dedication to purity and their role as educators suggest that every individual has the capacity for spiritual growth. Their service reminds us that true worship involves not just outward rituals, but an inward transformation, a dedication to living in accordance with divine will. In this sense, the Levites prefigure the concept of the priesthood of all believers found in some faiths. This idea emphasizes the direct relationship between each individual and the divine, suggesting that we all have the potential to access the sacred within ourselves and in the world around us. Service and sacrifice, timeless values. The Levites' lives were marked by service and sacrifice. They gave up personal land ownership and many personal freedoms to dedicate themselves to the community's spiritual well-being. Their example reminds us that true fulfillment comes not from self-gratification, but from dedicating ourselves to something larger than ourselves. The Levites' sacrifices were not limited to the material realm. They also dedicated their time, their energy, and their very lives to upholding the covenant. Their example challenges us to consider what sacrifices we are willing to make for our beliefs, our communities, and the causes we hold dear. The values of service and sacrifice transcend any particular religion or time period. They are universal principles that contribute to a more just, compassionate, and fulfilling life, both for individuals and for communities. The Levites' example, therefore, continues to hold relevance in the modern world, inspiring us to live lives of purpose and meaning. Conclusion: a legacy of dedication. The Levites stand as a testament to the enduring power of faith and the importance of dedication to something greater than oneself. Their story, woven into the fabric of ancient Israelite history, continues to resonate thousands of years later. While the specific rituals and practices they performed may no longer be observed in the same way, their legacy of service, sacrifice, and spiritual devotion continues to inspire. The Levites remind us that true fulfillment comes not from pursuing our own selfish desires, but from aligning ourselves with a higher purpose. Their example challenges us to consider how we can contribute to the well-being of our communities, how we can cultivate a sense of the sacred in our lives, and how we can live in a way that reflects our deepest values. The Levite story is not simply a relic of the past. It is a living legacy, offering timeless lessons for navigating the complexities of life and finding meaning in a world often focused on the material and the mundane. Their example reminds us that the pursuit of holiness, service, and connection with the divine are not archaic practices, but enduring human needs, as relevant today as they were thousands of years ago.
In ancient Israel, the Levite clans, the Kohathites, Gershonites, and Merarites, played a pivotal role. Their lineage traced back to Levi, the son of Jacob, and they were set apart by divine decree for a life dedicated to the service of the tabernacle and later the temple. Their duties were sacred rituals imbued with deep spiritual significance. The Levites were responsible for the care and upkeep of the tabernacle, the portable sanctuary that housed the Ark of the Covenant. They led worship services, offered sacrifices, and taught the law. The Levites were divided into three families: the Gershonites, the Kohathites, and the Merarites. Each family had specific duties related to the tabernacle. They were the keepers of the sacred traditions and the guardians of the covenant between God and his people. The Levites descended from Levi, the third son of Jacob. Their selection for sacred service stemmed from an event recorded in the book of Exodus, where the Levites remained faithful to God while others worshipped the golden calf. This act of loyalty earned them their unique position within the Israelite community. They became the custodians of the divine presence, entrusted with maintaining the sanctity of the tabernacle and its sacred objects. The Levites were chosen by God to serve as priests and caretakers of the tabernacle. This special selection set them apart from the other 12 tribes of Israel. Their service was crucial for maintaining divine favor and ensuring the spiritual prosperity of the nation. The Kohathites held the most sacred duty among the Levites, caring for the most holy objects within the tabernacle. This included the Ark of the Covenant, the gold-covered wooden chest containing the stone tablets inscribed with the 10 Commandments. Transporting the Ark was a meticulous process, requiring the Kohathites to cover it with specific cloths and carry it using poles inserted through rings on its sides. Direct contact with the Ark was strictly forbidden, highlighting its immense sanctity. The Kohathites' responsibilities extended beyond the Ark. They were also tasked with caring for the table of showbread, the golden lampstand, and the altar of incense, all essential components of the tabernacle's inner sanctuary. Their service was a testament to their faith and a constant reminder of the divine presence dwelling amidst the Israelites. The Ark of the Covenant, entrusted to the care of the Kohathite clan, held paramount significance in the religious life of the Israelites. It represented the tangible presence of God among his people, a symbol of the covenant he had established with them. The Ark's sanctity was absolute, demanding the utmost reverence and specific rituals for its handling. When the Israelites moved camp, the Kohathites, following strict guidelines, would carefully prepare the Ark for transport. They would cover it first with a veil of blue cloth, symbolizing the heavens and God's presence. Over this, they would place a covering of tanned ram skins, signifying protection and atonement. Finally, a layer of fine badger skin would envelop the Ark, shielding it from the elements. The Ark's presence was a source of both comfort and awe, signifying God's protection and guidance. The Gershonites, another Levite clan, played a crucial role in the mobility of the tabernacle. Their primary responsibility was the transportation and assembly of the tabernacle's curtains, coverings, and hangings. These included the elaborate fabrics that formed the tabernacle's structure and the screens that created separate areas within the sacred space. The Gershonites' tasks required strength, organization, and a keen understanding of the tabernacle's layout. Upon reaching a new encampment, they would then meticulously reassemble the tabernacle according to a specific plan, recreating the sacred space for worship and sacrifice. Their efforts transformed each new campsite into a consecrated ground, allowing the Israelites to experience the presence of God wherever they traveled. The Merarites, the third Levite clan, were responsible for the heaviest and most structural components of the tabernacle. They transported the tabernacle's wooden framework, the massive pillars, the sockets, and the bars that held the structure together. These elements formed the backbone of the tabernacle, ensuring its stability and providing a foundation for the curtains and coverings. The Merarites' tasks demanded great physical strength and endurance. Their work required careful coordination and a deep understanding of the tabernacle's construction. To ensure that every piece was properly secured and assembled, their physical labor translated into a spiritual act of service, a testament to their faith and their role in maintaining the Israelites' connection to their God. Central to the Levites' service was the concept of ritual purity. Maintaining this purity was paramount for approaching the sacred and performing their duties. The Levites followed strict guidelines regarding cleanliness, abstaining from certain foods, observing rituals for washing and avoiding contact with anything considered unclean. This emphasis on purity wasn't merely hygienic, it represented a deeper spiritual concept. By maintaining their ritual purity, the Levites ensured they were worthy conduits for God's presence and capable of handling the sacred objects entrusted to their care. Their adherence to these regulations served as a visible reminder to the entire community of the sanctity of the tabernacle and the importance of approaching God with reverence and respect. This emphasis on ritual purity also highlighted the interconnectedness of the physical and spiritual realms in the Israelite faith. Beyond their responsibilities related to the tabernacle, the Levites also played a crucial role in the musical tradition of ancient Israel. They were the designated musicians and singers in the temple, leading the community in praising God through song, instruments, and liturgical dance. Music was not merely entertainment, it was an integral part of worship, a way to connect with the divine on an emotional and spiritual level. The Levites were trained from a young age in the art of music and singing. They mastered various instruments, including lyres, harps, trumpets, and cymbals, using them to create complex and moving melodies that accompanied prayers, sacrifices, and religious festivals. Their music filled the air with an atmosphere of reverence and celebration, enhancing the spiritual experience for the entire community. The Levites' contribution to the musical heritage of Israel is undeniable, with their music becoming an integral part of the Israelite identity. The Levites' duties, though diverse, all served a singular, crucial purpose, maintaining the sanctity of the tabernacle and later the temple. They were the guardians of the sacred, entrusted with ensuring that the divine presence dwelling within these spaces remained pure and undefiled. Their every action, from transporting the ark to playing music during worship, was geared towards upholding this sacred responsibility. The Levites served as intermediaries between God and the people, guiding the community in proper worship and ensuring that rituals and sacrifices were performed according to divine law. They were the keepers of religious knowledge, responsible for teaching the law to the Israelites and preserving their sacred traditions. Their meticulous adherence to ritual purity, their dedication to their duties, and their leadership in worship fostered an atmosphere of reverence and awe. Through their actions, the Levites helped to shape the religious landscape of ancient Israel, influencing how generations of Israelites experienced and understood their faith. The Levites played a critical role in the education and spiritual guidance of the Israelite community. As keepers of the law and sacred traditions, they were responsible for teaching the people about God, their history, and their obligations under the covenant. This educational role extended beyond formal instruction. It permeated their interactions with the community, shaping the Israelites' understanding of their faith and their place in the world. The Levites' teaching duties took various forms, including instruction on the law, recounting the stories of their ancestors, and providing guidance on matters of ritual purity. The Levites were seen as spiritual mentors, offering guidance and counseling to individuals seeking a deeper understanding of their faith or facing personal challenges. They helped people navigate the complexities of life, offering wisdom and support rooted in the teachings of the law. Their teachings ensured the continuity of faith and tradition, passing on the legacy of their ancestors to future generations. The Levites' dedication to service stands as a timeless model, transcending its ancient context and offering valuable lessons for contemporary society. Their unwavering commitment to their duties, their meticulous care for the sacred, and their role as educators and spiritual guides provide a blueprint for living a life of purpose and meaning. The Levites' example highlights the importance of service to something greater than oneself. Their lives were dedicated to upholding the sanctity of the sacred and serving the spiritual needs of their community. This selfless dedication to a higher purpose provided their lives with meaning and significance, shaping their identity and their place within society. The Levites' example inspires us to live lives imbued with purpose and meaning. The Kohathite, Gershonite, and Merarite clans, descended from Levi, played an indispensable role in the religious and social fabric of ancient Israel. Their duties, imbued with profound sanctity, transcended mere practicality. They were acts of devotion essential for maintaining the Israelites' covenant with God. Their meticulous care for the tabernacle, their musical leadership, and their educational role shaped the spiritual landscape of their time, leaving an indelible mark on the history of their people. The Levites' legacy extends beyond their specific duties. Their unwavering commitment to service, their reverence for the sacred, and their dedication to education offer timeless lessons applicable to contemporary life. By understanding the sacred duties and enduring legacy of the Levite clans, we gain a deeper appreciation for the richness of ancient religious practices and uncover timeless wisdom that continues to resonate in our modern world.
Ancient societies were built on laws reflecting their values and beliefs. For the Israelites, laws found in the Bible were inseparable from religion. These laws concerning purity and faithfulness offer a window into their world. They reveal how they understood their relationship with God and each other. The Israelites believed their laws were given by God, giving them immense authority. Breaking these laws wasn't just a crime, it was a sin. The laws covered everything from diet and clothing to social justice and religious rituals. Understanding these laws means understanding the Israelites' worldview. Two key areas of law, purity and faithfulness, were central to Israelite society. Purity laws governed bodily cleanliness, food preparation, and contact with the sick. Faithfulness laws addressed adultery, jealousy, and maintaining trust within marriage. These laws reflected the belief that holiness in both body and spirit was essential for a harmonious relationship with God and within the community. These ancient laws continue to spark debate and discussion today. They challenge us to examine our own ideas about morality, justice, and the relationship between religion and ethics. The concept of purity was central to ancient Israelite religion. Purity wasn't just about physical cleanliness, but maintaining spiritual wholeness. This connection between the physical and spiritual permeated their daily lives. The Israelites believed that God was holy, and to approach him they needed to be ritually pure. This purity involved following specific rituals and laws outlined in the Torah. These laws covered activities from washing and food preparation to dealing with bodily discharges. Coming into contact with certain things rendered a person ritually unclean. They were forbidden from participating in religious rituals until they underwent purification rites. These laws reinforced the idea that God was present in every aspect of life. They provided a tangible way for people to live out their faith. By adhering to these laws, the Israelites demonstrated their devotion to God. They maintained a sense of order and holiness in their daily lives. The concept of ritual purity extended beyond the individual in ancient Israel. Laws governing skin diseases played a crucial role in maintaining social order. The Israelites had a sophisticated understanding of contagious diseases. They observed that certain skin conditions could spread through contact. To prevent outbreaks, they developed strict laws governing those afflicted. Individuals diagnosed with certain skin diseases were considered ritually unclean and quarantined. These laws were implemented to protect the community as a whole. The priests played a crucial role in diagnosing and declaring individuals ritually clean or unclean. This gave them significant social and religious authority. They acted as intermediaries between God and the people. The Israelite emphasis on public health and social responsibility resonates even today. Their laws remind us of the importance of community well-being. The concept of purity extended far beyond the body to moral and spiritual purity. Sins and transgressions were seen as stains on the soul, requiring atonement. The Israelites believed that sin created a separation between them and God. They developed a complex system of sacrifices and rituals aimed at atoning for sin. The Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur, was the most important day in the Jewish calendar. On this day, the high priest made atonement for the sins of the entire nation. This ritual highlighted the collective responsibility for sin. The emphasis on moral and spiritual purity had a profound impact on Israelite society. It fostered a deep sense of accountability for one's actions. The laws served as a moral compass, guiding people towards ethical behavior. This concept of sin as a spiritual stain continues to resonate in many religious traditions today. It encourages introspection, self-reflection, and a commitment to living a life of integrity. Among the most intriguing laws found in the Bible are those dealing with suspected infidelity. The test of bitter waters, described in the Book of Numbers, stands out. This ritual involved a woman suspected of infidelity drinking a potion made with holy water and dust. If the woman was guilty, the potion would cause her abdomen to swell. If she was innocent, the drink would have no ill effects. The trial by ordeal was also a spiritual ordeal. The woman swore an oath to God, acknowledging his judgment. The ritual placed the matter directly in God's hands. This practice reflects the patriarchal nature of ancient Israelite society. The burden of proof rested solely on the woman. It highlights the power dynamics within marriage and the vulnerability of women. Though no longer practiced, it offers a glimpse into the ancient world's approach to resolving disputes. The test of bitter waters wasn't solely about proving adultery. It also addressed the corrosive emotion of jealousy within marriage. The ritual provided an outlet for a husband's suspicions. The Torah acknowledges the powerful nature of jealousy. It recognizes that unfounded suspicions can poison a relationship. The ritual offered a way to exercise these suspicions. By placing the matter in God's hands, the ritual aimed to provide closure. If the woman was innocent, the ritual cleared her name. If she was guilty, the ritual exposed her infidelity. While the trial by ordeal may seem archaic, it highlights the timeless human struggle with jealousy. It shows how ancient societies grappled with these emotions. The ritual's focus on jealousy serves as a reminder of the importance of trust in relationships. The test of bitter waters raises important questions about guilt, innocence, and judgment. It reflects a worldview where God was actively involved in human affairs. For the Israelites, guilt or innocence extended beyond earthly courts. They believed that God saw all and knew the secrets of the heart. The trial by ordeal was a spiritual proceeding, appealing to God's ultimate authority. The ritual's effectiveness rested on the belief that God would act. This deep faith in God's judgment provided a sense of comfort and closure. While the trial by ordeal may seem foreign to us, it reflects a universal human desire for justice. It highlights the human need to make sense of suffering and believe in a higher power. Though our methods have evolved, the underlying questions about truth and justice continue to resonate. The ancient Israelite laws have left an indelible mark on Western thought and morality. They have shaped religious traditions and influenced legal systems. The concept of ritual purity finds resonance in many religious traditions. From Islamic rules about ablution to Christian baptism, the idea of purity remains powerful. The laws concerning adultery and jealousy offer timeless insights into human relationships. They highlight the importance of trust, fidelity, and commitment. The emphasis on marital faithfulness speaks to the enduring human longing for love and loyalty. The ancient Israelite laws have also influenced Western legal systems. The concept of an eye for an eye reflects a concern for justice. Though our understanding of morality continues to evolve, these laws provide a valuable framework. They challenge us to live lives of integrity, compassion, and justice. The ancient Israelite concept of ritual purity might seem at odds with modern sensibilities. We live in a world where scientific understanding has largely replaced ritual observance. Modern medicine has provided us with a deeper understanding of disease transmission. Antibiotics, vaccines, and advanced hygiene practices have reduced the incidence of infectious diseases. However, the underlying human desire for purity persists. We see it in our obsession with cleanliness and detoxification diets. The language of purity and contamination still resonates. The ancient Israelite emphasis on the interconnectedness of physical and spiritual purity continues to resonate. Holistic approaches to health reflect a recognition that true well-being encompasses all aspects of our being. The desire for wholeness and purity remains a powerful force in shaping our values. The ancient Israelite laws reflect a stage in the evolution of human morality. In this early stage, right and wrong were understood in terms of obedience to divine law. As human societies developed, so did their moral reasoning. Philosophers began to explore ethics through reason and logic. This shift from ritual to reason marked a significant development in human thought. It led to the emergence of secular ethical systems. However, the influence of religion on morality did not disappear. Many religious traditions underwent periods of theological and ethical reflection. The evolution of morality is an ongoing process. While we may no longer view morality solely through ritual observance, the ancient laws continue to provide valuable insights. They remind us of the enduring human quest for meaning and moral order. The ancient Israelite laws regarding adultery and jealousy raise enduring questions about fidelity and trust. These questions remain relevant today as our understanding of marriage evolves. In contemporary society, the definition of marriage is being challenged and redefined. Same-sex marriage is now legally recognized in many parts of the world. Polyamorous relationships are gaining increasing visibility and acceptance. These evolving definitions of partnership challenge traditional notions of fidelity. The digital age has presented new challenges to marital faithfulness. The internet and social media have blurred the lines between emotional intimacy and physical infidelity. While the ancient laws may not provide direct answers, they remind us of the importance of honesty and trust. They challenge us to engage in open and honest conversations about our relationships. The ancient Israelite laws offer valuable lessons for navigating modern morality. They remind us that ethics and morality are evolving frameworks. One key lesson is the importance of context. The Israelite laws were formulated in a specific time and place. We must be cautious about applying these laws literally to our own time. Instead, we should strive to understand the underlying principles and values. What were the social concerns they addressed? What were the human needs they sought to meet? Another important lesson is the recognition that morality is a journey. Our understanding of right and wrong is constantly evolving. The ancient laws offer valuable insights for people of all faiths and none. By learning from the past, we can create a future where all people have the opportunity to flourish.
In the annals of ancient religious practices, the Nazirite vow stands as a testament to the profound depths of human devotion. This sacred commitment, detailed in the Hebrew Bible, called upon individuals to live a life consecrated to God through a series of stringent restrictions and rituals. The Nazirite vow, meaning separated or consecrated in Hebrew, represented a complete immersion in the divine, a temporary withdrawal from the mundane to pursue a path of heightened spiritual awareness. This essay delves into the intricacies of the Nazirite laws, exploring their historical and spiritual significance, the symbolism embedded within their rituals, and their lasting impact on religious and cultural traditions. The Nazirite vow was not a lifetime commitment, but a temporary period of intensified religious observance, often undertaken for a specific purpose or as an act of thanksgiving. Individuals could choose to become Nazirites for a defined period, ranging from a few days to many years, during which they adhered to a strict code of conduct. This code, outlined in the Book of Numbers, chapter 6, encompassed various aspects of daily life, including dietary restrictions, prohibitions on contact with the dead, and the symbolic growth of hair. Each of these elements held deep spiritual meaning, serving as tangible expressions of the Nazirites' dedication to God and pursuit of purity. The foundation of the Nazirite vow lay in a series of prohibitions designed to elevate the individual's state of ritual purity. Paramount among these was the absolute abstinence from all grape products, including wine, raisins, and even fresh grapes. This restriction signified a renunciation of earthly pleasures and a rejection of the intoxicating effects of alcohol, allowing the Nazirite to maintain a clear mind and a heightened spiritual connection. Furthermore, Nazirites were forbidden from cutting their hair, allowing it to grow freely as a visible symbol of their sacred vow. This untamed growth represented a surrender to the divine will and a rejection of vanity and worldly concerns. The Nazirites' commitment to purity extended beyond personal habits to encompass interactions with the deceased. Contact with dead bodies, even those of close family members, was strictly prohibited. as it was believed to impart ritual impurity. This separation from death symbolized the Nazirites' dedication to life and their aspiration to transcend the limitations of the mortal realm. By adhering to these stringent laws, Nazirites sought to purify their bodies and spirits, creating a vessel worthy of God's presence. The most outwardly recognizable aspect of the Nazirite vow was the requirement to let one's hair grow uncut for the duration of the commitment. This seemingly simple act held profound symbolic significance in ancient Israelite culture. Hair, with its ability to grow and flourish, represented vitality, strength, and even spiritual power. By allowing their hair to grow long and unkempt, Nazirites were essentially dedicating this vital energy to God, transforming it into a physical manifestation of their devotion. The unshorn hair served as a constant reminder of the Nazirites' sacred vow, both to themselves and to the community. It set them apart as individuals who had chosen to live by a higher standard, consecrated to God, and set on a path of spiritual purification. The length and condition of the hair became a testament to their dedication, with long, healthy hair signifying a deep and unwavering commitment. This visual marker not only distinguished Nazirites from the rest of society, but also served as a powerful symbol of their internal transformation. The Nazirite vow, while deeply personal, was not a solitary pursuit. It existed within the framework of the community and carried significant social and religious implications. Nazirites, by virtue of their sacred commitment, occupied a unique position within society. They were both revered for their piety and dedication and viewed with a degree of separation due to the strictness of their vows. Their presence served as a constant reminder of the importance of spiritual devotion and the pursuit of holiness. The community played a vital role in supporting the Nazirites' journey. They provided for their material needs, as Nazirites were often restricted in their ability to work or engage in commerce. Moreover, the community respected the boundaries established by the Nazirite vow, avoiding any actions that might compromise the individual's ritual purity. This mutual understanding fostered a sense of shared responsibility for the Nazirites' spiritual well-being and highlighted the interconnectedness of individual piety and communal life. Comparisons with other ancient vows, parallels and distinctions. The Nazirite vow, while unique in its specific requirements, shared similarities with other forms of temporary religious commitment found in ancient cultures. In ancient Greece, for instance, individuals could dedicate themselves to specific deities for a limited time, often in exchange for favors or protection. These vows, like the Nazirite vow, involved restrictions and rituals designed to demonstrate devotion and piety. Similarly, in Roman religion, individuals could take vows of abstinence or sacrifice to appease the gods or seek their blessings. Despite these parallels, the Nazirite vow differed in its emphasis on ritual purity and its connection to the broader covenant between God and the Israelites. The Nazirites' commitment was not merely a personal transaction with the divine, but an embodiment of the Israelites' collective dedication to their God. Moreover, the Nazirite vow's focus on purity extended beyond personal conduct to encompass interactions with the community and the natural world. This holistic approach to holiness distinguished the Nazirite vow from other ancient vows and highlighted its central role in Israelite religious life. The impact on social structures, hierarchy and holiness. The Nazirite vow, while open to both men and women, had different implications for each gender within the patriarchal structure of ancient Israelite society. For men, the Nazirite vow represented an opportunity to temporarily transcend social hierarchies and attain a heightened state of holiness. By embracing the restrictions of the vow, men from all walks of life could demonstrate their piety and gain recognition for their spiritual dedication. For women, the Nazirite vow presented a more complex situation. While women were permitted to take the vow, their ability to do so was often contingent on the permission of their fathers or husbands. This requirement reflected the societal norms of the time, which placed women under the authority of male figures. Despite these limitations, women who did become Nazirites gained a degree of autonomy and respect within the community. Their piety and dedication were highly valued, and their status as Nazirites afforded them a measure of independence not always available to women in ancient Israelite society. The spiritual journey of a Nazirite transformation and renewal. The Nazirite vow was not merely a set of rules, but a transformative spiritual journey. The restrictions and rituals served as tools for inner growth, guiding the individual towards a deeper understanding of themselves and their relationship with God. The abstinence from earthly pleasures fostered self-discipline and detachment from material desires, while the focus on ritual purity encouraged introspection and a heightened awareness of the sacred. The physical act of letting one's hair grow uncut symbolized the inner transformation taking place. Just as the hair grew longer and stronger, so too did the Nazirites' connection to the divine. The unkempt appearance, far from signifying neglect, represented a deliberate rejection of societal expectations and a surrender to a higher calling. This process of stripping away the superficial and embracing a life of simplicity and devotion allowed the Nazirite to experience a profound sense of renewal, emerging from their vow, transformed by their encounter with the divine. The Hebrew Bible offers several examples of individuals who took the Nazirite vow, each shedding light on the different motivations and interpretations surrounding this ancient practice. Samson, the legendary judge renowned for his superhuman strength, was a Nazirite from birth, his unshorn hair serving as a visible symbol of his divine empowerment. His story highlights the potential for extraordinary feats of strength and courage associated with the Nazirite vow. The prophet Samuel, dedicated to God by his mother before his birth, also lived as a Nazirite, demonstrating the vow's association with prophetic calling and religious leadership. His life exemplified the role of Nazirites as intermediaries between God and the people, channeling divine wisdom and guidance. These examples, along with others found throughout the Hebrew Bible, demonstrate the diverse ways in which the Nazirite vow was understood and practiced, reflecting the evolving religious landscape of ancient Israel. The completion of the Nazirite vow marked a significant transition, requiring a series of rituals to signify the individual's return to normal life. These rituals, detailed in the Book of Numbers, involved shaving the head, offering sacrifices, and participating in a purification ceremony. The act of shaving the head, while seemingly contradictory to the vow's emphasis on hair growth, represented a symbolic shedding of the old self and a return to the community. The sacrifices offered at the completion of the vow served as an act of thanksgiving for God's protection and guidance throughout the period of separation. They also symbolized the Nazirites' willingness to relinquish their special status and reintegrate into the social order. The purification ceremony, involving washing and the sprinkling of water, cleansed the individual of any lingering ritual impurity and marked their transition back into the everyday world. This process of completion and reintegration highlighted the cyclical nature of the Nazirite vow, a temporary withdrawal from society followed by a return enriched by the experience. While the Nazirite vow, in its original form, is no longer widely practiced, its legacy continues to resonate in various religious and cultural traditions. The emphasis on abstinence, self-discipline and spiritual devotion found in the Nazirite vow echoes in monastic orders within Christianity, Buddhism and other faiths. The idea of separating oneself from worldly distractions to pursue a life of prayer and contemplation remains a powerful concept across different religious contexts. Moreover, the symbolism of hair as a manifestation of spiritual power and identity persists in many cultures. From the dreadlocks of Rastafarians to the uncut hair of Sikh men, hair continues to serve as a visible marker of religious belief and cultural identity. These practices, while distinct from the Nazirite vow in their specific beliefs and rituals, nevertheless reflect the enduring human impulse to express devotion and spirituality through physical means. The Nazirite vow, while rooted in a specific historical and religious context, speaks to a universal human desire for purity, connection, and transcendence. The yearning to rise above the mundane, to purify oneself from impurities, both physical and spiritual, finds expression in diverse religious and philosophical traditions throughout history. From ancient purification rituals to modern-day mindfulness practices, humans have long sought ways to connect with something greater than themselves and experience a sense of wholeness. The Nazirite vow, with its emphasis on self-discipline, sacrifice, and spiritual devotion, offers a timeless model for this quest for purity and transcendence. While the specific rituals and restrictions may no longer be relevant in contemporary society, the underlying principles of self-awareness, intentionality, and dedication to a higher purpose continue to hold profound meaning for individuals seeking spiritual growth and a deeper understanding of their place in the world. The Nazirite vow stands as a testament to the enduring human capacity for devotion, sacrifice, and the pursuit of spiritual enlightenment. This ancient practice, with its intricate rituals and profound symbolism, offers a glimpse into the rich tapestry of religious experience in the ancient world. While the Nazirite vow, in its original form, may be confined to the annals of history, its legacy continues to inspire and intrigue, reminding us of the power of human dedication and the timeless quest for meaning and connection in a complex world.
Throughout history, humans have sought to understand and connect with the divine. This desire to bridge the gap between the earthly and the sacred is manifested in countless ways, one of the most enduring being the practice of offering. In ancient cultures across the globe, offerings served as a tangible expression of devotion, a way to honor the gods, and a means of seeking their favor and guidance. These offerings were not merely gifts, they were symbolic acts imbued with deep religious and cultural significance. The act of offering was, at its core, a form of communication with the divine. It was a way for people to express gratitude, seek forgiveness, or request assistance in times of need. By presenting something of value to the gods, humans acknowledged their power and sought to establish a reciprocal relationship. This exchange, though seemingly one-sided, spoke to a fundamental belief in a universe governed by spiritual forces that could be influenced through human action. Offerings provided a tangible link between the human and the divine, a way to make the intangible more concrete. They were a testament to the human desire to connect with something greater than themselves, to find meaning and purpose in a world often characterized by uncertainty and change. Through the act of offering, ancient peoples sought to establish a sense of order and harmony, both within themselves and in their relationship with the cosmos. Among the most common offerings in ancient religions were food and drink. These staples of daily life held profound symbolic value, representing sustenance, abundance, and the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth. In many cultures, the first fruits of the harvest were offered to the gods as a gesture of gratitude for their provision. Libations, or the pouring out of liquids like wine, water, or milk, were another common form of offering. These liquids, often associated with purity and life-giving properties, were poured onto altars or the ground as a way to honor the gods and seek their blessings. The act of sharing these essential elements with the divine highlighted the interdependence between the human and the spiritual realms. In ancient Egypt, for example, daily offerings of food and drink were made to the statues of gods and deceased ancestors. These offerings were believed to sustain the spirits in the afterlife and ensure their continued favor. Similarly, in ancient Greece, elaborate feasts were held in honor of the gods, with portions of the food and drink offered as sacrifices. These rituals served not only as religious observances, but also as important social gatherings that reinforced community bonds and shared beliefs. In addition to food and drink, ancient peoples also offered precious objects to the gods. These offerings varied widely in form and material, reflecting the cultural values and artistic traditions of different societies. Jewelry, weapons, pottery, textiles, and works of art were all considered fitting gifts for the divine, demonstrating the human desire to offer the best of what they possessed. The value placed on these objects stemmed not only from their material worth, but also from the skill and craftsmanship invested in their creation. Each object represented a tangible expression of human ingenuity and creativity, offered as a tribute to the gods who were believed to embody these qualities. The act of offering such objects was a way of acknowledging the divine role in human affairs and seeking to gain favor through acts of devotion and sacrifice. In some cultures, offerings of precious objects were also seen as a way to appease angry gods or ward off evil spirits. Amulets, talismans, and other protective objects were often buried with the dead or placed in sacred spaces to invoke the power of the divine and ensure safety and well-being. These practices highlight the belief in the interconnectedness of the material and spiritual realms and the power of offerings to influence the course of events. The sacrifice of animals, a complex practice. Animal sacrifice, while often viewed with discomfort through a modern lens, was a widespread practice in ancient religions. This act, often involving the ritual slaughter and burning of animals, held deep symbolic meaning and served multiple purposes within these societies. It was believed that the offering of a life, particularly one considered valuable, could appease the gods, atone for sins, and secure their favor. The specific animals chosen for sacrifice varied depending on the culture and the deity being honored. Cattle, sheep, goats, and birds were among the most common sacrificial animals, each imbued with its own symbolic significance. The act of sacrifice was typically performed by priests or other religious officials, with specific rituals and prayers accompanying the slaughter and offering of the animal. While animal sacrifice may seem cruel by modern standards, it is essential to understand this practice within its historical context. In many ancient cultures, animals were not viewed as separate from humans in the same way they are today. Instead, they were seen as integral parts of the natural world, and their sacrifice was understood as a necessary part of maintaining balance and harmony between the human and divine realms. The offering of oneself, devotion and sacrifice.
In the heart of ancient Israel, amidst the bustling life of a fledgling nation, a tribe stood apart. The Levites, descendants of Levi, were chosen by God for a unique and sacred duty to serve as intermediaries between the divine and the people. Their lives were intricately woven into the fabric of the sanctuary, their days punctuated by rituals that underscored their special relationship with the divine. This essay delves into the fascinating world of the Levites, exploring the significance of their rituals and the enduring lessons they offer for spiritual seekers today. The Levites' story is deeply intertwined with the narrative of the Israelites themselves. Their ancestor Levi was a son of Jacob, and their lineage traced back to the very origins of the Jewish people. This genealogical connection underscored their privileged position within the community. They were not just priests, they were guardians of tradition, keepers of the flame of faith that burned at the heart of Israel's identity. Their rituals, passed down through generations, served as a tangible link to the past, a reminder of the covenant forged between God and Abraham. But the Levites' role extended far beyond mere lineage. They were entrusted with the sacred task of maintaining the tabernacle, a portable sanctuary that housed the Ark of the Covenant, a symbol of God's presence among his people. Every aspect of the tabernacle, from its construction to its transportation, was governed by divine law, and the Levites were responsible for ensuring that these laws were meticulously observed. Their lives were a testament to the profound importance of ritual in ancient Israel, a testament to the belief that every action, when performed with intention and devotion, could become an act of worship. The Levites' dedication to their sacred duty was absolute. They were set apart from the other tribes, their lives governed by a different set of rules and responsibilities. They could not own land or engage in the same occupations as their fellow Israelites. Their inheritance was the Lord himself, and their livelihood depended on the tithes and offerings of the people they served. This separation, while challenging, fostered a deep sense of purpose and identity among the Levites. They were the chosen ones, set apart for a higher calling, their lives a living testament to the power of faith and the importance of service to something greater than oneself. Among the many rituals performed by the Levites, the lighting of the lampstand in the tabernacle held particular significance. This seven-branched menorah, crafted from pure gold, was not merely a source of illumination. It was a powerful symbol of God's presence, a beacon of divine light shining amidst the darkness. The daily ritual of tending to the lampstand was a potent reminder of the Levites' role as intermediaries between the divine and the human. Each evening, as the sun began its descent, a designated priest from the Levite tribe would enter the holy place, the inner chamber of the tabernacle. With reverence and care, he would approach the golden lampstand, its gleaming surface reflecting the flickering flames of the outgoing fire. Using a special measure of pure olive oil, he would meticulously fill each of the 7 lamps, ensuring that they were brimming with fuel for the night ahead. This act, seemingly mundane, was imbued with profound religious meaning. The oil itself was symbolic. Extracted from olives, a fruit associated with purity and abundance, it represented the divine blessing that sustained the Israelites. The act of pouring the oil into the lamps was an offering, a tangible expression of gratitude for God's provision and protection. The flames, leaping towards heaven, symbolized the prayers of the people ascending to God, carried aloft on the fragrant smoke of the burning oil. As the priest kindled the flames, the sanctuary would slowly come alive with a warm, ethereal glow. The flickering light, dancing across the golden surfaces of the sacred vessels, created an atmosphere of otherworldly beauty, a tangible manifestation of God's presence. This daily ritual served as a powerful reminder to the Levites and to all who witnessed it that even in the darkest of nights, God's light would never be extinguished. It was a beacon of hope, a testament to the enduring power of faith to illuminate even the most challenging of times. Central to the Levites' service was the concept of ritual purity. Before they could approach the altar or perform their sacred duties, they had to undergo meticulous purification rituals, cleansing themselves of any impurity that might separate them from the divine. These rituals, often involving water and sacrifice, were not merely hygienic practices, they were symbolic acts of spiritual renewal, a stripping away of the old to make way for the new. The most common form of purification involved ablutions with water. The Levites would immerse themselves completely in a ritual bath, known as a mikveh, their bodies washed clean by the flowing water. This act symbolized a spiritual cleansing, a washing away of sin and impurity. It was a symbolic death and rebirth, a shedding of the old self, and an emergence into a state of purity and readiness to serve. But water was not the only element employed in purification rituals. Sacrifices also played a crucial role. Animals, carefully chosen for their blemish-free state, were offered on the altar, their blood sprinkled on the priests and the altar itself. This act of sacrifice, while seemingly violent to modern sensibilities, was deeply symbolic for the ancient Israelites. It represented a giving up of something precious, a tangible expression of repentance, and a desire for atonement. These purification rituals served as a constant reminder to the Levites of the sacred nature of their calling. They were set apart, chosen by God for a holy purpose, and they had to be constantly vigilant in maintaining their spiritual purity. The rituals, though demanding, fostered a deep sense of humility and reverence, a constant awareness of the awesome responsibility entrusted to them. They were, in essence, living sacrifices, their entire lives dedicated to the service of the divine. The Levites' journey from ordinary individuals to consecrated servants of the divine culminated in an elaborate consecration ceremony, a ritual that marked their official entry into their sacred role. This ceremony, detailed in the Book of Exodus, was a profound and transformative experience, a symbolic death and rebirth that set them apart from the rest of Israelite society. The consecration process began with a symbolic cleansing. The Levites were washed with water, their hair and beards shaved, signifying a stripping away of their former identity. This act of purification represented a break from their past lives, a shedding of their old selves to embrace their new roles as servants of the divine. They were no longer defined by their tribal affiliations or family ties. They were now Levites, consecrated to God. Next came the investiture, a symbolic clothing in the garments of their office. These garments, unlike the simple robes worn by ordinary priests, were richly embroidered and adorned with precious stones, reflecting the glory and majesty of the God they served. The act of putting on these garments was deeply symbolic, representing a transformation of their very being. Finally, the newly consecrated Levites were anointed with holy oil, a fragrant mixture of olive oil and precious spices. This anointing, performed by Moses himself, was the most sacred part of the ceremony. It signified the bestowal of God's blessing and the impartation of the Holy Spirit, empowering them to carry out their sacred duties. The fragrant oil, flowing down their beards and soaking into their garments, served as a visible reminder of their special status, a sign to all that they were set apart for a higher purpose.
The Israelites' exodus from Egypt, a tale etched in time, starts our journey. Enslaved for generations, they yearned for freedom. Moses, their leader, guided by God, confronted Pharaoh, demanding their release. 10 plagues, divine demonstrations of power, finally swayed Pharaoh. This liberation, this exodus, is the bedrock of Jewish faith. It speaks of divine intervention, of God's promise to a chosen people. Central to this saga is Passover, a yearly commemoration of their miraculous escape. It's a time of reflection, remembering their ancestors' ordeal and celebrating liberation. But this isn't just a historical retelling. Passover is deeply personal, connecting each generation to its past, reaffirming their covenant with God. The Exodus isn't a distant event. It's a living narrative shaping Jewish identity even today. Passover, the festival of freedom, is steeped in rituals, each with deep symbolic meaning. At its heart lies the Seder, a meticulously structured meal. Foods, carefully chosen, narrate the Exodus story. Bitter herbs represent the bitterness of slavery, while matzah, unleavened bread, reminds them of the hasty escape. The Seder is more than just a meal. It's an interactive experience. Questions are asked, particularly by the youngest, prompting storytelling. The Haggadah, the Passover guide, outlines the proceedings, ensuring every element resonates with the Exodus story. Through these practices, history comes alive, not just remembered, but relived. The Passover sacrifice, offered in the temple times, further underscored the festival's significance. A lamb, without blemish, was sacrificed, its blood painted on doorposts during the Exodus, marking the Israelites' houses, sparing them from God's wrath. This sacrifice wasn't about appeasing a vengeful God. The Book of Numbers presents a unique situation. Individuals who, due to ritual impurity, couldn't participate in Passover. Their exclusion pained them, for Passover wasn't just a ritual, it was their identity. They appealed to Moses, seeking a way to connect with their faith, their history. Moses, ever the intercessor, sought God's guidance. The response was compassionate and just, a second Passover. This provision wasn't a loophole, it was divine mercy in action. God understood their predicament, their yearning to connect. The second Passover highlighted an essential aspect of divine justice inclusivity. It acknowledged that circumstances could hinder even the most devout from fulfilling their obligations. This act served as a powerful reminder that God desires connection, not exclusion. This act of divine compassion holds profound implications. It underscores God's willingness to meet people where they are, accommodating their limitations without compromising the sanctity of the commandment. The second Passover teaches us that genuine faith transcends rigid adherence to rules. It's about the spirit of the law, the intent behind the ritual. It's about acknowledging human frailty and responding with compassion and understanding. Let's return to the fiery cloud. It wasn't just a visual spectacle, it was a dynamic, living symbol. It moved, shifted, leading the Israelites through treacherous landscapes. When danger loomed, it shielded them, a protective barrier between them and their pursuers. The fiery cloud embodied divine guidance, a tangible reassurance of God's presence. But this guidance wasn't passive. The Israelites had to trust it, follow its lead, even when the path seemed unclear. This required immense faith, surrendering to the unknown, believing that the fiery cloud would lead them to safety. Their journey wasn't just physical, it was a spiritual odyssey, a testament to their faith in God's guidance. The fiery cloud represents a universal yearning for direction in our lives. We all face uncertainties, crossroads, where the path forward is shrouded in mist. We long for a sign, a beacon to illuminate our way. This yearning transcends religious boundaries. It's an intrinsic human desire to navigate life's complexities with some assurance. Millennia have passed since the Exodus, yet its echoes resonate. The fiery cloud, though a physical manifestation, speaks to a timeless human need guidance. In today's world, devoid of such overt signs, how do we navigate our own personal exoduses, our journeys through life's challenges? The answer lies within. Just as the Israelites cultivated faith in the fiery cloud, we too must cultivate an inner compass, a source of wisdom and intuition. This inner voice, often subtle, whispers guidance, urging us towards our true north. It might manifest as a gut feeling, a sudden clarity, or a persistent pull towards a particular path. This inner guidance, much like the fiery cloud, requires trust. We must be willing to silence the cacophony of external influences and listen to that quiet, persistent voice within. It may lead us down unexpected paths, challenge our preconceived notions, but it will always steer us towards our highest good. This is the essence of spiritual guidance, trusting the divine spark within to illuminate our way. In an age of instant gratification and quick fixes, cultivating this inner compass requires effort. It necessitates carving out space for introspection, for connecting with that still, small voice within. Practices like meditation, prayer, or simply spending time in nature can help quiet the mental chatter and attune us to our inner wisdom. Moreover, we can find guidance in unexpected places, in the wisdom of sacred texts, the counsel of trusted mentors, or even the synchronicities that pepper our lives. Paying attention to these subtle nudges, these whispers of guidance, can provide clarity and direction when we feel lost. However, it's crucial to remember that spiritual guidance is not about dictating our every move. It's about providing a framework, a set of values and principles to guide our choices. It's about discerning right action from a place of inner alignment, of acting in accordance with our highest truth. This requires constant self-reflection, a willingness to course correct when we stray from our path. Rituals, often dismissed as archaic or irrelevant, hold profound power. They provide a structure, a framework for connecting with something larger than ourselves. Passover, with its meticulous Seder and symbolic foods, is a prime example. It's not just about remembering a historical event, it's about reliving it, experiencing the Exodus story anew. Similarly, incorporating rituals into our modern lives can be transformative. These rituals needn't be elaborate or religious. They can be as simple as a morning meditation practice, a gratitude journal, or a weekly nature walk. The key is consistency, repetition, creating a sacred space in our lives where we can connect with our inner selves and the divine. Rituals serve as anchors, grounding us in the present moment, reminding us of what truly matters. They provide a sense of continuity, connecting us to something ancient and timeless. In a world that often feels chaotic and unpredictable, rituals offer a sense of stability, a refuge from the storms of life. Inclusivity and compassion, lessons from the Exodus. The second Passover offers a powerful lesson in inclusivity and compassion. God's willingness to accommodate those who couldn't participate in the initial celebration speaks volumes about the nature of true faith. It's not about rigid adherence to rules, but about meeting people where they are, understanding their limitations and offering them a path to connect. This message resonates deeply in our increasingly polarized world. We often encounter those who hold different beliefs, follow different paths. The second Passover reminds us to approach these differences with empathy and understanding. It encourages us to build bridges instead of walls, to seek common ground instead of focusing on division. True spirituality is not about exclusivity, about separating ourselves from those who are different. It's about recognizing our shared humanity, our common yearning for connection, for meaning, for love. The second Passover serves as a timeless reminder that compassion and inclusivity are not signs of weakness, but rather hallmarks of a truly evolved faith. Passover, though rooted in ancient history, continues to hold profound relevance in the 21st century. It reminds us of the cyclical nature of oppression and liberation, the ongoing struggle for freedom in all its forms. Just as the Israelites yearned to break free from physical slavery, we too face our own forms of bondage-limiting beliefs, societal pressures, or even our own internal struggles. The Exodus story serves as a source of inspiration, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, liberation is possible. It teaches us the importance of resilience, of never giving up hope, even when the path ahead seems daunting. Moreover, Passover underscores the significance of collective action. The Israelites' liberation was not the result of individual effort, but a collective struggle, a testament to the power of unity and solidarity. In a world grappling with complex challenges, from climate change to social injustice, Passover reminds us that we are all interconnected, that our fates are intertwined. In our modern world, often consumed by technology and instant gratification, ancient traditions like Passover might seem antiquated or irrelevant. However, these traditions offer a wealth of wisdom, a connection to something deeper and more meaningful than our everyday concerns. By engaging with these ancient practices, by delving into their symbolism and exploring their relevance to our lives, we open ourselves up to new levels of understanding. We begin to see the interconnectedness of all things, the timeless wisdom embedded in these ancient stories and rituals. The Exodus story, the fiery cloud, the second Passover. These are not just historical events or religious doctrines. They are archetypes, universal symbols that speak to the human condition. They remind us of our own capacity for resilience, our innate yearning for freedom, and the importance of compassion and inclusivity. The Israelites' journey out of Egypt was not just a physical exodus. It was a spiritual odyssey, a testament to their faith in God's guidance. Similarly, our own lives are journeys of faith, opportunities to cultivate trust in something bigger than ourselves, whether we call it God, the universe, or simply the interconnected web of life. Just as the Israelites faced challenges and uncertainties, we too encounter obstacles along our paths. The key lies in remembering the lessons of the Exodus, in trusting that even in the midst of difficulty, we are not alone. We have an inner compass, a source of wisdom and guidance that is always available to us. By cultivating a practice of listening to this inner voice, by seeking guidance in unexpected places, and by trusting in the unfolding of our lives, we can navigate our own personal exoduses with courage and grace. We can embrace the unknown, not with fear, but with a sense of adventure, knowing that we are guided and supported every step of the way. The echoes of Sinai reverberate through time, reminding us of the enduring power of faith, resilience, and compassion. The Exodus story, the fiery cloud, the second Passover, these ancient narratives hold profound relevance for our modern lives, offering guidance, inspiration, and a deeper understanding of our shared humanity. By delving into these ancient traditions, by exploring their symbolism, and extracting their timeless wisdom, we embark on our own journeys of spiritual discovery. We learn to trust our inner compass, to embrace the unknown with courage, and to approach our lives with a renewed sense of purpose and meaning. The echoes of Sinai, once heard amidst the desert sands, now resonate within our hearts, guiding us towards a brighter future.
Imagine a sound so powerful it could shake the very foundations of a city. A sound so pure it could stir the soul and inspire awe in the hearts of men. This was the sound of the silver trumpets in ancient times, instruments not just of war or celebration, but of deep spiritual significance. Their reverberations echoed the voice of the divine, shaping the rhythm of life, death, and faith. These weren't mere instruments, no. They were conduits to a realm beyond our own. Crafted with reverence, played with purpose, their every note resonated with the weight of ancient wisdom and divine decree. In the hands of priests and warriors, they dictated the flow of daily life, marked sacred moments, and bridged the gap between the heavens and the earth. The very air would crackle with anticipation at their sounding, a call to prayer, a signal for war, a fanfare for a king. Each blast carried a message, clear and potent, understood by all who heard it. Their music, if you can call it that, was the language of the divine, a symphony of faith echoing across the ages. Picture this, the sun rising over a vast desert landscape. A lone figure ascends a rocky crag, a silver trumpet gleaming in the dawn light. With a deep breath, he raises the instrument to his lips and blows. The sound, clear and resonant, cuts through the morning stillness, a beacon calling the faithful to prayer. This was the power of the trumpet as a tool of assembly. In a time before clocks or loudspeakers, it was the silver trumpet's call that brought people together. Whether in the crowded city square or scattered across fields, the sound penetrated every corner, a reminder of shared beliefs and communal obligations. More than just an announcement, the trumpet's call was an invitation to connect with something larger than oneself. It was a summons to step outside the mundane and enter a sacred space, a time set apart for worship and communion with the divine. Each note was a thread weaving together the fabric of the community. It transcended language barriers, social strata, and individual concerns, uniting all under the banner of faith. It was a call to unity, a reminder that even in their individuality, they were part of something greater. The Israelites, on their exodus from Egypt, knew well the guiding voice of the trumpets. Imagine a vast and weary multitude adrift in a sea of sand. Fear and uncertainty cloud their hearts. Then a sound cuts through the murmurings, the clear, unwavering blast of the silver trumpets. This was no ordinary fanfare, this was a command, a divine directive leading them through the desolate wilderness. With each blast, the trumpets breathed life into the words of God, transforming them into tangible guidance for a people seeking their promised land. Their journey, fraught with danger and hardship, was punctuated by these sonic markers. The trumpets dictated their movements, their rhythm of life, their very survival. They were a tangible link to the divine, a reassurance that they were not alone in their struggle. Each blast was a step forward, a testament to their faith. They followed the sound as one might follow a lighthouse beacon in a storm, trusting that it would guide them safely to their destination. Now, shift your focus. Imagine a city adorned with vibrant tapestries, its streets teeming with joyous celebration. The air throbs with music, laughter, and the triumphant blare of, you guessed it, silver trumpets. This was the sound of victory, of thanksgiving, of pure, unadulterated joy. In moments of triumph and celebration, the trumpets took on a different character. Their sound, once a call to attention or a guide on an arduous journey, transformed into an outpouring of collective emotion. They were the soundtrack to victory marches, religious festivals, and royal processions. These weren't just celebratory noises, they were expressions of gratitude, of shared joy, of acknowledging a force greater than themselves. Every note resonated with the spirit of the occasion, amplifying the emotions and etching them into the memories of all who were present. The trumpet's joyous clamor was a form of communal storytelling, transmitting the significance of the event across generations. Each note a celebration of life, a testament to faith, and a tribute to the divine forces believed to have bestowed their blessings. The silver trumpets of ancient times were more than instruments. They were symbols of power, of divinity, of the very rhythm of life itself. Their echoes resonate even today, reminding us of the enduring power of sound and its ability to connect us to something greater than ourselves. These instruments, found in the archaeological and textual records of numerous cultures, weren't merely functional objects. They were imbued with a significance that transcended their material form. They were sacred relics, symbols of authority, and tangible representations of the divine. The use of trumpets in religious rituals underscores the deep connection between sound and spirituality. The act of creating music, particularly with instruments as evocative as trumpets, was often seen as a bridge between the earthly and the divine. Think about it. Even today, the sound of a trumpet can evoke powerful emotions, stirring within us feelings of awe, excitement, or even fear. It's a testament to the primal power of sound and its ability to resonate deep within the human psyche. The story of Jericho's fall, as recounted in the book of Joshua, stands as a potent example of the trumpet's symbolic and perhaps even literal power. Imagine the formidable walls of Jericho, a symbol of impenetrable strength, brought crumbling down by the sound of trumpets. This event, whether taken literally or metaphorically, speaks to the awe-inspiring power attributed to these instruments. The trumpets, in this context, become instruments of divine judgment, their sound embodying the might of God. The story serves as a reminder of the very real power of sound. While the exact mechanism of Jericho's destruction remains a subject of debate, the account highlights the ancient understanding of sound as a force capable of profound physical and psychological impact. The trumpets of Jericho are a potent symbol of the transformative power of faith. The Israelites' unwavering belief, coupled with the symbolic act of blowing the trumpets, led to a victory that transcended human capabilities, further solidifying the trumpet's connection to the divine. Across cultures and throughout history, trumpets have been linked to the heavens. In ancient Egypt, the god Osiris was often depicted with a trumpet, symbolizing his role as a herald of resurrection and rebirth. For the Greeks, the trumpet belonged to Hermes, messenger of the gods and conductor of souls to the underworld. This association with the divine is no coincidence. The trumpet's piercing sound, capable of reaching great distances, made it the perfect instrument for communicating with the heavens. Its powerful voice, unlike any other instrument, seemed to embody the awe-inspiring majesty of the divine. The use of trumpets in religious ceremonies served to connect worshippers with the celestial realm. The reverberating sound was seen as a conduit to the gods, carrying prayers, praises, and offerings to the heavens. Even today, the trumpet retains a certain ethereal quality. Its clear, piercing notes seem to reach beyond the confines of our earthly existence, hinting at a realm beyond our senses. It's no wonder that trumpets continue to feature prominently in religious music, their sound a timeless reminder of our connection to the divine. The echoes of these ancient practices can still be felt today. Though silver trumpets may no longer dictate the rhythm of our lives, their symbolic power endures. The trumpet's call continues to resonate in our places of worship, its sound a timeless bridge between the earthly and the divine. In many Christian denominations, the trumpet plays a significant role in eschatology, symbolizing the second coming of Christ and the final judgment. The Book of Revelation speaks of angels blowing trumpets to announce significant events, emphasizing the instrument's enduring connection to the divine and the supernatural. Beyond traditional religious contexts, the trumpet's symbolic resonance persists. It remains a symbol of victory, of celebration, of the human spirit's ability to overcome adversity. Its sound continues to move us, to inspire us, and to connect us to something larger than ourselves. The next time you hear a trumpet's call, take a moment to appreciate the rich history and profound symbolism embedded within its sound. For in its reverberations we hear echoes of ancient rituals, whispers of divine communication, and a timeless language that speaks to the very core of our being. The silver trumpets of ancient times, though silent now, still speak to us. Their story is a testament to the enduring power of sound, its ability to transcend time and connect us to something greater than ourselves. Their legacy lives on in our music, our rituals, and the very fabric of our spiritual beliefs. Their absence from our daily lives is perhaps what amplifies their mystique. We no longer rely on their blare to guide our steps or signal danger. Yet their absence allows us to reflect on their deeper significance, their ability to weave themselves into the very fabric of ancient societies. The story of the silver trumpets is ultimately a story about us. It's about our enduring search for meaning, our desire to connect with the divine, and our innate fascination with the power of sound. Their story reminds us that even the simplest of objects can be imbued with profound meaning, and that the echoes of the past can continue to resonate within us long after the original sounds have faded away. So the next time you encounter a trumpet, whether in a museum display, a musical performance, or even just a picture, pause for a moment. Listen closely and you might just hear the faint echoes of those ancient trumpets whispering tales of faith, power, and the enduring human spirit. What is it about sound that holds such sway over us? Why do certain sounds evoke such visceral reactions, transporting us back to specific moments in time or stirring deep-seated emotions within us? Perhaps it's because sound bypasses the intellect and speaks directly to the soul. Think about it. A familiar melody can trigger a flood of memories, transporting us back to our childhood or a special moment with loved ones. The roar of a crowd can ignite feelings of excitement and camaraderie, and the mournful wail of a siren can send chills down our spines, signaling danger and distress. The silver trumpets of ancient times understood this power. Their sound was no mere sonic accompaniment, it was a force to be reckoned with, capable of inspiring or instilling fear or igniting the fires of faith. Their every blast was imbued with meaning, shaping the emotional landscape of those who heard it. In a world increasingly dominated by visual stimuli, it's easy to forget the primal power of sound. But the next time you're captivated by a piece of music, soothed by the gentle patter of rain, or startled by a sudden clap of thunder, remember the silver trumpets. Remember the power of sound to move us, to shape us, and to connect us to something larger than ourselves. The significance of these silver trumpets extends far beyond their physical properties. They weren't just tools of communication or instruments of celebration, they were seen as conduits to the divine. Their sound imbued with spiritual potency. In the hands of priests and shamans, the trumpets became instruments of ritual magic, their sound believed to ward off evil spirits, invoke the favor of the gods, or even influence the course of nature itself. Their music, if you can call it that, was a form of sonic alchemy, transforming the very fabric of reality. This belief in the metaphysical power of sound is not unique to ancient cultures. Even today, sound healing therapies utilize the vibrations of singing bowls, tuning forks, and other instruments to promote physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. The silver trumpets, in their own way, were precursors to these modern practices. Their sound, imbued with intention and belief, was believed to possess the power to heal, to protect, and to connect humanity with the divine. Their legacy reminds us that sound is more than just vibrations in the air. It's a potent force capable of influencing our minds, our bodies, and perhaps even our souls. The silver trumpets of ancient times may be gone, but their story continues to resonate within us. They stand as a testament to the enduring power of sound, the timeless allure of ritual, and the profound connection between music and spirituality. Their echoes can be heard in the soaring melodies of our religious hymns, the rousing anthems of our sporting events, and the quiet moments of contemplation we share with our favorite pieces of music. Their legacy reminds us that sound has the power to transcend time, language, and culture, uniting us in a shared human experience that is both ancient and eternally relevant. So, the next time you hear the sound of a trumpet, close your eyes and listen. Let its reverberations carry you back to a time when music was more than just entertainment, when instruments were imbued with sacred power, and when the sound of a trumpet could shake the very foundations of heaven and earth.
The Israelites, once slaves in Egypt, were finally free. After years of suffering under the harsh rule of Pharaoh, their cries for deliverance had reached the heavens. The journey to freedom was not just a physical escape from bondage, but a profound spiritual odyssey that would shape their identity for generations to come. God, in His infinite mercy, had heard their cries. He saw their suffering and decided to intervene in a way that would leave no doubt about His power and love for His chosen people. The divine intervention was a beacon of hope in their darkest hours, a promise that they were not alone. He chose Moses, a man of unwavering faith, to lead them to the promised land, a land flowing with milk and honey. Moses, once a prince of Egypt, had become a shepherd of souls, guiding the Israelites through the treacherous desert. His leadership was marked by moments of doubt and challenge, but his faith never wavered. Their exodus was a testament to God's power, parting the Red Sea and providing manna from heaven. These miracles were not just acts of divine intervention, but symbols of God's unwavering commitment to His people. The parting of the Red Sea was a dramatic display of His might, while the manna was a daily reminder of His provision and care. This journey, however, was not just about physical liberation. It was a transformative experience that tested their faith and resilience. Each step they took in the desert was a step towards spiritual maturity, a journey that required them to trust in God's plan even when the path was unclear. It was about spiritual growth, a test of faith, and a journey toward a deeper relationship with God. The trials they faced were opportunities to deepen their trust in Him, to learn that true freedom comes from a heart aligned with His will. Their story is a timeless reminder that liberation is not just about breaking physical chains, but also about finding spiritual freedom and enlightenment. The path to freedom, however, was fraught with challenges. The Israelites, accustomed to the familiar hardships of slavery, found themselves struggling with the uncertainties of the desert. They faced scorching heat, limited resources, and a constant fear of the unknown. Their initial gratitude for their newfound freedom began to waver. They started to grumble, their hearts heavy with doubt and discontent. Their complaints reached Moses' ears, a cacophony of voices rising in unison, each one louder than the last. It was a symphony of dissatisfaction echoing through the camp, a chorus of discontent that seemed to grow with each passing day. They yearned for the good old days in Egypt, conveniently forgetting the bitterness of their enslavement. The memories of their harsh labor and the cruelty they endured seemed to fade away, replaced by a nostalgic longing for what they believed were better times. They reminisced about the food they once ate, fish, the taste of which lingered in their minds like a distant dream, cucumbers with their refreshing crunch, melons with their sweet juicy flesh, leeks with their mild onion-like flavor, onions with their pungent aroma, and garlic with its sharp, distinctive taste. The wilderness, with its simple provisions of manna, seemed bleak in comparison. The manna, though sustaining, was monotonous and uninspiring, a far cry from the varied and flavorful foods they remembered from Egypt. Their hunger, both physical and spiritual, began to consume them. It gnawed at their insides, a constant reminder of their current plight and the comforts they had left behind. Israelite one, as Israelite one, oh, how we miss the fish we ate in Egypt at no cost, the abundance of it, the ease with which we could satisfy our hunger. Also the cucumbers, melons, leeks, onions, and garlic. Each of these foods held a special place in our hearts, a reminder of a time when our bellies were full and our spirits were high. But now, in this harsh wilderness, we are left with nothing but manna, day after day. The monotony of our diet is a constant reminder of our current suffering. They prayed for relief, for a return to the days of abundance and variety. Their prayers were filled with longing, a deep yearning for the past. Moses, hearing their complaints, felt the weight of their discontent. He understood their longing, but he also knew the dangers of looking back with rose-colored glasses. The journey ahead was fraught with challenges, but it was also filled with promise. The promised land awaited them, a land flowing with milk and honey, a place where their hunger would be satisfied, both physically and spiritually. And so, despite their longing for the past, they pressed on, driven by hope and determination. They knew that the road ahead would be difficult, but they also knew that it was the only way forward. Together, they moved forward, united in their quest for a better future. The memories of Egypt, both good and bad, would always be with them, but they would not let them hold them back. The promised land was within their reach, and with each step they took, they grew closer to their goal. The journey was long and arduous, but the promise of a better future kept them going. They found strength in each other, in their shared experiences, and their common goal. Together, they would overcome the challenges that lay ahead and reach the promised land. And so, with hope in their hearts and determination in their eyes, they continued their journey, knowing that the best was yet to come. God, in his infinite wisdom, listened to Moses' pleas. He instructed Moses to gather 70 elders from the community. These elders, chosen for their wisdom and faith, would share the burden of leadership, offering guidance and support to the people. God, ever merciful, promised to address the Israelites' hunger.
You will not have to eat manna tomorrow or the next day, or for 5 days, or for 10 days, or for 20 days. You will eat meat until it comes out of your nostrils, until you are sick of it.
True to his word, a wind swept across the desert, driving flocks of quail into the Israelite camp. The birds were so numerous they covered the ground, an impossible bounty in the barren wilderness. The Israelites, overcome with excitement, rushed to gather the quail. They collected the birds all day and night, amassing a vast quantity. They feasted, their hunger finally satiated, but their actions were driven by greed, not necessity. They had taken more than they needed, their hearts far from grateful. God, witnessing their gluttony and lack of faith, was deeply saddened. Their actions had consequences. A plague, swift and severe, swept through the camp. Many people died, their bodies left as a stark reminder of their disobedience. The place where they fell was named Kibroth Hattaavah, which means the graves of craving. This tragic event served as a harsh lesson, a testament to the dangers of discontent and the high cost of forgetting God's blessings. Section 8. Lessons in Gratitude. The story of the Israelites and the quail is a powerful reminder of the importance of gratitude. When we focus on what we lack, we blind ourselves to the blessings in our lives. The Israelites, fixated on the past and consumed by their desires, failed to appreciate the miracle of their freedom and the daily provision of manna. Their lack of gratitude led to discontent, disobedience, and ultimately suffering. This story also highlights the importance of trusting in God's provision. God, who had parted the Red Sea and rained down manna from heaven, was more than capable of meeting their needs. Their lack of faith, their constant complaining, demonstrated a lack of trust in His plan. They allowed fear and doubt to cloud their judgment, leading them astray from the path God had set before them. Section 10. The weight of leadership. Moses, throughout this ordeal, stands as a beacon of faith and perseverance. Tasked with leading a stubborn and often ungrateful people, he remained a steadfast intercessor, pleading with God on their behalf. His leadership serves as a reminder of the challenges and rewards of guiding others towards a greater purpose. He exemplifies patience, compassion, and unwavering faith, even in the face of adversity. Section 11. Finding freedom within. In the vast expanse of the ancient desert, under the golden hues of the setting sun, lies a story that transcends time and place. It is a story of a people, the Israelites, whose journey is emblematic of the human experience. The journey of the Israelites is a journey we all must undertake. It is a path that each of us walks, regardless of our background or beliefs. This journey is not just a physical one, but a deeply spiritual and emotional odyssey. It is a quest for meaning, purpose, and ultimately, freedom. It is a journey from slavery to freedom, from darkness to light, from fear to faith. The transition from darkness to light symbolizes the awakening of the soul, the shedding of old fears, and the embrace of new hope. It is about moving from a place of bondage, whether physical, emotional, or spiritual, to a place of liberation and enlightenment. The wilderness, with all its challenges, is where we discover our true selves, where our faith is tested and refined. The harsh and unforgiving landscape of the desert mirrors the trials and tribulations we face in life. It is in these moments of struggle and adversity that our character is forged and our true nature is revealed. The wilderness strips away the superficial, leaving only the essence of who we are. It is through these trials that we learn to rely on God, to cultivate gratitude in our hearts, and to find true freedom, not just in our circumstances, but within our souls. In the midst of hardship, we discover the strength of our spirit and the depth of our faith. We learn to appreciate the small blessings and to find peace in the midst of chaos. True freedom is not merely the absence of external constraints, but the presence of inner tranquility and contentment. It is a state of being that transcends the physical and touches the divine. As we navigate our own deserts, may we find the courage to face our fears, the faith to overcome our challenges, and the wisdom to recognize the freedom that lies within.
In the heart of the desert, a whisper grew into a storm. Miriam and Aaron, siblings of Moses, began to question his leadership. They questioned his marriage to a Cushite woman. They questioned his authority, whispering that God spoke through them too. Their jealousy and pride festered, leading them to challenge the very man chosen by God. The Israelites had witnessed countless miracles, their exodus from Egypt a testament to Moses' divine connection. Yet doubt cast a long shadow, and the siblings allowed envy to cloud their judgment. This challenge wasn't just against Moses, but against the divine order itself. The audacity of their actions sent tremors through the camp. Challenging a leader chosen by God was unheard of. The Israelites watched with bated breath, the air thick with anticipation and fear. The siblings' whispers echoed with the potential to unravel the fragile fabric of their newfound freedom. This act of defiance marked a pivotal moment in their journey. It forced a confrontation not just between siblings, but between human ambition and divine authority. The consequences of this rebellion would ripple through generations, a stark reminder of the cost of pride and jealousy. Silence fell over the camp as a pillar of cloud descended, a visible manifestation of God's presence. The earth trembled beneath their feet, a stark reminder of the power they dared to question. God summoned Moses, Aaron, and Miriam to the tent of meeting, his voice echoing with righteous anger. God's immediate response highlighted the severity of their transgression. He addressed them directly, emphasizing the special relationship he shared with Moses. Their whispers, meant to sow discord, had reached the heavens and ignited his wrath.
My servant Moses is different. I speak to him directly, clearly. He sees visions of me. Why then were you not afraid to speak against my servant, against Moses?
The siblings trembled, realizing the gravity of their actions. The earth shook not just from God's anger, but from the weight of their sin. Their jealousy had blinded them to the sanctity of Moses' position and the profound consequences of challenging God's chosen leader. Inside the tent of meeting, God's words pierced through Miriam and Aaron's pride. He reminded them that Moses wasn't a self-proclaimed leader, but a chosen servant, entrusted with leading the Israelites to the promised land.
Why then were you not afraid to speak against my servant, against Moses?
God's question hung heavy in the air. This wasn't just about Moses, but about respecting God's chosen messenger. Their jealousy had blinded them to the sacred trust bestowed upon their brother. God's anger wasn't merely a reaction to a personal slight against Moses. It was a defense of his divine order, a reminder that challenging his chosen leader was akin to challenging him. This was a lesson not just for Miriam and Aaron, but for all those who dared to question God's plan. The siblings' rebellion had far-reaching consequences. It threatened to undermine Moses' authority and, by extension, God's authority. It sowed seeds of doubt and discord among the Israelites, potentially jeopardizing their journey to the Promised Land. As the cloud of God's presence lifted, a hush fell over the camp. Miriam's skin was covered in white patches, a visible mark of her transgression. The very thing she used to distinguish herself from others, her appearance, became a symbol of her sin. This punishment was not merely a physical affliction, but a public display of God's judgment. It served as a stark reminder to the Israelites that questioning God's chosen leader had severe consequences. It was a lesson etched not just in words, but in living flesh.
We have acted foolishly.
Aaron, witnessing his sister's fate, was overcome with remorse. He pleaded with Moses, acknowledging the gravity of their actions. Miriam's suffering served as a visible reminder of the invisible boundaries that protected God's chosen leader. It emphasized the sanctity of his position and the high cost of challenging divine authority. It was a lesson that would be passed down through generations, a cautionary tale etched in the collective memory of the Israelites. Aaron, witnessing his sister's suffering, realized the gravity of their actions. He humbled himself before Moses, acknowledging their foolishness.
Please do not punish her. We have sinned in what we have spoken against our brother.
Aaron's plea wasn't just for Miriam's healing, but for forgiveness for their shared sin. He recognized that their jealousy had crossed a line that separated human grievance from divine transgression. Aaron's plea highlighted the importance of repentance and seeking forgiveness. It demonstrated that even in the face of divine justice, mercy could be found through sincere remorse and acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Moses, ever the compassionate leader, interceded on Miriam's behalf. He prayed to God, asking for her healing.
Oh God, please heal her.
His prayer reflected his forgiveness and his understanding that punishment, while deserved, also served as a catalyst for repentance and redemption. The story of Miriam and Aaron's rebellion serves as a timeless reminder of the importance of humility. It highlights the dangers of pride, jealousy, and the human tendency to overstep boundaries. It reminds us that our place in the grand scheme of things is often smaller than our egos might lead us to believe. Miriam and Aaron, despite their privileged position as siblings of Moses, allowed envy and pride to cloud their judgment. They failed to recognize that true greatness lies not in self-promotion, but in faithful service to a higher purpose. Their story teaches us to be wary of the corrosive nature of jealousy and the importance of celebrating the achievements of others. It encourages us to find contentment in our own roles, knowing that each person plays a vital part in God's plan. Ultimately, the tale of Miriam and Aaron's rebellion is a story about acknowledging our limitations and recognizing that true fulfillment comes from aligning ourselves with God's will, not our own ambitions. Section 7, The Weight of Leadership, Understanding Moses' Burden, The story also offers a glimpse into the immense burden carried by those chosen to lead. Moses, despite being handpicked by God, faced constant challenges, not just from external enemies, but also from within his own ranks. Imagine the weight on Moses' shoulders, the constant pressure of leading a nation through hardship and uncertainty. His faith in God was unwavering, yet he too was human, subject to the same doubts and anxieties as those he led. The rebellion of Miriam and Aaron highlighted the loneliness of leadership. It showcased the vulnerability of those in power, reminding us that even the most righteous individuals are not immune to criticism and betrayal. This story encourages us to empathize with those in positions of authority, to recognize the sacrifices they make and the pressures they face. It reminds us that leadership is not about personal gain, but about selfless service and unwavering dedication to a greater good. Section 8. Divine Justice, Fairness and Forgiveness. God's response to Miriam and Aaron's rebellion demonstrated his unwavering commitment to justice. It showcased his intolerance for deceit, jealousy, and attempts to undermine his chosen leaders. However, God's justice was not without mercy. He listened to Aaron's plea, demonstrating that even in the face of transgression, sincere repentance could pave the way for forgiveness. Miriam's punishment, while severe, served as a deterrent against future rebellions. It underlined the importance of respecting God's chosen leaders and the sanctity of divine authority. This story serves as a reminder that God is both just and merciful. He holds us accountable for our actions, yet he is always ready to forgive those who genuinely seek his pardon. Section 9. The unwavering faith, trusting in God's plan. Throughout this ordeal, Moses' faith in God remained unshaken. He didn't retaliate against his siblings, nor did he question God's judgment. He trusted that God was in control and that his plan, however mysterious, would ultimately prevail. His faith served as a beacon of hope for the Israelites. It reminded them that even in the face of internal strife and external threats, God's presence remained constant. This story encourages us to cultivate unwavering faith, even when faced with adversity. It reminds us that God's ways are not always our ways, but his plans are always for our ultimate good. By trusting in God's plan, even when we don't fully understand it, we open ourselves to his blessings and allow him to work through us in extraordinary ways. Section 10. Echoes through time, relevance for today. The story of Miriam and Aaron's rebellion holds profound relevance for us today. It reminds us of the importance of humility, respect for authority, and the dangers of allowing envy and pride to dictate our actions. In our own lives, we may encounter individuals in positions of leadership. The story encourages us to approach them with respect, recognizing that their roles come with immense responsibility and pressure. It also reminds us to be mindful of our own words and actions, recognizing that even seemingly insignificant acts of gossip or criticism can have far-reaching consequences. The story of Miriam and Aaron serves as a timeless moral compass, guiding us towards humility, compassion, and unwavering faith in the face of adversity. It reminds us that true fulfillment lies not in self-promotion, but in aligning ourselves with God's will and working towards a greater good. God promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob a special land, a land flowing with milk and honey. This land was Canaan. The Israelites, descendants of Abraham, were on their way there. After escaping slavery in Egypt, they journeyed through the wilderness. Now they were close to Canaan, but they didn't know what awaited them. Was it truly a land of abundance? Moses, the leader of the Israelites, had a plan. He was a wise and experienced leader, having guided his people through many trials and tribulations. Now, as they stood on the brink of entering the Promised Land, he knew that careful preparation was essential. He chose 12 men, one from each tribe of Israel. These men were not just any men, they were representatives of their people, chosen for their wisdom, courage, and leadership qualities. Each tribe had its own unique characteristics and strengths, and these men embodied the best of their heritage. These men were leaders, strong and brave. They had proven themselves in various ways, whether through battle, negotiation, or their ability to inspire and lead others. Their determination was evident in their eyes, and they understood the gravity of the task ahead. They were to be the scouts. Their mission was not just a simple reconnaissance. It was a journey that would test their endurance, their perception, and their ability to bring back crucial information. They had to be meticulous and observant, noting every detail that could affect their people's future. Moses instructed them, "Go up into the Negev." The Negev was a harsh and arid region, a true test of their survival skills. It was a land of extremes, where the sun beat down mercilessly during the day and the nights could be bitterly cold. "Then go up into the hill country," he continued. The hill country was different, with its own challenges and opportunities. It was a land of rolling hills and valleys, where the terrain could be both a friend and a foe. The scouts needed to understand the lay of the land, its resources, and its potential for supporting their people. "See what kind of land it is," Moses instructed. The quality of the land was paramount. Was it fertile and capable of sustaining crops and livestock? Or was it barren and inhospitable? The scouts had to assess the land's potential for agriculture, water sources, and other vital resources. "Are the people strong or weak?" he asked. The strength of the inhabitants would determine the level of resistance the Israelites might face. Were they a formidable force with well-trained warriors, or were they a weaker, less organized group? Are they few or many? The number of people living in the land would also be a critical factor. A large population could mean a significant challenge, while a smaller population might be easier to overcome or negotiate with. Is the land good or bad? The overall quality of the land was a crucial consideration. Was it a land of plenty, with abundant resources and fertile soil? Or was it a land that would struggle to support a large population? Do they live in camps or in fortifications? The living arrangements of the inhabitants would provide insight into their level of organization and defense capabilities. Camps might indicate a nomadic lifestyle, while fortifications would suggest a more settled and potentially more formidable society. How is the soil, fertile or poor? Are there trees? The fertility of the soil and the presence of trees were vital for agriculture and building materials. Fertile soil would mean the potential for bountiful harvests, while trees could provide wood for construction and other uses. The scouts were to bring back fruit from the land. This was not just a symbolic gesture, it was a tangible proof of the land's potential. The type and quality of the fruit would give the Israelites a glimpse of what they could expect if they settled there. This was an important mission. The information the scouts gathered would shape the future of the entire nation. Their findings would influence the decisions of Moses and the leaders, and ultimately determine whether the Israelites would move forward with confidence or face new challenges. Their report would determine the fate of the Israelites. The weight of this responsibility was heavy on their shoulders, but they were ready. They knew that their people were counting on them, and they were determined to fulfill their mission with diligence and courage. The 12 scouts set out. They traveled north into the land of Canaan. They saw the cities and the people. They saw the fields and the vineyards. They saw for themselves what kind of land it was. They spent 40 days exploring the land, gathering information and observing the inhabitants. The scouts returned to the camp of Israel. They carried with them figs, pomegranates, and a single cluster of grapes so large it had to be carried on a pole between two men. "Reporter, we went into the land where you sent us. It truly is a land flowing with milk and honey. Here is its fruit." But then, the report took a turn. What started as a hopeful exploration quickly turned into a tale of dread and uncertainty. 10 of the 12 scouts were filled with fear. Their hearts pounded as they recounted their experiences, their voices trembling with anxiety.
"However, the people who dwell in the land are strong, and the cities are fortified and very large. The walls seemed to touch the sky, and the gates were impenetrable. We even saw descendants of Anak there. These were no ordinary people. They were giants, towering over us with an intimidating presence.
The Anakim were known for their size and strength. Legends spoke of their might, and now, seeing them in person, the scouts' fears were confirmed. Fear spread through the camp as the scouts continued, their words painting a picture of an insurmountable challenge. The once hopeful atmosphere turned somber.
We felt like grasshoppers in their sight, and so we must have seemed to them. The sheer size of these giants made us feel insignificant, and our confidence waned.
The land of Canaan, which was supposed to be a land of promise, now seemed like a land of peril. The scouts' report cast a shadow over the entire camp. Around the campfires, whispers of doubt and fear grew louder. The people questioned their ability to conquer such a formidable land.
Yet amidst the fear, there were voices of determination. Some scouts believed that with courage and faith, they could overcome the giants. The leaders pored over ancient scrolls and maps, seeking guidance and reassurance. They knew that the path ahead would not be easy.
As the sun rose over the camp, a new day brought a glimmer of hope. The challenge was great, but so was their resolve. The Israelites began to prepare for the journey ahead, packing supplies and readying their weapons. They knew that unity and faith would be their greatest strengths. Families clung to hope, teaching their children the importance of bravery and trust. The future was uncertain, but their spirit remained unbroken.
We must not let fear dictate our actions. With faith and courage, we can conquer this land and fulfill our destiny.
The camp buzzed with activity, a renewed sense of purpose driving them forward. The giants were formidable, but the Israelites were determined to face them head-on. The land of Canaan lay before them, vast and full of potential. The journey would be arduous, but the promise of a new beginning fueled their resolve. Only two of the scouts, Joshua and Caleb, disagreed.
We should go up and take possession of the land, for we can certainly do it. The Lord is with us. He will give it to us.
But the hearts of the people were hardened by fear. The negative report, fueled by fear, drowned out the voice of faith.
The Israelites grumbled against Moses and Aaron. They were frustrated and scared, feeling lost in the wilderness. Their journey had been long and arduous, and their faith was wavering. They couldn't see the bigger picture and were overwhelmed by their immediate struggles. If only we had died in Egypt, they cried. The fear of the unknown was consuming them. They remembered the familiarity of Egypt, even though it was a place of bondage. The uncertainty of their current situation made them long for the past, no matter how harsh it had been. Why is the Lord bringing us to this land only to die by the sword? They questioned the purpose of their journey, doubting the promises that had been made to them. The fear of potential danger overshadowed their trust in divine guidance. They couldn't understand why they were being led into what seemed like a perilous situation. It would be better for us to go back to Egypt. They yearned for the security they once knew, even if it meant returning to a life of slavery. The fear of the unknown was so powerful that it clouded their judgment and made them forget the suffering they had endured in Egypt.
Their fear was so great, they were ready to abandon the promise of God. They were on the brink of giving up on the journey to the promised land, a land flowing with milk and honey. Their fear made them lose sight of the hope and future that had been promised to them. They forgot the miracles God had performed in Egypt, parting the Red Sea and providing for them in the wilderness. The miraculous events that had once filled them with awe and faith were now distant memories. Their current fears overshadowed the incredible acts of deliverance they had witnessed. They forgot how they had been saved from the clutches of Pharaoh, how the Red Sea had parted to make way for their escape, and how they had been sustained in the harsh wilderness. The power of fear had made them forget the power of faith and the miracles that had brought them this far. Fear can be a powerful force, capable of making us forget the blessings and miracles in our lives. It can cloud our judgment and make us long for the past, even if it was filled with hardship. But it's important to remember that fear is just a feeling, and it can be overcome with faith and trust in the journey ahead. Because of their lack of faith, God decreed that the Israelites would wander in the wilderness for 40 years. An entire generation, those who had witnessed God's power yet chose fear, would not enter the promised land. Only their children and Joshua and Caleb would cross the Jordan River and inherit the land God had promised. The story of the 12 scouts is a powerful reminder of the importance of faith. It teaches us that fear can paralyze us, blinding us to the promises of God. It also highlights the courage of those who stand firm in their belief, even when surrounded by doubt and fear. The Israelites' fear delayed their entry into the Promised Land. However, it did not negate God's promise. Despite their lack of faith, God remained faithful. The story serves as a powerful reminder that God keeps his promises. Even when we doubt, his love and faithfulness endure.
The desert air crackled with despair, a heavy weight that seemed to press down on the very souls of the Israelites. Gone was the initial euphoria of escaping Egypt, replaced by a deep-seated weariness that clung to them like the dust of the desert. The Israelites, weary from their journey, were now a chorus of discontent, their voices rising in a symphony of complaints and grievances. Their cries, sharp and accusing, pierced the heart of the desert, echoing off the barren landscape and reverberating in the hearts of their leaders.
We yearn for the comfort of familiarity, even if it means returning to the shackles of slavery. The known hardships of Egypt seem preferable to the unknown trials of this vast wilderness. Egypt, with its predictable routines and guaranteed meals, seems a paradise compared to this present hardship. The memories of fish, cucumbers, melons, leeks, onions, and garlic haunt our thoughts. The taste of freedom has turned bitter in our mouths, a freedom that comes with the price of uncertainty and relentless wandering. We have traded one form of captivity for another, or so it seems. The chains of Egypt were tangible, but the chains of the desert are forged from fear and doubt.
The Promised Land, with its milk and honey, felt like a cruel mirage, always just out of reach, a tantalizing vision that seemed to mock their suffering. Their faith, once a burning torch, flickered precariously in the winds of doubt and fear. Each step forward seemed to dim the light of hope. They had witnessed the mighty hand of God, parting the Red Sea and raining down manna from heaven. These miracles were etched in their memories, yet the present suffering clouded their vision, yet they allowed their present suffering to eclipse the memory of those miracles. The daily grind of survival in the desert overshadowed the divine interventions they had experienced.
Our hearts, hardened by fear, can no longer embrace the promises of God. The weight of our doubts and the harshness of our journey have made us forget his assurances. Our cries echo through the camp, a testament to our wavering faith. Each lament is a cry for help, a plea for reassurance in this desolate place. We have forgotten the sting of the whip, the crushing weight of oppression. The memories of our suffering in Egypt have faded, replaced by the immediate discomforts of the desert. All we can see is the vastness of the desert, a symbol of our seemingly insurmountable challenges. The endless expanse mirrors our endless doubts and fears.
Their cries were a plea for security, a longing for the familiar, even if it meant returning to the chains they had so recently broken free from. The uncertainty of freedom weighed heavily on their spirits. The desert, once a symbol of their liberation, now felt like a prison. The vast openness that once promised freedom now seemed to close in on them, a barren cage. Their cries were a lament for lost comfort, a yearning for a past that in reality held no true freedom. The harshness of their current reality made the past seem deceptively appealing. They had tasted freedom, but its flavor was unfamiliar, unsettling. The sweetness of liberty was tainted by the bitterness of uncertainty and hardship. They longed for the predictable rhythms of slavery, for the comfort of knowing their place, even if it meant sacrificing their newfound liberty. The routine of bondage seemed a small price to pay for the security it offered. As they reflected on their journey, the cost of freedom weighed heavily on their minds. The price of liberty was steep, and the path to the Promised Land was fraught with trials and tribulations. Yet amidst the despair, some still looked towards the horizon, searching for a glimmer of hope. The promise of a better future, though distant, kept a flicker of faith alive in their hearts. In their moments of weakness, they gathered together, finding strength in unity. The bonds of community provided a semblance of comfort and a reminder that they were not alone in their struggle. They prayed, seeking guidance and strength from the divine. Their prayers were a testament to their enduring faith, a plea for the courage to continue their journey. With renewed determination, they moved forward, each step a testament to their resilience. The journey was arduous, but the hope of the promised land spurred them on. Amidst the trials, they found moments of joy and hope. These fleeting moments were a reminder of the promise that lay ahead, a beacon guiding them through the desert. They embraced the journey despite the hardships. The path was difficult, but the promise of a land flowing with milk and honey gave them the strength to persevere. United in their quest for the promised land, the Israelites pressed on. Their journey was a testament to the enduring human spirit, a story of faith, resilience, and the unyielding pursuit of a better future. The Israelites' complaints were not mere whispers of discontent, they were a symphony of rebellion. Each grumble, each muttered accusation chipped away at the fragile peace of the camp. Their words, sharp as shards of glass, cut deep into the hearts of their leaders. The air was thick with tension, a palpable sense of unrest that seemed to grow with each passing day.
We have forgotten the plagues that ravaged Egypt. The cries of our oppressors turned to dust. Our discontent is a contagious disease, spreading like wildfire through the ranks. We question Moses' leadership, accusing him of leading us into a desolate wasteland. Our memories, clouded by fear and hunger, paint a distorted picture of the past. We remember Egypt not as a place of suffering, but as a land of plenty, where food and water were abundant.
They romanticized their time in Egypt, conveniently forgetting the bitterness of their enslavement. Their complaints were a testament to their spiritual amnesia. They had witnessed the power of God firsthand, yet they chose to focus on their present discomfort. The miracles they had seen, the parting of the Red Sea, the manna from heaven, all seemed to fade in the harsh light of their current struggles.
Our faith, once a mighty fortress, lies in ruins, eroded by doubt and ingratitude. We have traded the promises of God for a bowl of lentils, our spiritual hunger masked by our physical cravings. The desert echoes with our discontent, a constant reminder of our wavering faith. We are like a ship lost at sea, our compass broken, our destination unclear.
Their complaints were a slap in the face of God's grace, a rejection of His provision. They had forgotten that they were not just on a journey to a physical destination, but also on a pilgrimage of faith. Their grumbling was a betrayal of that sacred journey, a testament to their spiritual blindness. In their hearts, they had already turned back to Egypt, longing for the false security of their chains. Yet even in their discontent, there was a glimmer of hope. A hope that perhaps one day they would find their way back to faith, back to the promises that had been made to them. And Moses, despite the weight of their accusations, stood firm. He knew that the journey was not just about reaching the promised land, but about transforming a people, shaping their faith and teaching them to trust in God's plan. The path ahead was long and fraught with challenges, but it was also a path of growth, of learning, and of becoming a people worthy of the promises they had been given. In the end, it was not just about the destination, but about the journey itself and the lessons learned along the way. The weight of the Israelites' rebellion fell heavily upon Moses and Aaron. They could feel the burden of their people's discontent pressing down on their shoulders, a weight that seemed to grow heavier with each passing day. Their hearts ached for their people, their spirits crushed by the constant barrage of complaints. Every grievance, every murmur of discontent was like a dagger to their hearts, reminding them of the immense responsibility they bore. They had led them out of Egypt, their hands stained with the blood of the Passover lamb, a symbol of God's deliverance. The memory of that night, the cries of the firstborn and the hurried departure from Egypt were etched in their minds. Yet here they stood, accused and vilified by the very people they had risked everything to save. The ingratitude of the Israelites was a bitter pill to swallow, a stark contrast to the hope and faith that had once driven their mission.
I have spoken face to face with God, yet I find myself speechless in the face of such overwhelming despair. The words that once flowed so easily now seemed trapped in my throat, choked by the weight of our people's suffering.
His brother Aaron, the eloquent spokesman, struggled to find words that could penetrate the wall of their hardened hearts. The eloquence that had once swayed Pharaoh now seemed powerless against the stubbornness of their own people.
Our authority, once unquestioned, is now openly challenged. The people who once followed us with unwavering faith now question every decision, every command. The people, blinded by their misery, fail to see the toll their rebellion is taking on us. Each act of defiance, each word of dissent chips away at our resolve, leaving us weary and disheartened.
The burden of leadership felt unbearable. The weight of their expectations, their demands, and their constant dissatisfaction was a heavy load to bear. Moses, accustomed to communing with God on the mountaintop, now found himself mired in the mire of human discontent. The contrast between the divine presence and the human turmoil was stark and jarring. His heart yearned for the solace of the divine presence, for guidance in the face of such overwhelming opposition. In the quiet moments, he sought the voice of God, hoping for a word of encouragement, a sign of direction.
Each accusation, each doubt is a blow to my soul. The trust that once bound us together now seems fragile, shattered by the weight of their discontent. Ours is a thankless task, leading a people who seem determined to cling to their misery. Despite our best efforts, their hearts remain hardened, their spirits unyielding.
Yet, amidst the storm of discontent, their faith in God remained unshaken. They knew that their mission was divinely ordained and that their strength came from a higher power. They knew that their strength came not from the fickle approval of the people, but from the unwavering faithfulness of the Almighty. In the darkest moments, they looked to the heavens, seeking the strength to carry on. But from the unwavering faithfulness of the Almighty, their trust in God was their anchor, their source of hope and resilience. Their trust was in God, not in their own ability to appease the restless masses. In prayer, they found the strength to continue, the courage to face another day, and the wisdom to lead their people through the wilderness. Amidst the deafening chorus of discontent, two voices rose in defiance. Joshua and Caleb, their spirits undaunted, stood as beacons of hope in the face of overwhelming despair. They had seen the promised land, tasted its fruits, and felt the embrace of its fertile soil. Their hearts overflowed with faith, their eyes fixed firmly on the promises of God.
We have seen a land flowing with milk and honey, a land where our children will thrive and our enemies will fall before us.
Their words, imbued with the conviction of their faith, cut through the fog of fear that had enveloped the camp.
Remember God's faithfulness, His power to deliver us from any obstacle? Our courage must be contagious, a spark of hope in the darkness of despair.
They refused to be swayed by the tide of negativity, choosing instead to stand firm on the promises of God. They knew that their inheritance awaited them, not as a reward for their own merit, but as a gift of God's grace.
Though our voices are outnumbered, they resonate with truth and conviction. We dare to believe, to hope, to trust in the God who has brought us this far.
Their faith was a testament to the power of God's promises to sustain and empower His people, even in the face of overwhelming odds.
The book of Leviticus outlines laws given by God to Moses. These laws guide the Israelites in their relationship with God and each other. They cover topics from religious rituals to social justice. Central to these laws is the concept of holiness. Offerings were a tangible way to express devotion and atone for sins. They were central to worship and the relationship with God. These laws offer insights into the nature of God and the importance of obedience. They provide a framework for understanding the relationship between God and humanity. The sacrificial system was at the heart of the Israelites' relationship with God. It provided a means for them to approach God, acknowledge their sinfulness, and receive forgiveness. Offerings were not merely rituals, but expressions of devotion, gratitude, and dependence on God. There were various types of offerings, each with a specific purpose and significance. These included burnt offerings, grain offerings, peace offerings, sin offerings, and guilt offerings. Each offering involved specific instructions regarding the type of animal or grain to be offered, the manner of preparation, and the accompanying rituals. The act of offering a sacrifice was a deeply symbolic act. It represented the giving of something precious to God as an acknowledgement of His sovereignty and provision. The burning of the sacrifice symbolized the offering being consumed by God's presence and the acceptance of the worshipper's devotion. The offering served as a constant reminder of the covenant relationship between God and the Israelites. They were a tangible expression of their commitment to follow God's laws and live in accordance with His will. The burnt offering held a special place among the various types of offerings. It was a voluntary offering that signified complete surrender and dedication to God. The entire animal, except for its hide, was burned on the altar, symbolizing total consumption by fire and the offering of one's whole self to God. The burnt offering was to be a male animal without defect, representing the offering of the best and most valuable possession. The animal was to be carefully examined by the priest to ensure its suitability for sacrifice. Any blemish or imperfection would render the offering unacceptable. The person making the offering was to lay their hand on the head of the animal, symbolically transferring their sins onto the substitute. This act signified the atonement made possible through the sacrifice, with the animal taking the place of the offerer. The burnt offering was a powerful symbol of God's grace and mercy. It demonstrated that sin had consequences, but that forgiveness and reconciliation with God were possible through the shedding of blood, foreshadowing the ultimate sacrifice of Jesus Christ. In addition to the burnt offerings, there were grain offerings and peace offerings. These offerings differed in their purpose and symbolism, but were equally important in the Israelites' worship. Grain offerings, also known as cereal offerings, were made with fine flour, oil, and frankincense. They were a symbol of gratitude for God's provision and blessings. A portion of the offering was burned on the altar as a pleasing aroma to God, while the remainder was given to the priests as their sustenance. Peace offerings, also known as fellowship offerings, were voluntary sacrifices offered as expressions of thanksgiving, celebration, or a desire for peace with God. These offerings involved a shared meal between the offerer, their family, and the priests, symbolizing fellowship and communion with God and with one another. Both grain offerings and peace offerings highlighted the importance of gratitude, generosity, and fellowship in the Israelites' relationship with God. They demonstrated that worship was not merely about seeking forgiveness, but also about expressing joy, thankfulness, and a desire for closeness with God. Section 5. Offerings for unintentional sins, making things right. The sacrificial system also addressed the reality of sin in the lives of the Israelites. Recognizing that people were prone to make mistakes, God provided a way for them to seek forgiveness and restoration even when they sinned unintentionally. For unintentional sins, also known as sins of ignorance, a sin offering was required. The type of animal offered depended on the social status of the person who had sinned. For example, a leader was required to offer a bull, while a commoner could offer a goat or a lamb. The blood of the sin offering was sprinkled on the altar, symbolizing the cleansing of sin. The fat of the animal was burned on the altar as a pleasing aroma to God, while the rest of the animal was given to the priests. The sin offering served as a reminder that even unintentional sins had consequences and required atonement. It demonstrated God's holiness and the need for purification from sin to maintain a right relationship with Him. Section 6. Intentional sins, serious offenses. While God provided a way for unintentional sins to be forgiven, intentional sins were treated with greater severity. These were acts of rebellion and defiance against God, and they carried heavier consequences. Intentional sins, also known as high-handed sins, were those committed with full knowledge and intent. They represented a deliberate turning away from God and a rejection of His authority. Such sins often resulted in being cut off from the community of Israel. The consequences for intentional sins varied depending on the severity of the offense. Some sins, such as blasphemy or idolatry, carried the death penalty. Others, such as theft or adultery, required restitution and other forms of punishment. The severe consequences for intentional sins highlighted the seriousness of sin and its destructive nature. They served as a deterrent to wrongdoing and a reminder of the importance of living in obedience to God's laws. The Sabbath, a day of rest and reflection. The Sabbath held a central place in the lives of the Israelites. It was a day set apart for rest, reflection, and renewal. The Sabbath was a sign of the covenant between God and His people, a reminder of His creation and their deliverance from slavery. The Israelites were commanded to observe the Sabbath on the seventh day, ceasing from all work and dedicating the day to God. Section 8. Tassels on clothing. Reminders of God's law. God also instructed the Israelites to wear tassels on the corners of their garments. These tassels, attached to the fringes of their clothing, served as visual reminders of God's commandments and their commitment to obey them. The tassels were to be made of blue thread, a color associated with heaven and God's presence. As the Israelites went about their daily lives, the tassels would serve as tangible reminders of their covenant relationship with God and their responsibility to live according to His laws. Each time they saw the tassels, they were to recall all the commandments of the Lord and to obey them. The tassels were not meant to be mere decorations, but rather prompts for spiritual reflection and obedience. The tassels symbolized the Israelites' identity as God's chosen people, set apart for His purposes. They were a constant reminder of their unique relationship with God and the importance of living in accordance with His will. Section 9. The significance of offerings in the Old Testament. The sacrificial system, with its various offerings and rituals, played a vital role in the lives of the Israelites. It provided a means for them to approach God, atone for their sins, express their gratitude, and seek His favor. The offerings pointed forward to the ultimate sacrifice of Jesus Christ, who would become the final and complete sacrifice for the sins of humanity. Through His death on the cross, Jesus fulfilled the requirements of the law, making it possible for people to be reconciled to God. The Old Testament offerings foreshadowed the New Covenant, where Jesus Christ became the mediator between God and humanity. His sacrifice abolished the need for animal sacrifices, offering instead a way for people to be forgiven and made right with God through faith in Him. While the sacrificial system is no longer in effect, the principles behind it remain relevant. Christians are called to offer themselves as living sacrifices, holy and pleasing to God. This involves surrendering our lives to Christ, seeking to live in obedience to His will, and offering our gifts and talents for His service. Section 10. The continuing relevance of ancient laws. Although the specific laws regarding offerings and rituals are no longer binding for Christians, the principles behind them continue to hold significance. They teach us about God's holiness, the seriousness of sin, the need for atonement, and the importance of living in obedience to God. The concept of sacrifice remains central to the Christian faith. While we no longer offer animal sacrifices, we are called to sacrifice our own desires and ambitions for the sake of Christ. We are to deny ourselves, take up our cross, and follow Him. The Sabbath principle of rest and renewal is also relevant today. While Christians are not bound to observe the Sabbath on a specific day of the week, we are encouraged to set aside regular time for rest, worship, and spiritual reflection. The ancient laws of offerings and rituals provide a framework for understanding God's character and His expectations for His people. While the outward forms may have changed, the underlying principles of sacrifice, obedience, and devotion remain timeless and essential for living a life that honors God. Living in covenant with God, the laws given to Moses were part of God's covenant with the Israelites. They guided their relationship with God and set them apart as His chosen people. These laws offer insights into God's nature and the importance of living in covenant with Him. As followers of Christ, we are under a new covenant through Jesus' sacrifice. We are called to live as living sacrifices, honoring God in all we do.
The sands of time hold many stories, tales of bravery, legends of betrayal. The desert, with its vast and unforgiving expanse, has witnessed countless events that have shaped the course of history. It is a place where the past and present collide, where the echoes of ancient voices can still be heard whispering through the winds. Among these stories, one stands out for its dramatic and cautionary nature. The story of Korah's rebellion is one such tale. It is a narrative that has been passed down through generations, a story that has been told and retold, each time with a sense of awe and reverence. This tale is not just a story of rebellion, it is a story of ambition, power, and the consequences of challenging the divine order. A story of defiance against leadership. Korah, a man of considerable influence and standing, dared to question the authority of Moses and Aaron. His defiance was not just a personal vendetta, it was a challenge to the very structure of the society in which he lived. Korah's actions were a bold statement, a declaration that he believed he was just as capable, if not more so, of leading the people. A stark reminder of the consequences of challenging divine authority. The repercussions of Korah's rebellion were swift and severe. The ground itself opened up to swallow the dissenters, a dramatic and terrifying display of divine power. This event served as a powerful reminder to all who witnessed it of the dangers of overstepping one's bounds and challenging the established order. Our story unfolds in the Book of Numbers. This ancient text, a cornerstone of religious tradition, provides a detailed account of the events that transpired. It is within these pages that we find the story of Korah, a tale that has been preserved for millennia as a lesson for future generations. We are introduced to Korah. A Levite by birth, Korah was a man of significant influence within his community. He was not just an ordinary man. He was someone who held a position of respect and authority. His actions, therefore, carried considerable weight and had far-reaching implications. A Levite, a man of influence. Korah's status as a Levite meant that he was part of a privileged group within the society. The Levites were responsible for religious duties and held a special place in the community. Korah's rebellion was not just a personal act of defiance, it was a challenge to the very fabric of the society. He was joined by Dathan and Abiram, leaders from the tribe of Reuben. These men, like Korah, were influential figures within their tribe. Their decision to join Korah in his rebellion added weight to the movement and signaled a significant challenge to the established order. On, also from the tribe of Reuben, joined them, adding his voice to their growing discontent. The dissatisfaction was not limited to a few individuals. It was a sentiment that was spreading through the ranks. The rebellion was gaining momentum, and the leaders were becoming increasingly vocal in their opposition. These men became the face of rebellion. Their actions and words resonated with many, and they quickly became the symbols of defiance against the established order. Their faces were known throughout the camp, and their message was clear. They were not willing to accept the status quo. Their whispers of dissent spread through the camp. The seeds of rebellion were sown, and the discontent began to grow. The whispers turned into murmurs, and the murmurs into open defiance. The camp was abuzz with talk of rebellion, and the tension was palpable. These men, though prominent, failed to grasp the weight of their actions. They were blinded by their ambition and their desire for power. They did not fully understand the consequences of their defiance, nor did they appreciate the gravity of the situation they were creating. They underestimated the power they challenged. The divine authority that they sought to overthrow was not something to be taken lightly. Their actions were not just a challenge to human leadership. They were a challenge to the divine order itself. They sought to usurp the authority bestowed upon Moses and Aaron. This was not just a political move, it was a spiritual rebellion. Moses and Aaron were chosen by divine mandate, and challenging their authority was akin to challenging the divine will. Their ambition blinded them to the consequences that awaited. The desire for power and influence can often cloud judgment, and in the case of Korah and his followers, it led them down a path of destruction. They were so focused on their goal that they failed to see the danger that lay ahead. This is a tale as old as time. The story of Korah's rebellion is a timeless narrative that has been told and retold throughout the ages. It serves as a powerful reminder of the dangers of ambition and the importance of respecting the established order. A cautionary reminder for all who dare to challenge the established order. The story of Korah is not just a historical account. It is a lesson for all generations. It reminds us of the importance of humility, respect for authority, and the dangers of unchecked ambition. It is a story that continues to resonate even in our modern world, as a powerful warning against the perils of defiance and the consequences of challenging the divine order. The Israelites, newly freed from slavery, wandered the desert. Their journey, though a path to freedom, was not an easy one. The harsh desert environment tested their endurance and faith. Each day brought new challenges, from the scorching sun to the scarcity of food and water. The once hopeful and jubilant cries of liberation began to fade, replaced by murmurs of discontent and doubt. Their journey was fraught with hardship. The relentless heat and barren landscape seemed to stretch endlessly before them. The people grew weary, their bodies and spirits worn down by the unyielding conditions. The promise of a land flowing with milk and honey seemed like a distant dream, almost unattainable. Doubts gnawed at their resolve. Questions began to surface in their minds. Had they truly been led to freedom, or had they exchanged one form of suffering for another? The uncertainty of their future weighed heavily on them, and whispers of discontent began to spread among the ranks. Korah and his followers seized this moment of vulnerability. Sensing the growing unrest, they saw an opportunity to challenge the established order. Korah, a man of ambition and persuasive speech, began to sow seeds of doubt and rebellion. He spoke to the people's fears and frustrations, presenting himself as a voice of reason and an alternative to the current leadership. They fanned the flames of discontent. Korah and his followers skillfully manipulated the people's emotions, turning their grievances into a rallying cry. They painted a picture of a brighter future under their leadership, one where the people's needs and desires would be met. Their grievances, at first glance, seemed legitimate. They questioned Moses' leadership. Why should one man hold so much power? Why should they follow him blindly through the desert? These were questions that resonated with many, especially those who felt overlooked or marginalized. They challenged Aaron's role as high priest. Korah argued that the priesthood should not be the exclusive domain of Aaron and his descendants. He claimed that all the congregation was holy, and that the Lord was among them. This challenge to the established religious order struck a chord with those who felt excluded from the inner circle of power. They claimed their own lineage gave them equal right to leadership. Korah and his followers asserted that their heritage and lineage were just as noble and worthy as that of Moses and Aaron. They believed that leadership should be more inclusive and representative of the entire community. They accused Moses of leading them astray. The hardships of the journey were used as evidence against him. They argued that Moses had led them out of Egypt, only to bring them to a place of suffering and uncertainty. The promise of a better life seemed like a cruel joke in the face of their current reality, of claiming a higher position for himself. Korah suggested that Moses had elevated himself above the rest of the community, using his position to wield power and control. This accusation struck a nerve with those who felt oppressed and unheard.
These accusations resonated with some. The seeds of doubt and rebellion found fertile ground in the hearts of those who were already disillusioned. The idea of a new leadership, one that promised to be more inclusive and attentive to their needs, was appealing. The Israelites were tired, hungry, and afraid. The constant struggle for survival in the desert had taken its toll. Their physical and emotional exhaustion made them more susceptible to Korah's rhetoric. They were desperate for a change, for a leader who would lead them to a place of safety and abundance. They longed for a return to normalcy. The memories of their lives in Egypt, despite the hardships of slavery, began to seem more appealing in comparison to their current plight. The promise of stability and predictability was a powerful lure. Korah's words offered them a scapegoat. He provided a clear target for their frustrations and anger. By blaming Moses and Aaron, the people found a way to channel their discontent and make sense of their suffering. Someone to blame for their suffering. The idea that their hardships were the result of poor leadership rather than the inherent difficulties of their journey was a comforting thought. It gave them a sense of control and agency, even if it was based on a false premise. The seeds of rebellion, once sown, quickly took root. The discontent spread like wildfire through the camp. What began as a few voices of dissent soon grew into a full-blown rebellion. The unity and purpose that had once driven the Israelites forward were now threatened by division and strife.
Word of the growing dissent reached Moses. The whispers of discontent had been growing louder, spreading like wildfire among the Israelites. The people, weary from their long journey and the hardships they faced, began to question Moses' leadership. They wondered if the Promised Land was a mere illusion, a distant dream that would never come to fruition. The seeds of rebellion were sown, and it wasn't long before they took root. A man known for his wisdom and patience, Moses had always been a pillar of strength for his people. He had led them out of Egypt, through the treacherous wilderness, and had been their guiding light. But now, even his unwavering faith was being tested. The burden of leadership weighed heavily on his shoulders, and the news of dissent only added to his troubles. He was chosen by God, a divine appointment that came with immense responsibility. Moses had always believed in his mission, trusting that God had a plan for him and his people. But the rebellion threatened to undermine everything he had worked for. It wasn't just a challenge to his authority, it was a challenge to God's will. Tasked with leading the Israelites to the Promised Land, Moses had faced numerous obstacles. Each step of the journey had been fraught with danger and uncertainty, yet he had persevered, driven by his faith and his commitment to his people. Now, as he led them with a heavy heart, he couldn't help but feel the weight of their discontent. He was deeply troubled by this challenge to his authority. It wasn't just about his leadership, it was about the very foundation of their faith. The rebellion was a direct affront to God's plan, and Moses knew that it could have devastating consequences. He feared for his people, knowing that their actions could lead them astray. Not for himself, but for what it represented: a rebellion against God. Moses understood that this was more than just a power struggle. It was a spiritual crisis. The Israelites were losing sight of their divine purpose, and Moses felt a deep sense of responsibility to guide them back to the right path.
Moses, ever humble, fell to the ground. He prayed for guidance. In his moments of solitude, he sought solace in prayer, asking God for the strength and wisdom to navigate this crisis. He knew that he couldn't do it alone. He needed divine intervention to restore order and faith among his people. He sought a peaceful resolution. Moses believed in the power of dialogue and understanding. He hoped that, through prayer and reflection, he could find a way to resolve the conflict without further division. His heart yearned for peace, for a return to unity and purpose. He pleaded with Korah and his followers. Moses approached them with a heavy heart, hoping to appeal to their sense of reason and faith. He reminded them of the journey they had undertaken together, the miracles they had witnessed, and the divine guidance that had led them this far. He reminded them of God's selection. Moses spoke of the divine plan, of the sacred covenant that bound them to their mission. He urged them to remember their faith, to trust in God's wisdom, and to abandon their rebellious ways. He appealed to their sense of reason. Moses knew that the path to resolution lay in understanding and compassion. He tried to bridge the gap between them, to find common ground that could heal the rift. His words were filled with sincerity and hope, a testament to his unwavering faith. He warned them of the consequences of their actions. Moses spoke of the dangers that lay ahead if they continued on their path of rebellion. He painted a vivid picture of the potential fallout, hoping to instill a sense of urgency and caution in their hearts.
His words, however, fell on deaf ears. Despite his heartfelt pleas, Korah and his followers remained unmoved. Their hearts were hardened, their minds set on their course. The seeds of ambition and discontent had taken deep root, and they were unwilling to listen. Korah and his followers were too far gone, blinded by their ambition. They saw Moses not as a leader chosen by God, but as an obstacle to their own aspirations. Their desire for power and control overshadowed their faith and loyalty. Consumed by their thirst for power, they refused to listen. The allure of authority and influence had clouded their judgment, leading them down a path of defiance and rebellion. Moses' words, filled with wisdom and compassion, were lost on them. The stage was set for a dramatic showdown. The tension in the air was palpable, a sense of impending conflict that loomed over the camp. Both sides were entrenched in their positions, and it was clear that a resolution would not come easily. A confrontation that would determine the fate of the rebellion. The stakes were high, and the outcome of this clash would have far-reaching implications. It was a moment of reckoning, a test of faith and leadership that would shape the future of the Israelites and serve as a lesson for generations to come. The story of Moses and the rebellion of Korah would be remembered as a pivotal moment in the history of the Israelites. It was a tale of faith, leadership, and the consequences of defiance, a lesson that would resonate through the ages.
Life is full of surprises. Every day brings something new, something unexpected. Some surprises are good, bringing joy and happiness, while others are not so good, bringing challenges and difficulties. But then there are those rare moments when something extraordinary happens, something that defies all logic and explanation. These moments make us catch our breath and say, "That was God." These are the miracles, the glimpses of God's power breaking through into our world, reminding us of His presence and His might. They serve as powerful reminders that we serve a God who is bigger than any problem we face, bigger than any doubt that clouds our minds. He is a God who can do the impossible, who can make a way where there seems to be no way. Think about the stories we've heard since we were children, stories that have been passed down through generations. The parting of the Red Sea, where the waters stood like walls, allowing the Israelites to walk through on dry ground. Water turned into wine at a wedding feast, bringing joy to all who were present. The blind receiving their sight, the lame walking, and the dead being raised to life. These miracles weren't just spectacular events, they were powerful reminders of God's love and faithfulness. They were signs to encourage His people, to strengthen their faith, and to show them that He was always with them, no matter the circumstances. Today, we might not see staffs bursting into bloom or water turning into wine before our eyes, but we serve the same God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God who performed those miracles long ago. He's still in the miracle-working business, still showing his power and love in ways that we might not always recognize. Maybe you're facing a mountain in your own life, something that seems insurmountable, a challenge that feels too big to overcome. Remember, our God is a God of miracles. He can move mountains, He can calm the storms in our lives, and He can bring peace to our troubled hearts. He can make a way where there seems to be no way. Don't lose heart, don't give up. Don't give up on your dreams, no matter how impossible they may seem. Keep believing, keep trusting, because our God is a God of miracles, and He's still working wonders in the world today. His power is limitless, His love is boundless, and His faithfulness endures forever. So hold on to hope, and watch as God continues to reveal His power and glory in your life. Let's travel back in time, thousands of years ago, to the Book of Numbers in the Bible. This ancient text holds stories that have shaped the faith and history of millions. It is a journey filled with trials, tribulations, and divine interventions. The Israelites, God's chosen people, were on their arduous journey to the Promised Land. This was not just a physical journey, but a spiritual one as well, filled with lessons and revelations. They had been through a lot of slavery in Egypt, where they toiled under harsh conditions, doubt about their future, and fear of the unknown. Their faith was constantly being tested. They even questioned Moses, their leader, and God Himself. Despite witnessing miracles, their faith wavered. They wondered if they would ever reach the land promised to their ancestors. It was a time of testing, a time of proving their faith. Every step they took was a step into the unknown, requiring trust and belief in a higher power. Moses, as Moses. God, in His infinite wisdom, decided to give them a clear sign, a powerful symbol of His chosen leader. This sign was meant to reaffirm their faith and guide them on their journey. He asked me to gather all the leaders of the 12 tribes of Israel. Each tribe was represented by a leader, a man chosen for his wisdom and strength. Each leader was to bring his staff, a simple shepherd's rod, a symbol of their authority. These staffs were more than just walking sticks. They represented the leadership and responsibility each man held. These staffs were laid down in the tent of meeting, a sacred space where God met with His people. This tent was a place of divine encounters where the presence of God was felt most strongly. Among these staffs was Aaron's, representing the tribe of Levi. Aaron was not just any leader, he was the high priest, chosen by God to serve in the holiest of roles. Can you imagine the scene, the anticipation, the tension as these leaders laid down their staffs, waiting for a sign from God? Ordinary staffs lying there, just pieces of wood. To the untrained eye, they were nothing special, just tools of the trade for shepherds and leaders. But then, something incredible happened. In the stillness of the night, a miracle began to unfold. Overnight, Aaron's staff, the one belonging to the man God had chosen to be His high priest, began to bud. This was no ordinary budding, it was a divine act, a clear message from God. It sprouted leaves, blossomed, and even produced almonds, ripe and ready. The almonds were not just a sign of life, but a symbol of God's provision and favor. This wasn't just a little bit of growth, it was a full-blown miracle, a sign that was impossible to ignore. It was a testament to God's power and His choice of Aaron as the high priest. The people could no longer doubt. They had witnessed a divine sign, a clear message from above. Imagine the scene the next morning. The sun rises over the vast expanse of the desert, casting a golden hue over the sands. The air is still cool, and the silence of the early morning is almost palpable. The Israelites, accustomed to the harsh dryness of the desert, walked into the tent of meeting with a sense of anticipation. They had been through so much, and their journey had been long and arduous. There, amidst the ordinary staffs, lay Aaron's. It was no longer just a piece of wood. It had become a beacon of life and growth, a symbol of something extraordinary. The staff had miraculously bloomed, bearing flowers and almonds. The sight must have been astounding. Imagine the expressions on their faces as they beheld this miraculous transformation. The once doubting whispers turned into gasps of awe and amazement. The people who had questioned and doubted were now witnesses to an undeniable miracle. The miracle was undeniable, a testament to God's power and His choice of Aaron. It was a clear sign that God was with them, guiding them and showing them the way. Israelite as Israelite, this wasn't just a show of God's power. It was a powerful message to the Israelites. It was a message that spoke to their hearts and minds, reminding them of who they were and who they served. They had been grumbling, doubting, and questioning God's leadership. Their journey had been filled with challenges, and their faith had wavered. The budding staff was a clear and visible sign, silencing their doubts and pointing them back to God's faithfulness. It was a reminder that God was always with them, even in their moments of doubt. It was a reminder that He was in control, that He had a plan, and that He had chosen Aaron to lead them in their journey. Aaron's leadership was divinely appointed, and this miracle reaffirmed that. This miracle had a profound effect on the Israelites. It wasn't just about the physical transformation of the staff, it was about the spiritual transformation of the people. It wasn't just the miraculous budding, it was the message behind it. The staff symbolized God's power, His presence, and His unwavering commitment to His people. It was about trust, obedience, and recognizing God's hand in their lives. The Israelites were reminded that their journey was not just a physical one, but a spiritual one as well. It was about choosing faith over fear, about believing even when they couldn't see the whole picture. Their faith was being tested, and this miracle was a call to trust in God's plan. The budding of Aaron's staff serves as a powerful reminder for us today. It reminds us that even in our moments of doubt and uncertainty, God is still at work. We may not see staffs blooming, but God is still speaking, still guiding, still performing miracles in our lives. His presence is always with us, guiding us through our own journeys. We just need to open our hearts and minds to see them. By doing so, we can recognize the miracles in our own lives and be reminded of God's unwavering faithfulness and love. Section 4, Chosen for a Purpose, the duties of the priesthood. The blossoming staff wasn't just a personal sign for Aaron, it was a symbol of his selection for a holy purpose, the priesthood.
God chose me and my descendants, the Levites, to be His priests, intermediaries between Him and His people.
The priests had specific duties, carefully laid out by God. They were responsible for conducting rituals and sacrifices, for keeping the sanctuary holy, and for teaching the people God's laws.
We were to be examples of holiness, living lives set apart for God's service.
Their responsibilities were great, demanding purity, dedication, and a deep reverence for God. They were to be the keepers of the faith, guiding the people towards a deeper relationship with their Creator.
We were to live lives that reflected God's holiness, reminding the people of His presence and His love.
The priesthood was not a position of power, but one of service, humility, and unwavering devotion. Aaron, through the miracle of the blossoming staff, was entrusted with this sacred responsibility, setting an example for all priests to come. Section 5. A sacred trust, the privileges and responsibilities of service. The priesthood came with great responsibilities, but also with incredible privileges.
My descendants and I were given the honor of serving in God's presence, of interceding on behalf of the people, and of leading them in worship and obedience.
They were entrusted with the care of the tabernacle, God's dwelling place among His people. They were the keepers of the Holy of Holies, the most sacred space, a tangible representation of God's presence. This was a high honor, a position of great respect and responsibility.
But with these privileges came a weighty responsibility. We were held to a higher standard.
They were to live lives of purity and holiness, reflecting the God they served. Their actions, their words, their very being were to be a testament to God's presence in their lives.
The story of my blossoming staff reminds us that true leadership is not about power or prestige, but about service, about answering God's call and using our gifts to bless others.
It's about recognizing the sacred trust that comes with any position of influence, whether it be in our families, our communities, or our workplaces.
The ritual of the red heifer is a fascinating aspect of ancient Israelite culture, designed for the ritualistic purification of the community. It was used to purify individuals who had come into contact with a corpse, a major source of ritual impurity. The red heifer, an unblemished cow that had never been yoked, was central to this process. Its rarity and specific requirements underscored the solemnity of the purification rites. The entire process was steeped in symbolism, reflecting deep-seated beliefs about purity, sin, and redemption. The meticulous nature of the ritual highlighted the Israelites' commitment to maintaining spiritual purity. This not only reinforced the social order, but also fostered a sense of shared identity and responsibility. The significance of the red heifer extends beyond its immediate ritualistic purposes, representing a direct connection between daily life and religious obligations. The ritual of the red heifer involved several detailed steps, each laden with symbolic meaning and deep spiritual significance. The heifer had to be completely red, without a spot of any other color, and never subjected to any labor. This requirement was stringent and symbolized the unblemished nature of the offering. This selection process emphasized the purity and sanctity required for such a significant religious rite. The meticulous nature of the selection underscored the importance of maintaining spiritual cleanliness.
Once selected, the red heifer was brought outside the camp for slaughter, a practice that underscored the severity of impurity and the need for separation from the community. Underscoring the severity of impurity. The act of taking the heifer outside the camp was a powerful symbol of removing sin and impurity from the community. As the priest, I would then sprinkle some of its blood in the direction of the tabernacle, symbolizing the sanctification of the people. This act was a profound representation of cleansing and spiritual renewal. The heifer was then burned entirely, its hide, flesh, blood, and even dung. This complete burning signified the total eradication of impurity. During this burning, cedar wood, hyssop, and scarlet material were added to the fire, each element chosen for its purifying properties. These materials were not randomly selected. They each had a specific role in the purification process. The ashes of the red heifer were mixed with fresh, flowing water, creating a mixture used for purification. This mixture was considered sacred and was essential for the ritual. This mixture was sprinkled on the person or object that needed to be purified on the 3rd and 7th days of their purification process. The timing of these sprinklings was crucial and followed a divinely ordained schedule. This elaborate procedure was not just about physical cleanliness, but a restoration of spiritual order, allowing individuals to resume their normal lives and participate fully in religious activities. The ritual of the red heifer was a profound act of faith, ensuring that the community remained spiritually pure and connected to the divine.
In the red heifer ritual, Eleazar the priest played a pivotal role. As a key religious figure, Eleazar was responsible for overseeing the ritual and ensuring all steps were followed accurately.
The priest's actions, from slaughtering the heifer to sprinkling its blood, were sacred acts maintaining the community's spiritual welfare.
Other participants included those who collected the ashes and prepared the water of purification. These individuals, although less prominent than Eleazar, were crucial for the ritual's success.
This communal involvement ensured the ritual was a collective responsibility.
The individuals purified by the water also played a role, reflecting their commitment to maintaining the community's sanctity. This mutual responsibility helped reinforce social cohesion and ensured religious practices were upheld across generations. The collaboration between different roles within the ritual highlights the structured social hierarchy and interdependence of community members. This structure was essential for maintaining order and harmony within the community. The concept of purification, central to the red heifer ritual, was fundamental to ancient Israelite religion.
Defilement, particularly from contact with the dead, was viewed as a spiritual affliction severing an individual's connection with the sacred.
The purification process was a necessary restoration of divine favor and communal harmony.
This ritual reinstated individuals into their religious community, allowing them to participate in worship and community life.
The fear of spiritual contamination was a powerful motivator behind strict purity laws.
The act of purification through the red heifer ritual served as a physical demonstration of spiritual cleansing. It provided a visual representation of the transformation from impurity to purity, reinforcing the values of cleanliness and holiness.
This not only helped individuals understand the importance of purity laws, but also deepened their commitment to following these divine mandates.
The implications of defilement extended beyond the individual to the entire community.
Therefore, the red heifer ritual was a communal necessity, emphasizing the interconnectedness of community members and their shared responsibility for each other's spiritual well-being. The ritual of the red heifer can be situated within the broader historical and cultural landscape of ancient Israel, a civilization rich in traditions and religious practices. The Israelites viewed rituals like the red heifer as vital to their identity and survival as a distinct community. These rituals were not merely religious acts, but were deeply intertwined with their social and cultural fabric. These rituals were embedded in a legal and cultural framework, emphasizing purity, moral integrity, and the community's relationship with the divine. Purity laws were meticulously followed, reflecting the Israelites' commitment to maintaining a holy and sanctified life. This historical context is crucial for understanding why such elaborate rituals developed and why they held such significance. The red heifer ritual in particular was seen as a divine commandment, a way to cleanse and purify the community from impurities. The laws concerning purity and impurity were part of a comprehensive legal system governing religious practices, social justice, community relations, and personal behavior. This system was designed to ensure that every aspect of life was in harmony with divine will. This system set the Israelites apart from their neighbors, both culturally and religiously. Their unique practices and beliefs distinguished them and reinforced their identity as a chosen people. The use of a heifer, integral to the community's economy and daily life, highlights the deep connections between their livelihood, environment, and religious practices. The heifer was not just an animal, but a symbol of sustenance and divine provision. This integration of everyday elements into religious rituals made the spiritual aspects of life tangible and relevant to all community members. It ensured that religion was not a separate sphere, but a part of daily existence. Understanding this historical and cultural context enriches our appreciation of the red heifer ritual and provides deeper insights into the complex interplay between religion, law, and daily life in ancient Israel. It reveals how the Israelites navigated their world, balancing the sacred and the mundane in a seamless tapestry of faith and practice. Reflecting on the red heifer ritual offers profound insights into the beliefs and values of the ancient Israelites. This ancient practice, steeped in tradition and symbolism, provides a unique lens through which we can explore their spiritual and cultural landscape. This ritual serves as a window into how the Israelites viewed the world and their place within it. It reveals a society deeply connected to their faith, where every action was imbued with spiritual significance. It underscores a worldview that saw spiritual purity as essential to communal well-being and individual spirituality. The emphasis on purity was not just a personal endeavor, but a collective responsibility that bound the community together. The elaborate nature of the ritual highlights the seriousness with which they approached matters of religious impurity. Each step of the ritual was meticulously designed to ensure that the community remained in harmony with divine expectations. The ritual also reflects the ancient Israelites' understanding of the divine and the human condition. They believed that maintaining purity was crucial for sustaining a favorable relationship with their deity. They perceived a world where human actions and divine expectations were closely linked, with rituals serving as the bridge between the mortal and the divine. This connection was seen as vital for the well-being of both the individual and the community. This connection was mediated through detailed laws and practices governing not just religious life, but every aspect of daily existence. These laws provided a framework for living that integrated spiritual, social, and practical elements seamlessly. The red heifer ritual was more than just a religious formality, it was an expression of an entire cosmological view. It encapsulated their understanding of the universe and their place within it, reflecting a deeply held belief in the interconnectedness of all things. Moreover, the ritual provides insight into the ancient Israelites' views on life, death, and the afterlife. It reveals their beliefs about the journey of the soul and the importance of maintaining purity even in the face of mortality. These practices reveal how the ancient Israelites navigated the tension between the reality of death and the requirement for purity and holiness. They developed intricate rituals to manage this tension, ensuring that the community remained spiritually intact. By examining this ritual, we gain a deeper understanding of how ancient people integrated their spiritual, social, and practical lives into a cohesive whole. It shows us a world where faith was not just a part of life, but the very essence of existence, guiding every action and decision.
The sun beat down relentlessly on the tents of Israel, casting long shadows and creating an almost unbearable heat. It bleached the fabric white, making the tents appear ghostly against the stark desert landscape. The sun's rays baked the sand until it shimmered like a sea of molten gold, a deceptive beauty in a land of hardship. The air hummed with heat, creating mirages that danced on the horizon, illusions of water that only deepened the traveler's thirst. This was the wilderness of Zin, a place where survival was a daily struggle against the elements, a harsh and unforgiving land, where the sun showed no mercy and the nights brought little relief. The Israelites had wandered these desolate plains for 40 long years, their journey marked by trials and tribulations. Led by Moses, their prophet and leader, they journeyed towards a promised land, a place of hope and abundance. A land flowing with milk and honey, a stark contrast to the barren wilderness they now traversed. But the journey was long and arduous, testing their faith and endurance at every turn. The people were weary, their bodies and spirits worn down by the relentless march and the harsh conditions. Miriam, the sister of Moses and a revered figure among the Israelites, had recently passed away. Her death cast a shadow over the camp, a palpable sense of loss that weighed heavily on the hearts of the people. She was a woman of great faith, a guiding light in their darkest hours, and her absence was deeply felt. A beacon of hope in their long journey, her strength and faith had inspired many. Her loss left a void, a gap in their community that seemed impossible to fill. A sense of uncertainty hung in the air, mingling with the dust and heat as the people grappled with their grief and their future. The Israelites depended on God's provision, trusting in His promise to lead them to a better place. He had brought them this far, performing miracles such as parting the Red Sea to save them from their enemies. He had sent manna from heaven to sustain them, providing food in the most unlikely of places. But here in the parched heart of the wilderness, their faith was tested like never before. The scarcity of water, the very essence of life, was a constant reminder of their vulnerability. Water was scarce, the wells were dry, the streams had vanished, and the people thirsted desperately. The lack of water bred fear among the people. Fear turned to anger, a dangerous emotion in such a fragile community, and anger, like a desert wind, swept through the camp, igniting tensions and causing unrest. The Israelites, desperate and disillusioned, began to murmur against Moses and their situation. Their whispers, carried on the hot breeze, spoke of doubt and despair, questioning the very journey they had embarked upon. They had followed Moses into this wilderness, believing in his vision and leadership, but now, in the face of such dire circumstances, they questioned everything: their faith, their leader, and their future. The camp was filled with uncertainty, a palpable tension that threatened to unravel the fragile unity of the people. They stood at a crossroads, their faith and resilience tested to the limit as they awaited a sign, a miracle, to guide them forward. The murmurings grew louder. What started as whispers of discontent soon transformed into loud accusations. The air was thick with tension, and the desert seemed to echo their grievances. The Israelites gathered before Moses and Aaron, their leaders. The crowd was restless, their voices a cacophony of complaints and demands. Their faces were etched with frustration and fear. The harsh conditions of the desert had taken their toll, and the people were desperate for relief. They shook their fists at the sky as if demanding answers from the heavens. Their cries were filled with anguish and a sense of betrayal. They cried out against their leaders, their voices rising in a chorus of discontent. The trust they once had in Moses and Aaron seemed to be eroding with each passing day. Israelite rebel, as S3, why have you brought us out of Egypt to die of thirst in this desolate place? The question hung in the air, a stark reminder of their dire situation. Their words stung Moses and Aaron. The pain was evident in their eyes as they faced the harsh reality of their people's suffering. They had led the people with love and compassion, guiding them through countless trials and tribulations. Their journey had been long and arduous, but their faith had never wavered. They had shared their burdens, feeling the weight of each hardship and challenge. They had stood by their people, offering support and guidance. They had interceded on their behalf before God, pleading for mercy and provision. Their prayers were a testament to their unwavering faith and dedication. But now, faced with the people's anger, they felt a profound sense of isolation. The very people they had devoted their lives to were now turning against them. Their leadership was being questioned. Doubts and suspicions were cast upon them, and the weight of responsibility felt heavier than ever. Their faith was being tested. In the face of adversity, they had to dig deep within themselves to find the strength to carry on. Moses and Aaron listened to the people's cries. Each plea and lamentation pierced their hearts, reminding them of the immense responsibility they bore. They felt the weight of their despair. They understood their fear, for they too had faced moments of doubt and uncertainty. But they refused to be swayed by their anger. Their resolve was unshaken, and they stood firm in their commitment to lead their people. They knew that God would provide. He had always provided, even in the most dire of circumstances. Their faith was their anchor, keeping them grounded amidst the storm. They just needed to seek His guidance. In moments of doubt, they turned to prayer, seeking wisdom and direction from the Almighty. Moses and Aaron turned away from the angry mob. They knew that engaging in confrontation would only escalate the situation. They made their way to the entrance of the tabernacle. This was their sanctuary, a place of refuge and solace, the place where God's presence resided. Here they could find the peace and clarity they so desperately needed. It was here in the quiet solitude of the tabernacle that they sought solace and guidance. In the presence of God, they found the strength to continue their journey, knowing that they were never truly alone. Inside the tabernacle, Moses and Aaron prostrated themselves before the Ark of the Covenant. This sacred chest, overlaid with gold, represented God's presence among them. It was a symbol of His covenant with Israel, a promise of His faithfulness. With heavy hearts, they poured out their anguish to God. Moses as S1, "Oh Lord, the people are about to stone us. What are we to do?" The air crackled with divine energy. The Lord in His infinite mercy responded to their plea. His voice, booming yet comforting, reverberated through the tabernacle. "Take the rod and assemble the congregation, you and your brother Aaron, and speak to the rock before their eyes. It will yield its water. Thus you shall bring water out of the rock for them, and you shall give drink to the congregation and their livestock." God's instructions were clear. He would provide for His people, but this provision came with a specific command. Moses was to speak to the rock. He was to demonstrate his faith in God's power. He was to show the people that even in the harshest desert, God could bring forth life. Moses and Aaron emerged from the tabernacle. Their faces, though etched with concern, now held a glimmer of hope. They had just received a divine message, a promise that would change the course of their journey. They had heard from God. He had promised to provide. The barren desert, which had been a source of despair, now seemed to hold a promise of life. They gathered the Israelites before a towering rock. The people, weary from their travels and parched from the relentless heat, looked on with a mixture of skepticism and hope. Its surface was baked hard by the relentless sun. The rock stood as a silent testament to the harshness of the desert, its cracks and rugged texture telling a story of enduring hardship. Moses raised his arms, silencing the restless crowd. His presence commanded respect, and the people fell silent, their eyes fixed on him. Moses as S1, "Listen, you rebels." His voice carried a weight of authority, but also a hint of frustration. "Must we bring you water out of this rock?" Anger surged within him. The constant complaints and lack of faith from the people had worn him down. Anger at their lack of faith. Despite all the miracles they had witnessed, their faith wavered at every challenge. Anger at their constant complaining. Every step of the journey had been marked by their grumbling and dissatisfaction. He raised the rod, the symbol of God's power, high above his head. This rod had parted the Red Sea, brought plagues upon Egypt, and now it was to bring water from a rock. But instead of speaking to the rock as God had commanded, he struck it. His frustration got the better of him. He struck it not once, but twice. Each strike echoed his inner turmoil and disobedience. A hush fell over the crowd. They had expected a miracle, but the manner in which it came left them in stunned silence. They watched in stunned silence as water gushed forth from the rock. The impossible had happened before their eyes. It cascaded down its sides, forming a cool, clear stream. The water was a lifeline in the harsh desert, a symbol of hope and survival. The people cheered, rushing forward to quench their thirst. Their joy was palpable, a stark contrast to the tension that had filled the air moments before. The parched earth drank deeply. The dry, cracked ground soaked up the water eagerly, a sight that brought relief to all who witnessed it. The animals lapped up the life-giving water. Even the creatures of the desert rejoiced in the sudden abundance. But amidst the celebration, Moses felt a chill run down his spine. He had disobeyed God. The weight of his actions began to settle in. He had acted in anger. His moment of weakness had led him to defy a direct command from God, and he knew, with a sinking heart, that there would be consequences. The joy of the people was overshadowed by the realization of his disobedience. The path ahead, once filled with hope, now seemed uncertain and fraught with divine judgment.
Exodus, a long road to freedom, a journey that has been etched into the annals of history. The Israelites, a people chosen by God, destined for a promised land flowing with milk and honey. Led by the great prophet Moses, they escaped the shackles of slavery in Egypt, embarking on a perilous journey. Their journey, a testament to unwavering faith and divine providence, an epic tale of struggle, perseverance, and ultimate redemption. Imagine the vast, unforgiving desert, the scorching sun beating down relentlessly. Their journey was a testament to God's immense power and their incredible resilience. Their destination? The land of Canaan, a land promised to them by God himself. But the path was fraught with countless dangers and unforeseen challenges. Enemies lurked around every corner, yet they pressed on with unwavering determination. Guided by a divine pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night, they moved forward. Their faith, tested at every turn in ways they could never have imagined. Their journey began with miraculous signs and wonders, the parting of the Red Sea, manna from heaven, water from a rock. These miracles sustained them. These events solidified their belief in God, strengthening their faith. Their leader Moses was a beacon of hope. He spoke directly to God and relayed his divine instructions. Their journey wasn't just a physical one, it was deeply spiritual. It was about forging a unified nation under God's guidance. It was about understanding and aligning with God's will and divine purpose. It was about learning to trust in God, even in the face of overwhelming adversity. This is their story, a story of faith, resilience, and divine promise. The fall of Arad, a victory hard-earned. The Israelites journeyed towards Canaan, their spirits high after escaping Egypt, but the Canaanites, a powerful enemy, awaited them. The encounter took place in a place called Arad. A fierce battle ensued. The Israelites, though numerous, were ill-prepared for war. They had spent generations as slaves. They lacked battle experience. The Canaanites were skilled warriors. They were familiar with the terrain. The initial clash went badly for the Israelites. They faced defeat. Despair threatened to engulf them, but they turned to God. They prayed for strength. They sought his guidance. God heard their pleas. He promised them victory. He instructed them to change their strategy. With renewed faith, they attacked again. This time, they were victorious. The victory at Arad was significant. It was their first conquest in the Promised Land. It boosted their morale. It reaffirmed their faith in God's promise. The serpent's bite, a test of faith. The victory at Arad was short-lived. The challenges continued. The Israelites grew impatient. They grumbled and complained. They complained about the hardships they faced daily. They questioned Moses' leadership and doubted his decisions. They forgot the miracles God had performed for them in the past, the parting of the Red Sea, the manna from heaven. God, in his wisdom and justice, sent a plague to remind them of his power and their dependence on him. Poisonous snakes infested their camp. Their venom was deadly and swift. Many Israelites were bitten and suffered. Fear and panic spread throughout the camp as the people realized the severity of their situation. They realized the gravity of their sin and their lack of faith in God. In their desperation, they turned to Moses for help, pleading for his intercession. Moses, ever faithful and compassionate, pleaded with God on their behalf. God's response was merciful and instructive. He instructed Moses to fashion a bronze serpent, a symbol of healing and redemption. Moses was to mount it on a pole high enough for all to see. Anyone bitten by looking at it with faith would be healed and saved from the deadly venom. This was a profound test of faith for the Israelites. The Israelites had to make a choice. Would they trust in God's unusual remedy, a bronze serpent on a pole? Or would they succumb to their doubts and fears? Many, in their desperation and hope, looked at the bronze serpent. They were healed instantly, and the plague subsided. This event became a powerful symbol for generations to come. It represented unwavering faith in God's power, even in the most desperate and dire situations. Through the desert, a perilous path. Their journey continued. They traversed harsh landscapes, each step a testament to their resilience. They faced scorching heat. They endured bitter cold. Food and water were scarce. Their faith was tested time and again. They traveled through Edom, a land forbidden to them. They skirted the borders, respecting God's command not to attack. They journeyed on to Moab, another kingdom wary of the Israelites. They were denied passage, forced to take a longer, more arduous route. The terrain grew increasingly difficult. The Israelites, weary and discouraged, grumbled again. They longed for the promised land. They questioned the trials they faced. Their faith wavered. Their complaints angered God. Yet God, in his mercy, provided for them. He sent manna from heaven to satisfy their hunger. He brought forth water from rocks to quench their thirst. He guided them even in their moments of doubt and despair. Section 5, the waters of Meribah. Grumbling and grace, water, a source of life, a precious commodity in the desert. At Meribah, it became a source of conflict. The Israelites, thirsty and weary, confronted Moses. "Why have you brought us to this wilderness to die?" they cried. Their anger was misplaced. They directed their frustration at Moses, their leader. They failed to see God's provision. They forgot the miracles they had witnessed. Their lack of faith angered God. Moses, caught between God's wrath and the people's anger, cried out to God. "What shall I do with these people?" he pleaded. "They are almost ready to stone me." God responded. "Speak to the rock," he instructed. "Water will gush out." Moses, in his frustration, struck the rock twice. Water flowed out, satisfying the people's thirst. But God was displeased. Moses, in his anger, disobeyed God's specific instructions. He failed to demonstrate God's holiness to the people. Section 6, facing giants, the defeat of Sihon and Og. The Israelites continued their journey. They encountered two powerful kings, Sihon, king of the Amorites, Og, king of Bashan. Both ruled over vast territories. Both were feared for their strength. The Israelites, guided by God, sought peaceful passage. They sent messengers requesting safe passage through their lands. Their requests were met with hostility. Sihon and Og, threatened by the Israelites' numbers, refused. They prepared for war. A fierce battle ensued. The Israelites, empowered by God, fought bravely. They defeated Sihon at Heshbon. They crushed Og at Edrei. These victories were significant. They demonstrated God's power over powerful enemies. The victories instilled fear in the surrounding nations. They realized the Israelites were not to be trifled with. They were a force to be reckoned with, a people protected by a powerful God. Section 7, on the plains of Moab, a breath before Canaan. After their victories, the Israelites camped on the plains of Moab, a fertile land east of the Jordan River. Across the river lay Canaan, their long-awaited destination. A sense of anticipation filled the air, but challenges remained. Balak, the king of Moab, feared the Israelites. He hired Balaam, a prophet, to curse them. Balaam, however, under God's influence, blessed them instead. His attempted curse turned into a blessing. Despite the challenges, the Israelites experienced a period of relative peace. They rested, they regrouped, they prepared for the final stage of their journey, the conquest of Canaan. Their time in Moab was a reminder of God's protection. Even when faced with seemingly insurmountable obstacles, God was with them. He turned the curses of their enemies into blessings. Section 8. Lessons from the journey, faith, obedience, and hope. The Israelites' journey was long and arduous. It was a path filled with numerous trials and significant triumphs, testing their resolve and faith at every turn. Their story offers timeless lessons that resonate through the ages, providing wisdom and guidance for all who seek it. These are lessons about faith, obedience, and hope, which are as relevant today as they were back then. Throughout their journey, the Israelites witnessed God's power in extraordinary ways. They saw the parting of the Red Sea, manna falling from heaven, water springing from a rock, and victories over powerful enemies that seemed insurmountable. These miraculous events served as constant reminders of God's unwavering faithfulness and his mighty hand at work. However, the Israelites also struggled with doubt and disobedience. They grumbled and complained, often testing God's patience. Their actions had serious consequences. They faced plagues and experienced numerous setbacks. Despite their many failings, God never abandoned them. He continued to provide for them and protect them, showing his enduring love and commitment. He guided them steadfastly towards the Promised Land, a symbol of hope and future blessings. Their story is a powerful testament to God's grace and mercy, illustrating his willingness to forgive and guide. Their journey teaches us the paramount importance of faith, a trust in the unseen and the unknown. It emphasizes trusting in God's plan, even when we don't fully understand it or when the path seems unclear. The story also highlights the significance of obedience, following God's commands with a willing heart. It shows the importance of following God's commands, even when they seem difficult or counterintuitive. And it reminds us of the incredible power of hope, a light that guides us through the darkest times. Clinging to God's promises, even in the midst of adversity, can provide strength and perseverance. The Israelites' journey is a mirror to our own lives. We all face challenges, trials, and moments of doubt. We all experience doubt and fear, just as the Israelites did. But their story reminds us that we are not alone in our struggles. God is with us, just as he was with the Israelites, providing guidance and comfort. He will guide us, protect us, and lead us to our own promised land, a place of peace and fulfillment. If we trust in him, obey his commands, and never lose hope, we too can achieve victory and find our way to the promises he has for us.
The Israelites were on an incredible journey, a journey that would be remembered for generations to come. They had left behind the chains of slavery in Egypt, guided by the promise of a land flowing with milk and honey. This was not just a physical journey, but a spiritual and emotional one as well. They had left Egypt and were heading towards the Promised Land, a land that had been promised to their ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. This land was to be their inheritance, a place where they could live in freedom and worship their God without fear. Along the way, they encountered many challenges. The harsh desert environment tested their faith and resilience. They faced hunger and thirst, and at times they even questioned their leader, Moses. But through it all, they held on to the hope of reaching their promised destination. One of these challenges came when they reached the land of Moab. The Moabites, who inhabited this land, were not pleased to see such a large group of people approaching their territory. The Israelites set up their tents and campfires, preparing to rest and regroup. The Moabites were afraid of the Israelites. They had heard stories of the Israelites' journey, of the miracles that had accompanied them, and of the battles they had won. The sight of the Israelites' vast numbers and their organized encampment struck fear into the hearts of the Moabites. The Israelites had a reputation for being powerful warriors. They were not just a wandering group of nomads, they were a formidable force. Their victories over other nations had spread far and wide, and their God was known to fight for them. They had seen how the Israelites had defeated other nations. The stories of their triumphs were told and retold, each time adding to the fear and respect that other nations had for them. The Moabites knew that they could not stand against such a powerful force on their own. The king of Moab was a man named Balak. He was a ruler who understood the gravity of the situation. He knew that the arrival of the Israelites posed a significant threat to his kingdom and his people. Balak was terrified of the approaching Israelites. He could see the determination in their eyes and the strength in their numbers. He knew that his own army, no matter how well trained, was no match for the Israelites. He knew that his own army was no match for them. The Moabites began to prepare for battle, but there was a sense of dread and uncertainty. They knew that they needed more than just physical strength to overcome the Israelites. Balak needed a solution, and he needed it fast. He called upon his advisors, seeking their counsel. They discussed various strategies, but none seemed sufficient to counter the might of the Israelites. Balak was desperate for a way to protect his kingdom. He decided to turn to a powerful sorcerer named Balaam. Balaam was known for his ability to curse and bless, and Balak hoped that a curse from Balaam would weaken the Israelites and give the Moabites a fighting chance. This decision would set the stage for a dramatic encounter between the forces of faith and fear. Balak had heard of Balaam's reputation. Balaam was known for his ability to bless and curse. Balak believed that if Balaam cursed the Israelites, he could protect his people. So Balak sent messengers to Balaam.
Come, curse these people for me. They are too numerous for me to fight. I will reward you richly if you do this for me.
Balak was desperate. He was willing to offer Balaam anything in exchange for his help. He hoped that Balaam's curse would weaken the Israelites and make them vulnerable to attack. Balaam listened intently to the messengers. He knew this was a serious request. Balaam was a wise man. He knew that he couldn't make such a decision without first consulting God. He told Balak's messengers to wait for his answer. Balaam would seek guidance from the Lord. He knew that God's will was more important than any reward Balak could offer.
Do not go with them. You are not to curse this people, for they are blessed.
Balaam listened to God's words. He knew that he had to obey. In the morning he told Balak's messengers to return to their king. He explained that he could not curse the Israelites because they were blessed by God. Balak was furious when he heard Balaam's response. He had expected Balaam to comply with his wishes without hesitation, but Balaam's refusal was a direct challenge to his authority. Balak's anger knew no bounds, and he was determined to get his way. He refused to give up. Balak was a man of great persistence, and he believed that everyone had a price. He thought that if he could offer enough wealth and honor, Balaam would eventually relent. He sent more messengers, this time offering even greater riches and honors. The messengers carried with them treasures beyond imagination, hoping to sway Balaam's decision. They presented these gifts with great ceremony, emphasizing the king's generosity and the rewards that awaited Balaam if he agreed to curse the Israelites. Balak was determined to persuade Balaam. He gathered his advisors and strategized on how to make the offer even more irresistible. They discussed various ways to appeal to Balaam's desires and ambitions, believing that everyone had a breaking point.
This time, God allowed Balaam to go with the messengers. Balaam, though initially hesitant, saw this as an opportunity to gain favor and perhaps even more wealth. However, God gave Balaam a strict condition. He was to follow God's instructions to the letter and not deviate from the message he was given. This was a test of Balaam's obedience and faith. He could only say what God told him to say. Balaam understood the gravity of this command. He knew that disobeying God could have severe consequences, but the lure of the rewards was strong.
Balaam agreed to God's terms. He assured the messengers that he would come with them, but he made it clear that he was bound by God's words. The messengers, eager to return with Balaam, accepted his terms. He saddled his donkey and set off with Balak's messengers. The journey was long and arduous, but Balaam was determined to see it through. He was focused on the potential rewards and the honor that awaited him. However, God was not happy with Balaam's eagerness to go. God saw that Balaam's heart was not fully committed to his will. Balaam's eagerness for the rewards clouded his judgment. He sent an angel to stand in Balaam's path and block his way. The angel was a formidable figure, radiating divine authority and power. This was a clear sign that God was intervening directly. Balaam was so focused on the rewards promised by Balak that he didn't even notice the angel. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of wealth and honor, blinding him to the divine presence that stood before him. This moment was a turning point, a reminder that God's will must always come first. Balaam rode along, completely unaware of the danger ahead. However, his donkey saw the angel standing in the road, sword drawn. The donkey was terrified and veered off the path into a field.
What is wrong with you? Get back on the path!
This angered Balaam, and he struck the donkey with his staff. He wanted to get back on track and reach Balak quickly. But the angel moved and stood in a narrow passage between two vineyards. Again, the donkey saw the angel and was afraid.
Why are you hitting me? Can't you see the danger?
The path was so narrow that the donkey couldn't turn aside. Instead, she pressed herself against the wall, crushing Balaam's foot against the stones.
Ouch! What are you doing? Move!
Balaam, in pain and frustration, struck the donkey again. The angel moved a third time. This time the angel stood in a place so narrow that there was no room to pass. The donkey simply lay down in the road, refusing to go any further.
Get up, move, you stubborn animal.
This time Balaam was furious. He beat the donkey severely, his anger growing with each strike. Balaam was blinded by his desire for wealth and prestige. He couldn't understand why his donkey, usually a faithful companion, was acting so strangely. He didn't see the angel standing in the road. He didn't understand the danger he was in. Balaam's mind was clouded by the promise of riches and honor, making him oblivious to the spiritual reality around him. His focus was solely on the material gain he anticipated, and this blinded him to the divine warning that was right in front of him. The donkey, sensing the angel's presence, tried to veer off the path, but Balaam, in his frustration, couldn't comprehend the animal's behavior. He was so consumed by his own ambitions that he failed to see the bigger picture.
"Why won't you move? What is wrong with you?" Balaam's voice was filled with irritation and confusion. He had never seen his donkey act this way before. The animal's refusal to move forward was baffling to him. He couldn't understand that the donkey was actually trying to save his life. The donkey's stubbornness was a reflection of its awareness of the angelic presence, something Balaam was completely blind to. His frustration grew as he tried to force the donkey to continue on the path, not realizing that the animal was acting out of a sense of protection.
God, in his mercy, decided to open Balaam's eyes. Finally, Balaam saw the angel standing in the road, his sword drawn. He realized that his donkey had been trying to protect him all along. The moment of realization was profound. Balaam's eyes were opened not just to the physical presence of the angel, but to the spiritual reality that he had been ignoring. He understood that his pursuit of wealth had nearly led him to his doom. The angel's presence was a stark reminder of the consequences of his actions. The donkey, which he had thought to be stubborn and disobedient, was actually his savior. This revelation was a turning point for Balaam as he began to see the error of his ways.
"Oh, I see now. Forgive me, I was blind to the truth." Balaam's voice was filled with remorse and humility. He realized how wrong he had been to doubt his faithful donkey and to pursue his own selfish desires. The weight of his actions pressed heavily on him, and he sought forgiveness for his blindness. This moment of contrition was crucial as it marked the beginning of his transformation. He understood that he needed to change his ways and align himself with the divine will.
"Balaam, your path is a reckless one. The donkey has saved your life." The angel's voice was stern but filled with a sense of urgency. The warning was clear. Balaam's reckless pursuit of wealth and honor was leading him down a dangerous path. The donkey's actions had been a divine intervention, a last-minute effort to save Balaam from his own folly. The angel's words resonated deeply with Balaam, making him realize the gravity of his situation. He understood that he had been given a second chance, and it was up to him to make the right choices moving forward.
With a newfound understanding, Balaam realized the gravity of his actions and the divine intervention that had taken place. He saw the bigger picture and understood that his life had been spared for a reason. This revelation was a turning point for him. He knew that he needed to change his ways and seek a path that was aligned with divine will. The experience was humbling and transformative, making Balaam more aware of the spiritual realities that he had previously ignored. He vowed to be more mindful and to seek guidance in his future endeavors, understanding that true wealth and honor come from aligning oneself with the divine purpose.
"I have come to oppose you because your path is a reckless one before me. The donkey saw me and turned away from me these 3 times. If she had not turned away, I would certainly have killed you by now, but I would have spared her."
Balaam was terrified. He realized the gravity of his disobedience. He had been so focused on the rewards offered by Balak that he had ignored God's will. He had failed to see the danger he was in. He had even mistreated his faithful donkey. The angel, however, instructed Balaam to continue his journey, but he gave Balaam a stern warning. S2, Media, angel giving Balaam a stern warning about sin. "I have sinned. I did not realize you were standing in the road to oppose me. Now if you are displeased, I will go back."
"Go with the men, but speak only what I tell you."
Balaam obeyed. He continued on his journey, but his heart was no longer set on riches. He had learned a valuable lesson about obedience and the importance of following God's will. The story of Balaam and his donkey is a powerful reminder that God often uses unexpected ways to communicate with us. Sometimes he uses the most humble of creatures, even a donkey, to get our attention. It also highlights the importance of listening to God's voice and obeying his commands. When we choose to ignore God's guidance, we put ourselves in danger. Balaam finally met with Balak. He told Balak that he could only speak the words that God gave him. And so, instead of cursing the Israelites, Balaam blessed them. He spoke of their strength and God's favor upon them.
Furious, but there was nothing he could do.
Balaam had learned his lesson. He knew that obedience to God was more important than any earthly reward. He chose to follow God's will, even though it meant defying a king.
The Israelites were on the move. A great exodus, a mass migration of people who had been freed from the shackles of slavery in Egypt. They moved with purpose, with hope, and with a promise that had been given to their ancestors. A vast multitude freed from slavery. Men, women, and children all walking together towards a new beginning. Their hearts were filled with the hope of a land flowing with milk and honey, a land where they could finally be free. Their destination, the Promised Land. A place of dreams and divine promise, a land that had been spoken of for generations. It was a journey of faith, a journey of endurance, and a journey of destiny. But their journey filled their neighbors with dread. The sight of such a large group moving through the land caused fear and anxiety among the neighboring nations. They saw the Israelites as a potential threat, a force that could disrupt the balance of power. One such neighbor was Balak, king of Moab. He watched with growing concern as the Israelites approached. The stories of their escape from Egypt and their victories in battle had reached his ears, and he feared for the safety of his kingdom.
They are a threat. Balak's advisors warned him of the potential danger. They spoke of the Israelites' numbers and their strength, and the king's fear grew. A force that could consume our land. The advisors' words echoed in Balak's mind. He saw the Israelites as a consuming fire, a force that could overrun his kingdom and leave it in ruins.
Desperate, he turned to a powerful seer named Balaam. Balaam was known far and wide for his ability to commune with the divine. His words held power, and his blessings and curses were believed to shape destinies. Balaam, a man known to commune with God, was hesitant. He understood the gravity of the situation. The Israelites were a blessed people chosen by God, and to curse them would be to go against the divine will. He knew the Israelites were blessed. Their journey was not just a physical one, but a spiritual pilgrimage. They were under the protection of the Almighty, and their path was guided by divine providence. To curse them would be to defy the divine. Balaam felt the weight of this decision. He was torn between his duty as a seer and the fear of defying God's will, yet the lure of wealth and prestige tempted him. Balak promised him great rewards, riches and honor if he would curse the Israelites. The temptation was strong, and Balaam found himself at a crossroads. He sought guidance from the Almighty. S2, media, seeking guidance from above, communicating with God. Balaam prayed, seeking a sign, a word from God. He needed to know the right path, the path that would not lead him astray. Drive them away with your words. Balak's plea was clear. He wanted Balaam to use his power to turn the Israelites away, to prevent them from entering the land of Moab. The fate of nations hung in the balance, and Balaam's decision would shape the course of history. God's message was clear.
Do not go with them.
Balaam, bound by his faith, refused Balak's offer. But Balak, consumed by fear, persisted. He sent more prestigious emissaries, offered greater riches. Balaam again sought God's will.
You will only speak the words I give you.
Balaam journeyed to Moab, his heart heavy with foreboding. Balak, overjoyed, spared no expense. 7 altars were erected, 7 bulls and 7 rams were sacrificed on each, a grand spectacle to appease the gods and secure the desired curse. As the smoke from the sacrifices rose, Balaam retreated. He sought solitude, a place to hear the divine voice clearly. The night was silent, the air thick with anticipation. Then God spoke.
The plan for the Israelites is one of blessing, not destruction.
Balaam, bound by his promise, prepared to deliver God's important message. He understood the gravity of his task. To defy Balak was dangerous, to disobey God unthinkable. The next morning, Balaam, mounted on his donkey, set out with Balak. God, however, had other plans. An angel unseen by Balaam stood in the path, its sword drawn. The donkey, terrified, veered off the road.
What are you doing? Stay on the path.
Balaam, enraged, beat the animal mercilessly. 3 times this happened, each time the angel appearing closer. Finally, the donkey, unable to bear the injustice, spoke.
Why are you speaking? What is happening?
God opened Balaam's eyes, and he saw the angel. He understood. His anger was misplaced. He had been blinded by his own desires. Humbled, he prostrated himself before the divine messenger. Balak, impatient and unaware of the divine intervention, awaited Balaam's curse. The altars were ready, the sacrifices made, the stage was set, but instead of curses, blessings flowed from Balaam's lips. The king had summoned Balaam with the hope of bringing misfortune upon the Israelites. But the divine will had other plans. The air was thick with anticipation, and the tension was palpable. Balak's heart raced as he awaited the words that would seal the fate of his enemies.
Israel's strength is unmatched, their righteousness shines, and they are favored in the eyes of God. Their unity and faith have made them a formidable force, blessed beyond measure. The Israelites, with their unwavering belief and moral integrity, stood as a testament to divine favor. Their every action, guided by a higher power, reflected their deep connection with the divine. They were not just a people, they were a chosen nation, destined for greatness.
Balak was furious. This was not the outcome he desired. He had offered riches, performed sacrifices, and this was the result? His frustration knew no bounds. The king had gone to great lengths, sparing no expense to ensure that Balaam would curse his enemies. Yet, despite all his efforts, the opposite had occurred. The blessings pronounced by Balaam were a stark contrast to the curses Balak had so desperately sought. The king's anger was fueled by a sense of betrayal and helplessness.
What is this? I asked for curses, not blessings. Balak's voice trembled with disbelief and rage. He could not comprehend how his meticulous plans had gone awry. The unexpected turn of events left him bewildered and disheartened. The king's mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. How could his intentions be thwarted so completely? The blessings that flowed from Balaam's lips were like salt in an open wound, deepening his sense of failure.
Balaam, however, stood firm. He was but a vessel delivering the words placed upon his tongue. He could speak nothing else. The prophet's resolve was unshakable. He understood that his role was not to please men, but to convey the divine message faithfully. Balaam's confidence stemmed from his deep connection with the divine, knowing that he was merely an instrument of a higher will. His unwavering stance was a testament to his faith and obedience.
I can only speak the words that God gives me. Balaam's declaration was clear and resolute. He emphasized that his words were not his own, but those given to him by God. The prophet's commitment to his divine mission was evident in every word he spoke. His raised arms and impassioned delivery underscored the gravity of his message. Balaam's unwavering dedication to his divine calling served as a powerful reminder of the supremacy of divine will over human desires.
Balak, desperate to salvage the situation, tried again. His frustration was palpable, and his desperation grew with each passing moment. He was a king who had faced many challenges, but this one seemed insurmountable. He moved to a new location, hoping a change of scenery might alter God's decree. More altars were built, more sacrifices offered. The air was thick with the scent of burning offerings, and the tension was almost tangible. Balak's hope was that this new place, with its different energies and spirits, might sway the divine will in his favor. Yet the result was the same. The heavens remained silent and the divine message unchanged. Balak's heart sank as he realized that no matter how many altars he built or sacrifices he offered, the outcome would not be different.
May Israel be blessed once more, for they are a people chosen by God. Balaam's voice rang out with conviction, his words carrying the weight of divine authority. He knew that his role was not to please men, but to speak the truth as revealed to him by God.
Balak's rage knew no bounds. His face contorted with anger and his hands trembled as he threw his crown to the ground. The frustration of a king who could not bend the will of the divine to his own was evident in every furious gesture. He railed against Balaam, accusing him of treachery. His voice echoed through the halls, filled with a mix of anger and desperation. Balak could not understand why Balaam, a man he had trusted, would not curse Israel as he had been commanded.
How dare you bless them again? Balak's voice was a mixture of disbelief and fury. He had expected compliance, not defiance. You have betrayed me. His accusation hung in the air, a stark contrast to the calm resolve of Balaam.
But Balaam remained steadfast. His eyes were steady, his stance unyielding. He knew that his loyalty lay not with any earthly king, but with the divine command he had been given.
I would not, could not disobey. Balaam's voice was firm, his resolve unbreakable. He had made a commitment to speak only what God had put in his mouth, and he would not waver from that path. Must I not take heed to speak what God puts in my mouth? His question was rhetorical, a reminder to Balak that the words he spoke were not his own, but those of a higher power.
And so Balaam's resolve stood unshaken, bound by the words of God. His faith and determination were a testament to his character, a reminder that true strength comes from unwavering commitment to one's principles. In the face of Balak's fury, Balaam's resolve shone even brighter, a beacon of steadfast faith and divine purpose. Section 7, the second blessing, an unstoppable tide. The second blessing was even more potent than the first.
Israel is like a mighty cedar, its roots deep and its branches reaching towards heaven. Their future victories will be numerous, and their dominion over their enemies assured.
Balak's hopes crumbled. He realized the futility of his efforts, yet a flicker of hope remained. Maybe, just maybe, a third attempt would yield a different result. Section 8, the third blessing, a glorious destiny. The third time there were no sacrifices, no frantic pleas. Balak, resigned to his fate, simply watched as Balaam, guided by the divine, delivered the final blessing. S2 sighs.
This time, it is a prophecy of Israel's ultimate destiny, a glorious future filled with prosperity and power.
Balak's dream of cursing the Israelites lay shattered. He had sought to defy the divine will and had been utterly defeated. Section 9, the power of obedience. Balaam's story is a testament to the power of obedience to God, even in the face of temptation and danger.
I could have easily succumbed to Balak's offers, securing my own wealth and status. But I chose to honor my commitment to God, even when it meant risking the wrath of a king.
His obedience, though tested, ultimately led him to pronounce blessings instead of curses. He became an instrument of God's will, a conduit for his divine plan. Section 10, say, timeless lesson. The tale of Balaam and Balak carries a timeless lesson. The desire to manipulate or defy God's will is ultimately futile. True power lies in aligning oneself with the divine plan, even when it seems difficult or disadvantageous. Balaam's story serves as a reminder that obedience to God, though challenging, ultimately leads to blessing and fulfillment. It is a story that continues to resonate thousands of years later, reminding us that God's plans, though often mysterious, are always for our ultimate good.
Balak, the king of Moab, was afraid. His heart was filled with dread and uncertainty. He saw the Israelites camped near his border, their tents stretching as far as the eye could see. Their numbers were vast, and their God was powerful. The stories of their victories and the miracles performed by their God had reached his ears. Desperate, Balak sent for a man named Balaam. Balaam was a prophet, known far and wide for his ability to bless and curse. Balak wanted Balaam to curse the Israelites, hoping to weaken them and protect his kingdom.
I knew the power of God. His might was undeniable, and his will was absolute. I knew I should only speak God's words. To do otherwise would be to invite disaster upon myself. I mounted my donkey and set off on my journey. The path ahead, uncertain and fraught with spiritual peril. My heart was heavy with the knowledge of God's will and the weight of Balak's request. The conflict within me was intense. My journey was not a peaceful one. The terrain was harsh and the air was thick with tension. Even my donkey, usually a docile creature, seemed to sense the gravity of our mission. Narrator, media, dramatic scene of a man receiving a divine warning in a desert setting. God warned Balaam. His voice was clear and stern. He told Balaam not to go with Balak's men. The warning was unmistakable, but Balak persisted, offering Balaam riches and honor. The temptation was great, and the promises alluring. Balaam, tempted by the king's offers, asked God again. His heart wavered, torn between obedience and desire. This time God allowed Balaam to go, but his permission came with a caveat. He gave him a strict condition. Balaam could only speak the words God gave him, nothing more, nothing less. Balaam could only speak the words God gave him. The weight of this command was immense.
As they journeyed, the sun beat down mercilessly, and the sands shifted beneath their feet. An angel of the Lord stood in their path, a divine sentinel blocking their way. Visible only to the donkey, the angel's presence was a stark reminder of the divine power at play. Balak met Balaam on the outskirts of his land. The air was thick with anticipation and tension, as Balak had summoned Balaam with a specific purpose in mind. He eagerly led Balaam to a high place, a vantage point from which they could survey the land and the people below. From there they could see the vast encampment of the Israelites, stretching out as far as the eye could see, a testament to their numbers and strength. Balak, hoping to gain favor and ensure success, offered sacrifices to God, a ritual steeped in tradition and reverence. Then he waited, his heart pounding, for Balaam to pronounce a curse upon their enemies, the Israelites, who posed a significant threat. But God had other plans. Instead of allowing Balaam to curse the Israelites, he intervened in a divine and unexpected way. He filled Balaam with his spirit, transforming his intentions and words.
I looked out over the Israelites, their camp bustling with life and activity. I saw more than just a multitude of tents. I saw a community bound by faith and purpose. I saw a people chosen by God, blessed and protected, their destiny intertwined with divine will.
Balaam began to speak, his voice carrying the weight of divine inspiration, not with curses, but with blessings, words that would echo through time.
How beautiful are your tents, O Jacob, he proclaimed with awe. Your dwelling places, O Israel, each tent a symbol of resilience and faith.
His words flowed with the power of God, each syllable imbued with divine authority, painting a picture of Israel's future glory, a vision of prosperity and peace that would inspire generations to come. Balaam's words were not what Balak expected. He had hoped for curses to rain down on the Israelites. Instead, he heard blessings. Frustrated, Balak took Balaam to another location. Maybe from a different vantage point, Balaam would see something different, but God's word is unchanging. Once again, Balaam spoke.
He crouches like a lioness, like a lion that rises from its lair. He will not lie down until he devours his prey, until he drinks the blood of his victims.
These words terrified Balak. He had hoped to use Balaam's words to weaken the Israelites. Instead, Balaam's prophecies only confirmed their strength. Balak's frustration boiled over into anger. He had placed his hope in Balaam. Now he felt betrayed.
I brought you to curse my enemies, but you have done nothing but bless them.
I can only speak the words God puts in my mouth. Narrator, Balaam stood firm.
He knew the danger of disobeying God. He had witnessed the Lord's power firsthand. Despite his anger, Balak tried one last time. He led Balaam to a third location, hoping for a different outcome. But God's plan would not be thwarted. Balaam's words remained the same. He could not curse those whom God had blessed. From the third location, overlooking the vast plains where the Israelites were encamped, Balaam spoke again. His eyes scanned the horizon, taking in the vast expanse of land that lay before him, a land that would soon be filled with the echoes of future battles and victories. Balaam. This time my prophecies are not just about the blessings on Israel. They are visions of what is to come, of the great and mighty deeds that will be accomplished by this chosen people. I see their future triumphs. I see them rising above their adversaries, their strength and courage unmatched. I see them conquering their enemies, their dominion spreading far and wide. Their victories will be celebrated, their name feared among the nations. I see a star rising from Jacob, a scepter arising from Israel. This star signifies a new dawn, a new era of leadership and power. These were metaphors for a coming king, a powerful leader who would one day rule over God's people. This leader will bring justice and peace, guiding Israel to its destined greatness. Balaam, I see the downfall of Moab, Edom, and other nations who stand against Israel. Their resistance will crumble. Their strength will fail in the face of Israel's might. Balak watched in dismay. He realized the futility of fighting against God's chosen people. The realization hit him like a wave, overwhelming and undeniable. His anger turned to fear as he grasped the true extent of Israel's destiny. He saw the inevitable rise of Israel, a force that could not be stopped, a destiny that was written in the stars and foretold by the prophets. Balak's hopes were dashed. He realized that Balaam could not curse Israel. God's blessing was upon them. King Balak, Balaam, you are dismissed. Return to your own land. Balaam had obeyed God. He had spoken only God's words, but he had also allowed his desire for riches to influence him. He had gone against God's initial warning. This would have dire consequences for him later. The story of Balaam's prophecy is a powerful testament to God's faithfulness. God had made a promise to Abraham. He would bless his descendants and make them a great nation. Despite Balak's attempts to curse Israel, God's blessings remained. Balak's efforts only served to highlight the unwavering nature of God's promises. God's plan will not be thwarted. He is a God who blesses, protects, and guides his people. His love for them is unconditional. His faithfulness is unwavering. Section 8. The Strength of Obedience. Balaam's story also highlights the importance of obedience. God had clearly instructed Balaam not to go with Balak's men, but Balaam allowed greed to cloud his judgment. He asked God again, hoping for a different answer. While Balaam ultimately spoke God's words, his disobedience had consequences. He faced challenges on his journey. He was rebuked by his own donkey. Obedience to God is essential. It is a sign of our love and respect for him. It is through obedience that we experience his blessings and protection. Section 9. A legacy of faithfulness. The story of Balaam's prophecy reminds us of the faithfulness of God. God had made a promise to Abraham. He would bless his descendants and make them a great nation. This promise was passed down through generations. Centuries later, when the Israelites were on the verge of entering the Promised Land, God's faithfulness was still evident. He protected them from their enemies. He provided for their needs. He guided them on their journey. God's faithfulness extends to us today. He is the same yesterday, today, and forever. We can trust in his promises. We can rely on his unwavering love. Section 10. Echoes of Balaam's prophecy. The echoes of Balaam's prophecy resonate throughout history. The star rising from Jacob, the scepter arising from Israel. These prophecies find their ultimate fulfillment in Jesus Christ. Jesus is the King, the Messiah, descended from the line of David. He is the one who brings true blessing to all nations. Through faith in him, we receive forgiveness of sins and the gift of eternal life. Section 11. The Unwavering Word. The story of Balaam's prophecy is an encouragement to us. It reminds us that God's word is true. His promises are sure. No matter what challenges we face, we can trust in his faithfulness. We can draw strength from the example of the Israelites. Despite their enemies and their own failings, God remained faithful to them. He will do the same for us. Let us stand firm in our faith, knowing that God is with us. He is for us, and he will never forsake us.
The Israelites, weary from their journey, camped in the plains of Moab. Acacia Grove, a deceptively serene oasis, became their temporary home. The promised land was within reach, yet danger lurked. The Moabites, fearful of the Israelites' strength, turned to cunning tactics. They knew direct confrontation was futile. Instead, they planned to weaken Israel from within. Moabite women, alluring and seductive, became their weapons. They lured Israelite men into their embrace, whispering promises of pleasure. The Israelites, weakened by years of wandering and tempted by forbidden desires, succumbed. They partook in Moabite feasts, their senses intoxicated by wine and desire. They bowed down to Baal Peor, the Moabite god of fertility, betraying their covenant with Yahweh. The covenant, sealed by the blood of sacrifice and the promise of faithfulness, was crumbling. The very soul of Israel hung precariously in the balance. The air at Peor was thick with incense and the stench of sin. Israelite men, forgetting their God and their vows, joined the Moabites in their depraved rituals. They danced around the phallic symbol of Baal Peor, their chants a cacophony of blasphemy. Wine flowed freely, fueling their lust and loosening their inhibitions. What began as a subtle seduction had spiraled into a public spectacle of idolatry and sexual immorality. Each act of infidelity chipped away at the moral fabric of Israel. The sanctity of marriage, the cornerstone of their society, was violated. The worship of Yahweh, the one true God who had delivered them from slavery, was replaced with the worship of a false idol. The Israelites, blinded by their desires, failed to see the precipice upon which they stood. Their actions were not merely a personal failing, but a betrayal of their covenant with God and a threat to their very existence. The stench of sin rose to the heavens, a foul odor that symbolized the moral decay and spiritual corruption of the people. This stench reached the nostrils of Yahweh, the Almighty, who had been watching over his chosen people with a heavy heart. His anger, righteous and fierce, burned like a consuming fire, a fire that could not be quenched by mere words or empty promises. He had chosen Israel, delivered them from Egypt with a mighty hand, and made a covenant with them, a sacred agreement that was meant to set them apart as his holy nation, yet they had turned their backs on him, embracing the detestable practices of their enemies, practices that were abhorrent in the eyes of the Lord. A plague swift and deadly swept through the Israelite camp, a manifestation of divine retribution for their disobedience and idolatry. Men weakened by their sins succumbed to the disease, their bodies unable to withstand the wrath that had been unleashed upon them. Bodies piled up, a grim testament to the Lord's wrath, a stark reminder of the consequences of turning away from his commandments. Moses, the lawgiver, the intermediary between God and his people, was devastated. He had led them through the wilderness, guided them with the laws given by God, and now he saw the fruits of their rebellion. He witnessed the suffering, the fear in the eyes of his people, a fear that mirrored his own anguish and sorrow. He knew this was no ordinary illness, it was a divine judgment, a consequence of their transgression, a punishment that was both just and severe. The Lord commanded Moses to take swift and decisive action to restore order and holiness among the people. The ringleaders, those who had led the people astray, were to be publicly executed, a harsh but necessary measure to cleanse the camp of its iniquity. This was not a time for leniency. It was a time for justice, a time to demonstrate the holiness of God and the severity of their sin. The execution of the ringleaders served as a powerful reminder to the Israelites of the consequences of their actions, a reminder that the covenant with God was not to be taken lightly. Moses, in his anguish, prayed fervently, seeking mercy for his people. He pleaded with the Lord to remember his promises, to show compassion even in the midst of his righteous anger. The people, seeing the severity of the punishment, began to repent. They turned back to God, seeking his forgiveness and striving to renew their commitment to the covenant. As they repented, the plague began to lift. The camp, once filled with death and despair, started to be restored. The people learned a hard lesson about the importance of obedience and the consequences of sin. Moses led the Israelites in a renewed covenant ceremony, reminding them of their special relationship with God and the responsibilities that came with it. The ceremony was a solemn occasion, a moment of reflection and recommitment. From that day forward, the Israelites strove to live in harmony, following God's commandments with renewed fervor. They understood that their survival and prosperity depended on their faithfulness to the covenant. The land, once plagued by death, now symbolized peace and divine favor. The Israelites, having learned from their mistakes, walked in the ways of the Lord, cherishing the covenant that bound them to their God. Section 4. Phinehas, a man of action. As the plague ravaged the camp, a Levite named Phinehas, grandson of Aaron the high priest, watched in horror and anger. The camp was in chaos, with people falling ill and dying all around him. The air was thick with the cries of the suffering and the stench of death. Phinehas could not believe what he was witnessing. The people had turned away from the commandments that had been given to them, and now they were paying the price. He saw the blatant disregard for God's law, the casual acceptance of idolatry and immorality. Men and women were openly worshipping false gods, engaging in acts that were forbidden. The sacred covenant was being trampled underfoot, and the people seemed oblivious to the consequences of their actions. Phinehas knew that this was not just a matter of personal sin, it was a communal transgression that threatened the very survival of the nation. His heart burned with righteous indignation. This was not mere anger, it was a profound sense of betrayal and a deep-seated need to restore the sanctity of the covenant. The fire within him was a reflection of his unwavering commitment to uphold the laws that had been handed down through generations. He felt a divine compulsion to act, to do something that would turn the tide and bring the people back to the path of righteousness. He would not stand idly by while his people destroyed themselves and incurred God's wrath. Phinehas understood that inaction was not an option. The longer he waited, the more the plague would spread and the more lives would be lost. He had to take a stand, to be the instrument of divine justice. His resolve was unshakable and his purpose was clear. He would act swiftly and decisively to atone for their sin and appease the Lord's anger. There was no room for hesitation or doubt. The situation demanded immediate and resolute action. Phinehas knew that his actions would be controversial, that they would be met with resistance and possibly even condemnation. But he also knew that he had no choice. The fate of his people depended on his willingness to act. Phinehas grabbed his spear, a symbol of his lineage and his authority. This was not just any weapon, it was a representation of his heritage and his role as a guardian of the covenant. The spear was a tangible reminder of the responsibilities that came with his position. It was a tool of justice, a means to an end. He strode through the camp, his eyes blazing with righteous fury, until he reached the tent of Zimri, a chieftain of the tribe of Simeon. His steps were purposeful, each one bringing him closer to his target. The people around him could sense his determination, and they parted to let him pass. Phinehas was a man on a mission, and nothing would deter him. There, in a brazen display of defiance, Zimri lay with a Midianite woman named Cosbi. Their actions were a direct affront to the laws that had been given to the people. It was a public and shameless act of rebellion, a challenge to the very foundations of their faith. Phinehas knew that this was the moment of truth. Phinehas, driven by zeal for the Lord, plunged his spear through both of them, ending their lives in their sacrilege. It was a swift and decisive act, one that left no room for ambiguity. And the message was clear: the laws of God were not to be trifled with. This act of violence was a necessary step to restore order and sanctity. This act of bold defiance, of swift and uncompromising justice, marked a turning point. It was a moment that would be remembered for generations, a testament to the power of righteous action. Phinehas had taken a stand, and his actions had brought about a profound change. The people would now have to reckon with the consequences of their actions and the reality of divine justice. The plague, as if halted by an invisible hand, began to recede. The immediate threat was over, but the lessons of that day would linger. The people had been given a stark reminder of the importance of their covenant and the dire consequences of straying from it. Phinehas had shown them the way back to righteousness, and his legacy would endure as a beacon of unwavering faith and action. Section 5, the Covenant of Peace, a reward for zeal. The plague subsided, leaving behind a trail of death and a heavy silence. The once bustling camps of the Israelites were now eerily quiet, the air thick with the weight of loss and reflection. The Israelites, shaken and humbled, realized the gravity of their sin and the mercy of their God. They had strayed from the path, and the consequences had been severe. Their hearts were heavy with remorse, and their spirits were bowed in repentance. Phinehas, the instrument of God's justice, stood before Moses, the spear, still stained with blood, a testament to his decisive action. His face was stern, yet there was a glimmer of resolve in his eyes, a reflection of his unwavering commitment to uphold the sanctity of God's covenant. The Lord, speaking through Moses, commended Phinehas for his zeal. Moses, with a voice that carried the weight of divine authority, relayed God's words, praising Phinehas for his fervent dedication and righteous indignation. He had not tolerated the wickedness, the defilement of his covenant. Phinehas had seen the corruption and acted without hesitation, casting out those who had brought dishonor upon their people. He had acted swiftly and decisively, demonstrating his unwavering loyalty to God. His actions were not born out of anger, but out of a deep-seated love for God's law and a desire to see it upheld. The Lord made a covenant of peace with Phinehas, a binding agreement that extended to his descendants. This covenant was a divine promise, a sacred pact that would endure through the generations. He was promised an everlasting priesthood, a lineage that would forever be associated with his act of zeal. This priesthood was not just a title, but a sacred duty, a responsibility to lead and guide the people in righteousness. This covenant was not merely a reward for Phinehas' actions, but a recognition of the importance of zeal in upholding God's law, in protecting the sanctity of the covenant. Zeal in this context was a fervent and passionate commitment to God's commandments, a burning desire to see his will done on earth. It served as a stark reminder to the Israelites that obedience to God brought blessings, while disobedience invited judgment. The stone tablets, inscribed with divine warnings, stood as eternal witnesses to this truth, urging the people to remain faithful and vigilant in their devotion to God. As dawn broke over the camp, the Israelites, now renewed in their faith, looked to the future with hope. They understood that their journey was far from over, but with leaders like Phinehas, they were reminded of the power of zeal and the blessings of obedience. The story of Phinehas and the covenant of peace was recorded for generations to come, a timeless testament to the rewards of zeal and the enduring mercy of God. The book of Numbers in the Bible presents a vivid account of the Israelites' journey through the wilderness. This journey, filled with trials and tribulations, showcases their faith and resilience as they navigate through the harsh desert environment. Numbers chapter 26, in particular, stands out as a pivotal chapter. It marks a significant moment in the narrative, capturing the essence of a nation on the brink of a new beginning. It describes the second registration of Israel's fighting men. This census was not just a bureaucratic exercise, but a crucial step in preparing the Israelites for the challenges ahead. This event takes place on the plains of Moab towards the end of their 40-year wilderness journey. The plains of Moab, a significant location, symbolize the threshold of a new era for the Israelites. The first census, recorded in Numbers chapter 1, occurred at Sinai shortly after the exodus from Egypt. This initial count was essential for organizing the newly freed people into a structured community. Now a new generation is counted. This new census reflects the passage of time and the emergence of a new group ready to fulfill their destiny. This second census is more than a mere head count. It signifies a transition. It marks the shift from the old generation who had experienced the Exodus to the new generation who would enter the promised land. A new generation is about to enter the promised land. This moment is filled with anticipation and hope as they stand on the cusp of realizing the promises made to their forefathers. The generation that had left Egypt had largely perished due to their disobedience and lack of faith. Their journey was marked by rebellion and a failure to trust in God's plan. This new generation, however, carried the hope of a fresh start. They were unburdened by the past and ready to embrace the future with faith and determination. They were poised to inherit the promises God made to their ancestors. These promises included the land flowing with milk and honey, a symbol of prosperity and divine favor. The census serves as a stark reminder: God remains faithful. Despite the failures and shortcomings of the people, God's commitment to his promises never wavered. Even when his people falter, his plans prevail. This enduring truth underscores the entire narrative, highlighting the unwavering nature of divine providence and the ultimate fulfillment of God's promises. The command to conduct this second census came directly from God to Moses. This was not just a casual suggestion, but a divine directive that carried significant weight and purpose. He is instructed to take a census of the entire Israelite community. This was a monumental task, requiring meticulous attention to detail and a deep sense of responsibility. This includes all the men who are 20 years old or older and able to serve in the army. These men were the backbone of Israel's military strength, crucial for the nation's defense and future conquests. This instruction came with specific details. God left nothing to chance, providing Moses with a clear and precise plan to follow. They were to be counted by their ancestral tribes. This method ensured that every family and lineage was accounted for, preserving the heritage and structure of the Israelite community. Eleazar, the son of Aaron, was to assist Moses. His role was crucial, providing support and ensuring the accuracy of the count. This divine command highlights the importance of the census. It was a sacred duty, reflecting the organized and purposeful nature of God's plan for his people. It was not a mere human initiative. This census was a divine mandate, underscoring the spiritual significance of the act. This was about God taking stock of his people. He was intimately involved in their lives, guiding them and preparing them for what lay ahead. He was preparing them for the next stage of their journey. This preparation was essential for their success and survival as they moved towards the promised land. The census served multiple purposes. It was not just a head count, but a strategic tool for planning and organization. It gave an accurate account of the strength of the Israelite army. Knowing the number of able-bodied men was crucial for military planning and readiness. This was vital as they prepared to conquer Canaan. The data from the census provided a clear picture of their capabilities and resources. It also served as a basis for the division of the Promised Land. The census data ensured a fair and equitable distribution of land among the tribes. The land was to be allocated according to the size of each tribe. This method respected the unique needs and contributions of each group, fostering unity and cooperation among the Israelites. The results of the census, meticulously recorded in Numbers chapter 26, reveal a significant increase in the Israelite population. This census was not just a mere counting of people, it was a detailed record that held great significance for the community. Each tribe is listed along with the names of its clans and the total number of men eligible for military service. This information was crucial for organizing the tribes for both defense and religious duties. The tribe of Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, remained numerous despite a past rebellion. This resilience highlights the enduring strength and continuity of the tribe. The tribe of Simeon, on the other hand, experienced a significant decrease. This decline could be attributed to various factors, including internal strife and external pressures. The tribe of Judah, from whom David and eventually Jesus would descend, emerged as the largest tribe. This prominence foreshadows the tribe's future importance in the history of Israel and its spiritual legacy. The Levites, set apart for priestly service, were counted separately. Their unique role in religious ceremonies and temple duties distinguished them from the other tribes. They were not included in the military census. This exclusion underscores their special status and the sacred nature of their responsibilities. This detailed recording of the census results emphasizes the importance of lineage and tribal identity in ancient Israel. Lineage determined one's role, responsibilities, and place within the community. It also served as a testament to God's faithfulness in fulfilling his promise to Abraham. The census numbers were a tangible proof of God's blessings and the growth of Abraham's descendants. He had promised to make his descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky. This promise, echoed through generations, was visibly coming to fruition, reinforcing the faith of the Israelites in their divine covenant. And as the census was being conducted, the text pointedly notes the absence of certain individuals. Dathan and Abiram, who had rebelled against Moses and Aaron, were not counted among their tribe. These men, along with their families, had been swallowed up by the earth in a dramatic display of God's judgment. Their absence serves as a stark reminder of the consequences of rebellion against God's appointed leadership. It highlights the importance of obedience and faithfulness in the life of the Israelites. The census in this way becomes more than just a counting of numbers. It becomes a testament to God's justice and his judgment on sin. Section 5, Land and Inheritance, the practical implications of the census. The second registration of Israel's troops had significant practical implications. It provided the basis for the division of the Promised Land among the tribes. God had promised to give the land of Canaan to the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The census ensured a fair and orderly distribution of the land. Each tribe received an inheritance proportional to its size. This meticulous allocation of land underscores the importance of God's promise. It also emphasizes the value of order and justice in the newly established nation of Israel. Section 6, Women of Valor, the daughters of Zelophehad and their inheritance. Numbers 26 also includes the account of the daughters of Zelophehad. Their story highlights an important legal precedent set during the census. Zelophehad, a man from the tribe of Manasseh, had died without leaving any sons. His 5 daughters, concerned about their family inheritance, appealed to Moses. They argued that they should not be deprived of their father's inheritance just because they were women. Moses took their case before God. God ruled in favor of the daughters. He declared that women could inherit land if there were no male heirs. This ruling established a significant legal precedent in ancient Israel, demonstrating God's concern for justice and fairness for all. Section 7, looking ahead, the census and the promise of the Promised Land. The second registration of Israel's troops in Numbers chapter 26 serves as a pivotal point in the book of Numbers and the Pentateuch as a whole. It marks the end of a generation, the generation that had witnessed the plagues of Egypt, and the parting of the Red Sea was gone. A new generation, counted and prepared, stood ready to enter the promised land. The census, with its detailed account of the 12 tribes, points forward to the fulfillment of God's promise to Abraham. It is a reminder that God's plans are not thwarted by human weakness or sin. Section 8, God's Faithfulness, Reflections on the Theological Significance. The second census in Numbers chapter 26 is more than a historical event. It is a powerful testament to God's faithfulness. Despite the Israelites grumbling, their disobedience, and their tendency to turn away from God, He remained faithful to His covenant promises. He had promised to make Abraham's descendants into a great nation, and He fulfilled that promise. The census served as a visual reminder of God's faithfulness. It encouraged the Israelites to trust in Him as they prepared to enter the promised land. Section 9, A Story of Redemption, the census in light of Israel's journey. The second census takes on an even deeper meaning when we view it in light of Israel's entire redemptive history. Just as God had counted His people after bringing them out of slavery in Egypt, He now counts them again as they are about to enter the promised land. This act of counting signifies God's continued presence and care for His chosen people. It is a reminder that He is with them every step of the way, guiding them towards the fulfillment of His purposes. Section 10, Conclusion, a foundation for the future. The second registration of Israel's troops in Numbers chapter 26 stands as a significant event in the biblical narrative. It is a testament to God's faithfulness, His justice, and His enduring love for His people. The census, with its meticulous recording of names and numbers, served as a foundation for the future of Israel. It paved the way for the division of the promised land, the establishment of tribal inheritances, and the fulfillment of God's covenant promises. As we reflect on this event, we are reminded of God's faithfulness, His concern for justice, and His unwavering commitment to His people.
The book of Numbers tells the story of Zelophehad's daughters, a tale of bravery and determination. These 5 women, Mahlah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah, faced a dilemma that could change their lives forever. Their father had died without sons, leaving them in a precarious position. In that time, inheritance laws were clear. Property and wealth were passed down to male heirs. Without a male heir, the daughters were set to lose their family land, their heritage, and their security. Moses as Moses. The sisters showed great courage in the face of such adversity. They approached me, Eleazar the priest, the leaders, and the whole community, determined to seek justice. They presented their case at the entrance of the tent of meeting, a place of great significance. They argued passionately that their father had been a faithful man, loyal to his people and his God. They pleaded that their father's name should not be lost simply because he had no sons. This act was bold and unprecedented. It challenged the existing social order, questioning long-held traditions and norms. The daughters' courage and determination set in motion a significant event that would be remembered for generations. Their actions would not only secure their own future, but also reshape the laws of inheritance in Israel, ensuring justice for many others to come. Moses took their case to the Lord. God responded with a just and compassionate solution. Lord as Lord. The daughters are right. They should receive their father's inheritance. God instructed Moses to establish a new law. Moses as Moses. If a man dies without sons, his daughters will inherit his property. This ensures that women are not unfairly disadvantaged. It also protects family legacies. God's response went beyond the immediate situation. He established a precedent for fairness and equity. This divine intervention had a profound impact on the Israelites. It showed that God's laws were not static. They could adapt to ensure justice for all. The book of Numbers also recounts the appointment of Joshua. This happened during a time of transition for the Israelites. They were nearing the end of their 40 years in the wilderness. Moses, their leader, was approaching the end of his life. Lord as Lord. Moses commissioned Joshua. He is to lead the Israelites into the promised land. Joshua was a man of faith and courage. He had served as Moses' aide. He was a proven leader, ready to take on this monumental task. Moses as Moses-Joshua's appointment was a pivotal moment. It marked the passing of the mantle of leadership. It signified God's faithfulness. God was preparing a new generation to inherit the promises made to their ancestors. God gave specific instructions to Moses regarding Joshua's appointment. These instructions were not just casual suggestions, but were divine mandates that needed to be followed meticulously. He was to commission Joshua in the presence of Eleazar the priest and the whole community. This was to ensure that everyone witnessed the divine choice and understood the significance of the moment. This public declaration affirmed God's choice. It was a moment of great importance as it signified that Joshua was chosen by God himself to lead the people. It established Joshua's authority before the people. This was crucial for maintaining order and ensuring that the people would follow Joshua as they had followed Moses. Lord as Lord, lay your hand on Joshua. This command was not just a ritual, but a powerful act of transferring divine authority. This act symbolizes the transfer of leadership. It was a visible sign that Joshua was now the chosen leader, endowed with the same spirit that had guided Moses. It is an impartation of authority and blessing. This blessing was essential for Joshua to lead effectively and with divine favor. I promise to be with Joshua, just as I have been with you. This promise was a reassurance that Joshua would not be alone in his leadership. The Lord's instructions emphasized several key principles. These principles were designed to ensure that the transition of leadership was smooth and divinely guided. These included the importance of public affirmation, the transfer of authority, and the assurance of God's presence. Public affirmation was crucial for the people to accept Joshua as their new leader. These principles were essential for a smooth transition of leadership. Without them, the people might have been confused or resistant to the change. Eleazar the priest, as Eleazar the priest. This public declaration is crucial. It serves as a divine endorsement of Joshua's leadership. It affirms God's choice and establishes Joshua's authority. With these divine instructions, the people could trust that Joshua was the right leader for them. The Israelites were assured of a seamless transition and continued guidance under Joshua's leadership. This assurance was vital for maintaining the unity and faith of the community as they moved forward under new leadership. Section 5. A lasting legacy. The impact of Zelophehad's daughters and Joshua's leadership. This section delves into the profound influence these biblical figures had on their society and the enduring lessons they imparted. The stories of Zelophehad's daughters and Joshua's appointment are intertwined, showcasing a unique blend of courage, faith, and divine guidance. They reveal important truths about God's character and his plans for his people, emphasizing his justice, mercy, and unwavering commitment to his promises. They highlight the themes of justice, transition, and God's faithfulness. These narratives serve as powerful reminders of how divine principles can shape human history and societal norms.
The daughters' courage led to a more just and equitable society. By standing up for their inheritance rights, they challenged the status quo and brought about significant legal reforms. Their story continues to inspire, reminding us that even in ancient times, the fight for justice and equality was crucial. It demonstrates the importance of standing up for what is right, even when it challenges tradition. Their bravery set a precedent for future generations to follow.
Joshua's appointment ushered in a new era for Israel. As Moses' successor, he was tasked with leading the Israelites into the Promised Land. Under his leadership, they would conquer the Promised Land, fulfilling the promises made to their ancestors. His story reminds us that God equips and empowers those he calls to leadership. Joshua's faith and obedience were instrumental in achieving victory and establishing a new nation.
These events had a profound impact on the Israelites. They not only shaped their immediate future, but also left a lasting legacy that would influence generations to come. They serve as a reminder of God's faithfulness, justice, and his ongoing provision for his people. The stories of Zelophehad's daughters and Joshua continue to resonate, offering timeless lessons on leadership, courage, and divine purpose. Section 6. Echoes of Courage. The daughters of Zelophehad's enduring example. The daughters of Zelophehad stand as powerful examples of courage. In a time when women had limited social standing, they dared to challenge the status quo. They recognized an injustice and refused to remain silent.
Their courage wasn't fueled by anger or resentment. It was driven by a deep sense of faith and a desire to honor their father's memory. They believed in a just God. They trusted that he would hear their plea.
Their story resonates throughout history, inspiring countless others to fight for justice and equality. They remind us that every voice matters, and that even the seemingly powerless can affect change. Section 7, a blueprint for justice, the legacy of God's equitable laws.
God's response to the daughter's plea wasn't just a solution to an immediate problem. It established a precedent for a more just and equitable society. The new inheritance laws ensured that women wouldn't be unfairly disadvantaged. These laws reflected God's heart for the vulnerable and marginalized. They demonstrated his commitment to fairness and compassion. This act of divine justice served as a blueprint for future generations. It reminded them to establish laws that reflected God's character. The legacy of these laws continues to challenge us today. It calls us to examine our own systems and structures. We must ensure that they promote fairness, equality, and opportunity for all.
Section 8, leadership and legacy, reflecting on Joshua's appointment.
Joshua's appointment as Moses' successor was a pivotal moment in Israel's history. It marked a transition from the wilderness wanderings to the conquest of the Promised Land. It also highlighted the importance of godly leadership. Joshua's leadership was characterized by obedience, courage, and unwavering faith in God. He led the Israelites through numerous battles and challenges. He remained faithful to God's commands. His leadership paved the way for Israel to become a powerful nation. Joshua's story reminds us that true leadership requires more than just charisma or ambition. It demands humility, integrity, and a deep commitment to serving both God and people.
Section 9, a timeless message, the relevance of the story today. The stories of Zelophehad's daughters and Joshua's appointment hold timeless relevance. They speak to enduring human experiences. These include the pursuit of justice, the challenges of transitions, and the importance of faithful leadership. We still grapple with issues of inequality and injustice. We face times of transition and uncertainty. We long for leaders who will guide us with wisdom and integrity. These ancient stories offer guidance and hope. They remind us that God is present in our struggles. He hears the cries of the marginalized. He raises up leaders to guide us. He is faithful to fulfill his promises. Section 10, conclusion, finding inspiration in ancient wisdom. The Book of Numbers offers a wealth of timeless wisdom. The stories of Zelophehad's daughters and Joshua's appointment are powerful examples. They remind us of God's justice, his provision, and his guidance. These ancient stories encourage us to act with courage. They challenge us to pursue justice. They inspire us to trust in God's divine plan. Let us carry these lessons with us as we navigate the complexities of our own time.
The Book of Numbers, fourth in the Torah, derives its name from the censuses taken of the Israelites, highlighting the significance of the people of Israel as a community bound to God. The book primarily narrates the Israelites' journey through the wilderness, following their exodus from Egypt, emphasizing the importance of obedience to God's laws and the consequences of disobedience. Embedded within these narratives are detailed instructions for various offerings, including the daily offerings in Numbers 28. These offerings were not merely rituals, but played a vital role in the Israelites' relationship with God, reflecting their dependence on Him and their commitment to the covenant. In ancient Israel, offerings were central to the people's relationship with God. They were seen as a means of expressing gratitude, seeking atonement for sin, and maintaining communion with the divine. These offerings, often involving animals and agricultural produce, represented the Israelites' dedication of their most valuable possessions to God. Each offering had specific instructions and symbolism reflecting the diverse aspects of their relationship with God, encompassing gratitude, repentance, and a desire for continued blessings. Numbers 28 outlines the daily offerings known as which formed the foundation of the Israelites' worship. These offerings were to be made every morning and evening, signifying a constant acknowledgement of God's presence and provision. that consisted of a year-old lamb offered as a burnt offering alongside a grain offering mixed with oil and a drink offering of wine. This daily ritual served as a constant reminder of the Israelites' dependence on God and their commitment to serving Him. The regularity of these offerings emphasized the importance of consistent communion with God, not just on special occasions, but as an integral part of their daily lives. In addition to the daily offerings, which were a regular part of the Israelites' worship practices, Numbers 28 prescribed specific offerings for the Sabbath, the seventh day of the week, designated by God as a day of rest. This day was not just any ordinary day, it was a day set apart for special observance and reverence. These offerings involved 2-year-old lambs, which were to be without blemish, alongside a larger grain offering and drink offering compared to the daily offerings. The grain offering was made of fine flour mixed with oil, and the drink offering was a specific measure of wine. The additional offerings on the Sabbath emphasized its sacredness as a special day set apart by God. These rituals were not merely ceremonial, they were deeply symbolic, representing the people's dedication and obedience to God's commandments. They served as a reminder of God's creation of the world in 6 days and His rest on the 7th, as well as His covenant with Israel. This covenant was a binding agreement that underscored the relationship between God and His people, offering a time for rest and spiritual reflection. The distinction between the Sabbath and the other days of the week reinforced the importance of observing the Sabbath as a holy day dedicated to God. It was a day to cease from labor, to gather in worship, and to renew one's spirit, reflecting on the divine purpose and the blessings bestowed upon them. Monthly offerings, marking the passage of time. Numbers 28 also details offerings for the beginning of each month, marking the passage of time within the Israelites' religious calendar. These offerings, more extensive than the daily offerings, included burnt offerings of bulls, rams, and lambs, along with accompanying grain offerings and drink offerings. The monthly offerings provided an opportunity for the Israelites to express their gratitude for God's blessings throughout the previous month and seek His favor for the month ahead. They served as a regular reminder of the importance of aligning their lives with God's rhythms, both in daily life and across the passage of time. Passover offerings, remembering redemption and deliverance. Beyond the regular daily, Sabbath, and monthly offerings, the book of Numbers, chapter 28, also details specific offerings for various festivals. Each of these offerings commemorates significant events in Israel's history and their unique relationship with God. These offerings were not just rituals, but were deeply symbolic acts of faith and remembrance. The Passover, one of the most important festivals, celebrates the Israelites' liberation from slavery in Egypt. This celebration involved the sacrifice of a lamb without blemish, which was then eaten with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. Each element of the meal held deep significance, representing different aspects of their journey and God's intervention. This offering symbolized the lamb's blood that marked the Israelites' doors in Egypt, a sign that spared their firstborn sons from death during the final plague. This act of marking the doorpost was a profound symbol of faith and obedience, ensuring their protection and deliverance. The Passover offerings served as a powerful reminder of God's deliverance. They emphasized the importance of remembering and celebrating this pivotal event in their history. Each year, families would gather to recount the story, ensuring that the memory of their ancestors' struggles and triumphs remained alive. The Passover feast, with its specific foods and rituals, served as a tangible way to retell the story of the Exodus for each generation. Through these practices, the history and lessons of the past were passed down, allowing each new generation to connect with their heritage and understand the significance of their faith. The Festival of Weeks, Shavuot, celebrating the harvest of wheat. 7 weeks after Passover, the Festival of Weeks, also known as Shavuot, marked the end of the wheat harvest. This festival involved offering 2 loaves of bread baked with the first fruits of the wheat harvest, along with burnt offerings of animals, grain offerings, and drink offerings. The Festival of Weeks celebrated God's provision and the bounty of the land. It was a time of thanksgiving for the successful harvest and for God's faithfulness in sustaining them. The offering of the first fruits acknowledged God's ownership of the land and their dependence on his blessings. The Festival of Trumpets, observed on the first day of the 7th month, marked the beginning of the civil year. This festival involved the sounding of trumpets and the offering of a special burnt offering, along with a male goat as a sin offering. This day served as a time for reflection, repentance, and seeking God's forgiveness for the past year. The sounding of the trumpets symbolized a call to attention, a reminder to focus on their relationship with God and to seek spiritual renewal. The Day of Atonement, occurring on the 10th day of the 7th month, is known as Yom Kippur in the Jewish tradition. It is a day set aside for reflection, prayer, and seeking forgiveness. Yom Kippur was the most solemn day of the year, dedicated to seeking atonement for sins. The entire community would gather in synagogues, engaging in intense prayer and introspection. This day involved a complete fast, abstaining from food and drink for 25 hours, and a complex series of offerings. These offerings included a bull and a goat, which was sacrificed by the high priest to atone for his own sins and those of the community. A second goat, designated as the scapegoat, was sent into the wilderness. The high priest would symbolically place the sins of the people upon this goat, which was then released, carrying away their transgressions. This ritual represented the removal of their sins and the possibility of reconciliation with God. The community would feel a sense of renewal and hope, believing that their sins had been forgiven. The Day of Atonement highlighted the seriousness of sin and the need for repentance and atonement. It was a time for individuals to reflect on their actions, seek forgiveness from those they had wronged, and make a commitment to improve in the coming year. 5 days after Yom Kippur, the Israelites celebrated the Festival of Booths, commemorating their 40 years of wandering in the wilderness after the Exodus from Egypt. This week-long festival involved living in temporary shelters, or sukkahs, constructed from branches and leaves, and bringing offerings of bulls, rams, lambs, and goats, along with grain offerings and drink offerings. Living in these temporary dwellings served as a reminder of God's provision and protection during their journey through the wilderness. The festival also celebrated the completion of the harvest season and was a time of great joy and thanksgiving. The offerings, detailed in Numbers 28, were integral to the religious and cultural life of ancient Israel. They represented a tangible expression of the Israelites' covenant relationship with God, encompassing gratitude, obedience, repentance, and a constant awareness of His presence. These offerings, far from being empty rituals, served as powerful reminders of God's deliverance, provision, and forgiveness, shaping the Israelites' understanding of themselves and their place in the world. While these specific offerings are no longer practiced, they continue to offer valuable insights into the importance of worship, sacrifice, and the enduring human desire for a meaningful relationship with the divine.
Imagine a time long ago, in a land far away. The ancient Israelites, a people deeply connected to their faith, gathered for sacred celebrations throughout the year. These festivals, ordained by God and detailed in their holy scriptures, were joyous occasions filled with music, feasting, and special offerings. These gatherings were more than just celebrations. They were profound expressions of faith, gratitude, and communal unity. Each festival held deep religious significance, reminding the Israelites of God's blessings, their covenant with Him, and their shared history. These festivals offered a time to pause from daily life, reflect on their relationship with God, and reaffirm their commitment to His laws. The offerings presented during these festivals weren't merely gifts. They were a symbolic act of worship, a tangible way for the people to express their devotion and seek God's forgiveness and blessing. The intricate details of each festival, including the specific types and quantities of offerings, were meticulously laid out in their sacred texts, demonstrating the importance of obedience and reverence in their worship. The Festival of Trumpets, observed on the first day of the 7th month, marked the beginning of a holy period in the Israelite calendar. It was a day set aside for reflection, repentance, and remembrance, a time to take stock of one's life and seek spiritual renewal. The sound of the shofar, A ram's horn trumpet pierced the air, serving as a powerful symbol of awakening and a call to return to God. Numbers 29 outlines the specific offerings required on this day, a comprehensive list that underscores the day's solemnity and significance. A bull, a ram, and 7 male lambs without blemish were to be offered as burnt offerings, their smoke ascending to heaven as a sweet aroma to God, a symbol of the Israelites' complete surrender and devotion. Alongside these, a male goat was offered as a sin offering, acknowledging the people's imperfections and seeking atonement for their transgressions. Following the Festival of Trumpets on the 10th day of the 7th month came the most solemn day in the Jewish calendar, Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement. This day was dedicated to seeking forgiveness for sins and reconciling with God. It was a time for deep introspection, sincere repentance, and complete submission to God's mercy. The Day of Atonement was a stark reminder of human fallibility and the need for God's grace. The offerings for this day, as detailed in Numbers 29, were more extensive than any other festival, emphasizing the gravity of the occasion. A bull, a ram, and 7 male lambs were offered as burnt offerings, symbolizing complete dedication and surrender to God. 2 male goats were also presented. 1 goat was sacrificed as a sin offering for the Israelites, its blood sprinkled on the Ark of the Covenant, symbolizing the cleansing of their sins. The second goat, designated as the scapegoat, was symbolically laden with the sins of the people and sent into the wilderness, signifying the removal of their transgressions. Following the Day of Atonement came a time of joyous celebration. Sukkot, the Festival of Shelters. This 7-day festival, beginning on the 15th day of the 7th month, commemorated the Israelites' 40 years of wandering in the wilderness after their exodus from Egypt. The festival served as a vivid reminder of God's protection and provision during their time of hardship and transition. During Sukkot, the Israelites were commanded to live in temporary dwellings called Sukkot, huts made of branches and leaves. These fragile structures served as a tangible reminder of their ancestors' reliance on God for shelter during their journey through the wilderness. The Sukkot also symbolized the fragility of life and the ultimate dependence on God for protection and provision. Section 5, the first day, a time for gathering and thanksgiving. The Festival of Shelters, as detailed in Numbers 29, was a week-long celebration, with each day marked by specific offerings that painted a vivid picture of the Israelites' relationship with God. The first day of Sukkot was a day of sacred assembly, a time to gather together and give thanks to God for His abundant blessings. The day's offerings were extensive, reflecting the importance of the occasion. 13 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, and a male goat were offered. These offerings, a combination of burnt offerings and sin offerings, symbolized the Israelites' complete dedication to God and their plea for forgiveness. The decreasing number of bulls offered each day throughout the festival represented the Israelites' gradual return to their daily lives, while the consistent number of lambs signified their continued devotion to God. Section 6. Days of Rejoicing, the intermediate days of shelters. The intermediate days of Sukkot, from the 2nd to the 6th day, were characterized by joy, feasting, and fellowship. Families continued to live in their Sukkot, sharing meals, stories, and laughter. These days were a time for community building, strengthening bonds, and celebrating the blessings of harvest. The atmosphere was one of gratitude, merriment, and shared faith. The offerings continued throughout these days, though with a slightly reduced number each day. 12 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs were offered on the 2nd day, 11 bulls on the 3rd, and so on until the 6th day, when only 7 bulls were offered. This gradual decrease in the number of bulls, while maintaining the same number of rams and lambs, symbolized the transition from the solemnity of the festival's beginning to the joy and celebration of its culmination. Section 7. The 7th day, a Sabbath of rest and reflection. The 7th day of Sukkot, coinciding with the Sabbath, was a day set aside for rest, reflection, and spiritual rejuvenation. It was a time to cease from work, gather with loved ones, and contemplate the deeper meaning of the festival. The Sukkot, temporary as they were, provided a space for introspection, allowing the Israelites to connect with their ancestors' journey and appreciate the present. The offerings for this Sabbath day differed from the previous days, reflecting its sacred nature. While the number of bulls decreased to 7, signifying the conclusion of the festival week, the number of rams and lambs remained constant at 2 and 14 respectively. This consistency underscored the enduring importance of sacrifice and devotion, even amidst celebration and rest. Section 8, the 8th day, a solemn assembly. The Festival of Shelters culminated in a final day of solemn assembly, a day to reflect on the festival's lessons and transition back to daily life. This 8th day, while not technically part of Sukkot, was closely associated with it and marked the end of the fall festival season. It was a time to express gratitude for the blessings received, seek forgiveness for any shortcomings, and renew one's commitment to God's covenant. The offerings for this day, as described in Numbers 29, mirrored those of the first day of Sukkot: 1 bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs, and 1 goat. This repetition emphasized the cyclical nature of the liturgical year and the ongoing need for atonement and dedication. The 8th day served as a bridge between the sacred time of the festival and the ordinary time of daily life, reminding the Israelites that their covenant with God extended beyond the festival season and into every aspect of their lives. Section 9, Offerings of Unity, building community through worship. The intricate system of offerings during the festivals described in Numbers 29 served a multifaceted purpose. Beyond their religious significance, these offerings played a crucial role in fostering community and strengthening social bonds. The act of gathering, preparing the sacrifices, and participating in the rituals fostered a sense of shared identity and purpose among the Israelites. The offerings, particularly the peace offerings, often involved communal meals, providing opportunities for people of different backgrounds and social standings to come together in fellowship. The distribution of the sacrificial meat among the priests and the offerers ensured that even the less fortunate members of society could partake in the blessings of the festivals. These shared meals transcended social barriers, reinforcing the idea of equality and unity under God. Section 10, A Legacy of Faith, the enduring significance of ancient rituals. The ancient Israelite festivals, with their elaborate offerings and rituals, may seem distant and irrelevant in today's world. However, the principles underlying these ancient practices hold timeless significance. These festivals remind us of the importance of setting aside time for reflection, gratitude, and connection with the divine. They underscore the power of community, the significance of shared rituals, and the enduring need for forgiveness and reconciliation. While the specific forms of worship may have evolved, the human longing for connection, meaning, and purpose remains constant. The festivals described in Numbers 29 offer a glimpse into a time when faith was woven into the fabric of everyday life, a time when rituals served as powerful reminders of God's presence and provision. As we navigate the complexities of modern life, these ancient traditions offer valuable lessons about the importance of faith, community, and the enduring search for meaning.
In ancient Israel, a vow was more than just a promise. It was a solemn declaration, a binding commitment that held immense weight and significance in the lives of the people. It was a sacred act, binding a person to their word before God. These vows were not taken lightly, as they were seen as a direct communication with the divine, a pledge that intertwined one's fate with their faith. Vows were deeply embedded in the fabric of Israelite society, reflecting their relationship with the divine and their commitment to their community. They were a testament to one's integrity and honor, a public declaration of one's intentions and promises. Breaking a vow was a grave offense, potentially disrupting the social order and incurring divine disfavor. The consequences of breaking a vow were severe, often leading to social ostracism and a loss of trust within the community. It was believed that breaking a vow could bring about divine retribution, affecting not just the individual, but the entire community. The Book of Numbers, specifically chapter 30, provides detailed regulations concerning vows, shedding light on the cultural and religious significance of these solemn promises in ancient Israel. These regulations were meticulously followed, ensuring that vows were made with utmost sincerity and seriousness. The chapter outlines the conditions under which vows could be made, who could make them, and the circumstances under which they could be annulled. This highlights the importance of vows in maintaining the moral and spiritual fabric of the society, ensuring that promises made to God and to one another were honored and respected. Numbers 30 appears within a larger narrative recounting the Israelites' journey through the wilderness after their exodus from Egypt. This journey was not just a physical trek but also a spiritual and societal transformation. The Israelites were transitioning from a life of slavery in Egypt to becoming a self-governing covenant-bound community under the guidance of Moses. This context is essential for understanding the chapter's emphasis on order and obedience. Moses, as the leader and prophet, conveyed God's commandments to the people, ensuring that they adhered to divine laws. These laws were not arbitrary, but were designed to instill discipline and a sense of collective responsibility among the Israelites. As the Israelites wandered in the desert, establishing a new society, clear guidelines for conduct, including vow-making, were crucial. Vows were solemn promises made to God, and breaking them was considered a serious offense. The regulations provided a framework for making and fulfilling vows, ensuring that the community remained faithful to their commitments. These regulations aimed to maintain social harmony and uphold religious piety in the fledgling nation. By adhering to these rules, the Israelites could foster a sense of unity and trust within the community. The emphasis on vows also highlighted the importance of integrity and accountability in their relationship with God and with each other. The chapter's meticulous instructions on vows reflect a society where spoken words carried significant weight, particularly when uttered in a religious context. Vows were not just personal promises but were seen as binding contracts with God. This underscores the seriousness with which the Israelites approached their faith and their commitment to living according to divine principles. The detailed guidelines in Numbers 30 served as a reminder of the sacredness of their words and the importance of keeping their promises to maintain divine favor and social order. Numbers 30 begins by addressing the vows made by women, specifically daughters living under their father's authority. If a woman made a vow, her father had the power to either confirm or nullify it. This practice reflects the patriarchal structure of ancient Israelite society, where men held significant authority over women's lives. However, this authority was not absolute. The father's decision had to be made promptly upon hearing the vow. His silence constituted implicit consent, making the daughter's vow binding. The chapter then addresses vows made by married women. Similar to a father's authority over his daughter, a husband had the power to confirm or nullify his wife's vows. This regulation underscored the importance of marital unity and the husband's role as the head of the household. By granting the husband this authority, the law aimed to prevent potential conflicts within the marriage that could arise from a wife's unfulfilled vow. Section 5. The seriousness of breaking a vow, divine favor, and communal order. Numbers 30 emphasizes the gravity of breaking a vow. Vows were not to be taken lightly. Breaking a vow was seen as an act of defiance against God, potentially resulting in divine punishment. This emphasis on fulfilling vows stemmed from the belief that God was a witness to every promise made. Breaking a vow, therefore, was a breach of trust, not only within the community, but also with the divine. Section 6. The husband's right affirmation, annulment, and silence. The text explicitly details the husband's prerogative concerning his wife's vows. Upon hearing his wife's vow, he had the right to either verbally confirm or annul it. However, his silence was significant. If the husband remained silent, neither confirming nor nullifying the vow, it was deemed to be automatically binding. This silence implied consent and highlighted the seriousness with which vows were treated. Numbers 30 makes an important distinction regarding widows and divorced women. These women, no longer under the authority of a husband or father, regained complete autonomy over their vows. Their vows were binding without requiring any external confirmation or annulment. This exception highlights the social realities of the time, acknowledging the independent status of women who were not under male guardianship. Beyond Numbers 30 vows throughout the Hebrew Bible. The significance of vows extends far beyond Numbers 30. Throughout the Hebrew Bible, we encounter numerous instances of individuals making vows to God. These vows often involve promises of offerings, sacrifices, or specific actions in exchange for divine favor or deliverance. One notable example is Hannah's vow in the book of 1 Samuel, where she promises to dedicate her son, Samuel, to God's service in return for a child. The enduring significance lessons for today. While the specific regulations outlined in Numbers 30 may seem culturally distant today, the underlying principles retain their relevance. The chapter underscores the importance of integrity. Keeping one's word, particularly in matters involving God, is paramount. Respect for commitments, vows, whether spoken to God or to others, should not be taken lightly. Understanding context. Interpreting biblical texts requires careful consideration of their historical and cultural background. Conclusion: commitment, community, and the divine. Numbers 30 offers a fascinating glimpse into the social and religious landscape of ancient Israel. This chapter delves into the intricate web of commitments that bound individuals to their community and to the divine. It highlights the profound significance of vows and pledges, which were not merely personal promises, but were seen as binding contracts with both social and spiritual implications. The regulations concerning vows reveal a society where spoken words carried immense weight, reflecting a deep-seated belief in divine justice and the importance of communal harmony. In ancient Israel, a vow was a sacred promise, often made in the presence of witnesses, and breaking it was considered a serious offense. This underscores the community's collective responsibility to uphold truth and integrity. While the specific cultural context may differ, the underlying principles of integrity, commitment, and respect for the sacred retain their timeless relevance. These principles are not confined to the past. They resonate with us today, reminding us of the power of our words and the importance of keeping our promises. In a world where commitments can sometimes be taken lightly, the ancient practices of vow-making in Israel serve as a powerful reminder of the value of trust and accountability. Understanding the role of vows in ancient Israel provides valuable insights into the broader biblical narrative and offers enduring lessons for navigating the complexities of human relationships and our commitments to ourselves, others, and the divine. By studying these ancient texts, we gain a deeper appreciation for the ways in which our ancestors sought to create a just and harmonious society. Their emphasis on the sanctity of vows teaches us about the enduring power of commitment and the profound impact it can have on our lives and our communities.
The biblical account of Numbers 31 presents a dramatic and significant event in the history of Israel. This chapter narrates the battle between the Israelites and the Midianites, a conflict marked by divine command and human action. The story unfolds with God's directive to Moses to take revenge on the Midianites, leading to a fierce battle and a decisive victory for Israel. This event holds considerable importance not only for its immediate military outcomes, but also for its broader ethical and moral implications. The story begins with a direct command from God to Moses. In Numbers 31, verses 1 and 2, God instructs Moses to take vengeance on the Midianites for their role in leading the Israelites into sin at Peor. The Midianites had previously enticed the Israelites into idolatry and immorality, resulting in a severe plague among the people. God's command to Moses is clear and unequivocal. The directive to take vengeance is not merely a call to battle, but a mandate to execute divine judgment. Moses, as the leader of the Israelites, receives this command with a sense of duty and responsibility. His role as a mediator between God and the people is crucial in ensuring that the divine directive is faithfully executed. The command to take vengeance on the Midianites sets the stage for the subsequent actions and decisions that will shape the course of the battle and its aftermath. Following God's command, Moses proceeds to assemble an army for the impending battle. Numbers 31, verses 3 to 5, describes the selection of 12,000 men from the tribes of Israel, with 1,000 men chosen from each tribe. The involvement of Phinehas, the son of Eleazar the priest, is a notable aspect of this assembly. Phinehas is chosen to accompany the army, carrying the holy articles and the trumpets for signaling. His presence signifies the spiritual dimension of the battle. emphasizing that this is not merely a military engagement but a divinely sanctioned act of retribution. The assembly of the army also reflects the collective responsibility of the Israelites in fulfilling God's command. Each tribe contributes equally to the force, symbolizing the unity and solidarity of the nation. The battle against the Midianites unfolds with a swift and decisive victory for the Israelites. Numbers 31, verses 7 and 8, recounts the outcome of the engagement, with the Israelite army killing all the Midianite males and defeating their kings. The immediate outcomes of the battle include the death of the 5 Midianite kings, Evi, Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reba. These leaders had played significant roles in the Midianite opposition to Israel, and their defeat symbolizes the dismantling of Midianite power. Another significant outcome is the death of Balaam, the son of Beor. Balaam, a prophet who had previously attempted to curse Israel, is killed alongside the Midianites. His death serves as a reminder of the consequences of opposing God's chosen people and attempting to subvert divine plans. Section 5. Death of the Midianite kings. The 5 kings, Evi, Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reba, are slain by the Israelite forces, marking the end of Midianite resistance. The defeat of the Midianite kings represents the dismantling of Midianite power and leadership. These kings had been instrumental in opposing Israel and leading their people into conflict. Their deaths signify the complete subjugation of the Midianites and the fulfillment of God's command to take vengeance. The elimination of the Midianite leadership ensures that there is no remaining authority to rally the Midianites against Israel. This decisive action reflects the comprehensive nature of the Israelite mission and the effectiveness of their military strategy. Section 6. Balaam's fate. Balaam, the son of Beor, is a central figure whose fate is intricately linked to the battle against the Midianites. Numbers 31 verse 8 records his death alongside the Midianite kings, marking the culmination of his complex and controversial role in the biblical narrative. Balaam had previously been summoned by Balak, the king of Moab, to curse the Israelites. Despite his initial resistance, Balaam ultimately sought to find a way to fulfill Balak's request. However, God intervened and Balaam was compelled to bless Israel instead of cursing them. The death of Balaam in the battle against the Midianites underscores the consequences of his actions. Section 7. Capture of women, children, and livestock. The capture of Midianite women, children, and livestock is a significant outcome of the battle. Numbers 31 verses 9 to 11 detail the extent of the spoils taken by the Israelite army, including the women, children, and vast quantities of livestock. The capture of the Midianite women and children presents a challenging ethical dilemma. On one hand, it reflects the customary practices of ancient warfare, where captives were often taken as spoils of war. On the other hand, it raises questions about the treatment of non-combatants and the moral implications of such actions. The inclusion of livestock among the spoils highlights the material gains of the battle. Section 8. Moses' anger and purification. Upon the return of the Israelite army, Moses reacts with anger and frustration. Numbers 31, 14-16 describes Moses' response to the presence of the Midianite women among the captives. His anger is directed at the commanders of the army for allowing the women to live, as they had been the ones to lead the Israelites into sin at Peor. Moses' anger leads to a directive to purify the camp. He orders the execution of all male children and non-virgin women among the captives, while the virgin women are spared. The purification process also includes specific instructions for cleansing the soldiers and the spoils of war. Moses instructs the soldiers to remain outside the camp for 7 days, undergoing a ritual purification process. Section 9. Division of the plunder. The division of the plunder is a significant aspect of the narrative, highlighting the practical and economic considerations of the battle. Numbers 31, 25-30 details the meticulous process of dividing the spoils of war, including the captured livestock and other valuables. The plunder is divided into 2 main portions, one for the soldiers who fought in the battle and one for the rest of the Israelite community. The soldiers' portion is further divided, with a portion allocated as a tribute to the Lord given to Eleazar the priest. The rest of the plunder is distributed among the Israelite community with specific instructions for the allocation of shares to the Levites. The inclusion of the Levites in the distribution process highlights their role as spiritual leaders and their dependence on the community for sustenance. The meticulous process of dividing the plunder underscores the importance of fairness and equity in the Israelite society. Section 10, Moral and Ethical Considerations. The narrative of Numbers 31 presents complex moral and ethical considerations, reflecting the multifaceted nature of the biblical story. The command to take vengeance on the Midianites, the capture of women and children, and the subsequent actions taken by Moses raise challenging questions about justice, purity, and divine standards. One of the key ethical considerations is the treatment of non-combatants, particularly the Midianite women and children. The execution of male children and non-virgin women reflects the harsh realities of ancient warfare and the stringent requirements for maintaining the purity of the Israelite community. The narrative also highlights the theme of divine retribution and the consequences of opposing God's chosen people. The division of the plunder and the purification process reflect the integration of religious and practical considerations in the Israelite society. The moral and ethical considerations of the narrative of Numbers 31 continue to resonate with contemporary readers, offering valuable lessons and insights into the nature of justice, obedience, and divine standards. Section 11, Conclusion. The biblical account of Israel's conquest of the Midianites in Numbers 31 is a dramatic and significant event in the history of Israel. This narrative highlights the themes of divine justice, obedience, and the integration of religious and practical considerations in the Israelite society. The battle against the Midianites and its outcomes offer valuable insights into the values and principles that guided the community. The story of Israel's conquest of the Midianites in Numbers 31 continues to resonate with its themes of justice, obedience, and divine retribution. The Book of Numbers introduces us to Reuben and Gad. They were two of the 12 tribes of Israel. They were known for their large herds and flocks. They lived a nomadic lifestyle. They wandered the land in search of pasture. These tribes were descended from Jacob. They inherited his blessing and his challenges. They were a people familiar with hardship. They were also familiar with God's faithfulness. Their story offers a glimpse into the complexities of faith. It shows the interplay of human desire and divine will. It reminds us that choices have consequences. The Israelites were on the verge of entering the Promised Land. They had journeyed for 40 years. They had faced trials and tribulations. Finally, they were close to their goal. It was at this crucial juncture that Reuben and Gad approached Moses. They saw the lands east of the Jordan River. These lands were fertile and ideal for their livestock. They requested to settle there instead of continuing westward. This request was understandable. They saw an opportunity to secure their future. They saw a chance to prosper, but it also carried hidden dangers. Moses' reaction was immediate and strong. He saw their request as a betrayal. He questioned their motives. He reminded them of Israel's past. He reminded them of the importance of unity. He recalled the rebellion at Kadesh Barnea. He spoke of the Israelites who refused to enter the Promised Land. He warned of the consequences of disobedience. He feared that Reuben and Gad were repeating a tragic mistake. The tribes of Reuben and Gad were taken aback by Moses' rebuke. They defended their intentions. They pledged their loyalty to Israel. They proposed a compromise. They promised to join their brethren in the conquest of Canaan. They vowed to fight alongside their fellow Israelites. They would not rest until the Promised Land was secured. Moses, after careful consideration, agreed to their proposal. He saw their sincerity. He recognized their commitment to Israel, but he also imposed conditions. Section 5, The Price of Prosperity, a Divided Inheritance. In the annals of history, few moments stand as starkly significant as the division of the inheritance among the tribes of Israel. This chapter delves into the intricate tapestry of choices, consequences, and the enduring legacy of those decisions. The tribes of Reuben and Gad were to settle east of the Jordan. This decision was not made lightly. It was a calculated move driven by the desire for fertile lands and abundant resources. This was a land of plenty. The pastures were lush, the rivers flowed generously, and the land promised prosperity and growth for their flocks and families. But it came with a price. The decision to settle here meant they would be distanced from their brethren, creating a physical and emotional divide. They would be separated from the rest of Israel. The Jordan River, while a source of life, also became a formidable barrier, symbolizing the separation that would grow over time. They would face different challenges. The eastern lands, though fertile, were also closer to hostile neighbors, requiring constant vigilance and fortification. This geographical division had deeper implications. It wasn't just about land, it was about identity, culture, and the future of a united people. It foreshadowed the future division of the kingdom. The seeds of separation sown here would later manifest in the splitting of the kingdom into Israel and Judah. It highlighted the tension between individual desires and collective responsibility. The tribes of Reuben and Gad chose prosperity for their immediate families, but at what cost to the unity of the nation? This was a pivotal moment in their history. The decisions made here would echo through generations, influencing the course of events for centuries to come. They had chosen their path. With determination and resolve, they embraced the challenges and opportunities of their new home. They had secured their prosperity. The land yielded its bounty, and their flocks thrived, fulfilling their hopes for a prosperous future. But they had also sown the seeds of separation. The choices made by the tribes of Reuben and Gad serve as a poignant reminder of the delicate balance between individual ambition and collective unity, a lesson that resonates even today. Section 6. The Altar by the Jordan, a testament to unity. This story takes us back to a time when the tribes of Israel had just settled in the Promised Land. After the conquest of Canaan, a misunderstanding arose. The land was divided among the tribes, each receiving their inheritance. The tribes east of the Jordan, specifically Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, built a large altar. This was not just any altar, it was a significant structure that could be seen from afar. This sparked fear and anger among the other tribes. They believed that this altar was a direct challenge to the central place of worship, the tabernacle, which was located in Shiloh. They saw it as an act of rebellion. War seemed imminent. The western tribes, prepared for battle, ready to defend the sanctity of their faith and the unity of their nation. But before taking up arms, the tribes sent a delegation. They sought clarification. This delegation was led by Phinehas, the son of Eleazar the priest, and 10 leaders, one from each of the western tribes. They wanted to hear from Reuben and Gad. They needed to understand the true purpose behind the construction of this imposing altar. The tribes east of the Jordan explained their actions. They clarified that the altar was not intended for burnt offerings or sacrifices, which were to be made only at the tabernacle. They assured their brethren that the altar was not for sacrifice. Instead, it was meant to serve as a witness between them and the other tribes. It was a reminder of their unity, a symbol that despite the Jordan River separating them, they were still one people, worshipping the same God. It was a symbol of their shared faith. This act of building the altar was a testament to their commitment to remain united as one nation under God, despite the physical barriers that lay between them. The explanation was accepted and peace was restored. The tribes recognized the importance of communication and understanding in maintaining unity. This story serves as a powerful reminder that unity and peace can be achieved through dialogue and mutual respect. The altar by the Jordan stands as a testament to the enduring strength of unity. Section 7. Beyond the river, the legacy of Reuben and Gad. These two tribes, though often overshadowed by their more prominent brethren, played a crucial role in the history of Israel. Their story is one of courage, commitment, and a deep sense of duty. The tribes of Reuben and Gad, despite their geographical separation, remained an integral part of Israel. They fulfilled their promise to Moses and Joshua, ensuring that their presence was felt across the land. Their decision to settle east of the Jordan River was not just a matter of convenience, but a strategic choice that would shape their destiny. They fought alongside their brethren in numerous battles, demonstrating their unwavering loyalty and bravery. Their warriors were known for their strength and valor, often leading the charge in critical moments of conflict. They contributed to the nation's growth not only through their military prowess, but also through their agricultural and economic activities. The fertile lands they inhabited allowed them to prosper and provide for the larger community. Their story reminds us that unity is not about physical proximity, it is about shared purpose and a collective vision. The tribes of Reuben and Gad exemplified this by maintaining strong ties with the other tribes, participating in communal activities, and upholding the laws and traditions of Israel. It is about shared purpose. Their commitment to their faith and their people was evident in their daily lives, from their religious practices to their social interactions. It is about a common commitment to God. The tribes of Reuben and Gad built altars and places of worship, ensuring that their devotion to God was a central aspect of their community life. Their legacy is complex and multifaceted. They were not just warriors or farmers, they were leaders, visionaries, and faithful servants of God. Their contributions to the cultural and spiritual fabric of Israel are still remembered today. They were blessed with prosperity. The lands they chose were rich and fertile, allowing them to thrive and accumulate wealth. Their success was a testament to their hard work and God's favor. But they also faced the consequences of their choices. Their decision to settle east of the Jordan made them vulnerable to external threats and invasions. They experienced periods of hardship and exile, reminding us that every choice comes with its own set of challenges. Their story is a reminder that faith requires more than just words. It demands action, it demands sacrifice. The tribes of Reuben and Gad showed that true faith is demonstrated through deeds, through the willingness to stand by one's commitments, and through the resilience to face adversity with courage and hope. Section 8. Reflections on Obedience and Blessing. The story of Reuben and Gad offers profound lessons for us today. It highlights the importance of obedience. It reminds us that God's blessings are often conditional. When we choose to follow our own desires, we risk straying from God's plan. We risk forfeiting the blessings He has in store for us. But when we prioritize His will, we open ourselves to His grace. Section 9. The enduring relevance of choices. The choices we make have consequences. They shape our lives. They impact those around us. The tribes of Reuben and Gad teach us that even well-intentioned decisions can have unintended results. Their story challenges us to examine our own motives. Are we driven by self-interest or by a desire to serve God? Are we willing to put the needs of others before our own? Section 10. Conclusion. A tapestry of faith, duty, and divine grace. The story of Reuben and Gad is a tapestry woven with threads of faith, duty, and divine grace. It is a story of human frailty and divine faithfulness. It is a story that continues to resonate with us today. As we navigate the complexities of life, let us remember their example. Let us seek God's guidance in all that we do. Let us strive to live lives marked by obedience, integrity, and a deep commitment to His will. The Israelites were once a family, a close-knit group bound by blood and faith. They lived together, shared their joys and sorrows, and upheld their traditions with pride. Jacob and his sons journeyed to Egypt, seeking refuge from famine and hardship. They traveled with hope in their hearts, believing that Egypt would be a land of opportunity and sustenance. They were welcomed with open arms by the Egyptians, who saw them as valuable allies and contributors to their society. The Israelites found a new home and began to prosper. But time passed, and the Egyptians forgot their kindness. A new Pharaoh arose, one who did not remember Joseph and the contributions of the Israelites. He saw the Israelites as a threat, fearing their growing numbers and potential power. His paranoia grew, and he sought to control them through oppression. He made them slaves in their own land, forcing them into backbreaking labor. The Israelites were stripped of their freedom and dignity, reduced to mere tools for the Pharaoh's grand ambitions. The Israelites cried out for help, their voices filled with anguish and desperation. They longed for deliverance from their suffering and prayed for a savior. Their cries reached the ears of God, who had not forgotten His covenant with their forefathers. He listened to their pleas and remembered His promise to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The Israelites toiled under the harsh Egyptian sun, their bodies weary and spirits broken. Day after day they labored in the fields and construction sites, building the Pharaoh's monuments and cities. They built great cities and monuments, their sweat and blood embedded in the very stones. These structures stood as a testament to their suffering and resilience. Their lives were filled with misery. Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he showed no mercy. The Israelites' hope began to fade as they endured endless hardship. He refused to let God's people go, despite their pleas and the signs of divine intervention. His stubbornness only increased their suffering. He feared their growing numbers. He feared their strength and potential to rise against him. To him, the Israelites were a ticking time bomb. Their cries for freedom were ignored, their pleas falling on deaf ears. The Pharaoh's heart was cold, and he was determined to keep them under his control. Generations lived and died in slavery. Hope began to dwindle as the years passed, and the memory of freedom became a distant dream. Yet the promise of God lived on. It was a beacon of hope in their darkest hours, a reminder that they were not forgotten. He had not forgotten his chosen people. He watched over them, waiting for the right moment to act. He had heard their cries, and he was moved by their suffering. The time for deliverance was near. He would send a deliverer, someone who would lead the Israelites out of bondage and into freedom. This leader would be a beacon of hope and a symbol of God's unwavering promise. He would raise up a leader, a man of courage and faith. This leader would stand against the Pharaoh and demand the freedom of God's people. He would free them from bondage, breaking the chains that had held them for so long. The Israelites would taste freedom once more. The Israelites longed for a land of their own, a place where they could live in peace and prosperity. They dreamed of a future where their children could grow up free, a land flowing with milk and honey, a place of abundance and blessing. This was the land promised to them by God, a land promised to their forefathers, a sacred inheritance that awaited them. It was a land of hope and new beginnings, a land where they could worship God freely without fear of oppression. They longed to practice their faith openly and honor their covenant with God. A land of freedom and prosperity where they could build a future for themselves and their descendants. It was a vision of a better life, one that kept their spirits alive. They yearned for the day of their deliverance, holding on to the hope that God would fulfill his promise. Their faith remained strong, even in the face of adversity. In the land of Midian, a shepherd tended his flock. His name was Moses. He had lived a quiet life, far removed from the grandeur and turmoil of Egypt where he was born and raised. He had fled Egypt years ago, leaving behind a life of privilege and power. He had killed an Egyptian overseer in a moment of rage and justice. The overseer was mercilessly beating a Hebrew slave, one of Moses' own people. Moses could not stand idly by and watch his kinsman suffer. He acted in defense of his kinsman, striking down the oppressor. One day, while tending his flock, Moses saw a strange and wondrous sight. A bush was engulfed in flames, yet it was not consumed by the fire. The flames danced around the bush, but the leaves and branches remained unscathed. As he approached, a voice called out from the fire, a voice unlike any he had ever heard. It was the voice of God, the Almighty Creator, speaking directly to Moses. God gave Moses a mission, a divine task that would change the course of history. He was to return to Egypt, the land of his birth, the land he had fled in fear. He was to confront Pharaoh, the most powerful man in the world, and demand the release of the Israelites. He was to demand the release of the Israelites, God's chosen people, from their bondage and suffering. Moses was afraid. He doubted his abilities. He stuttered when he spoke, his words often failing him. But God reassured him. God promised to be with him every step of the way, to guide him and give him strength. He gave him Aaron, his brother, as a spokesman to speak the words Moses could not. Together, they would lead the Israelites out of Egypt, out of slavery and into freedom. Moses returned to Egypt, his heart heavy with the weight of his mission. He stood before Pharaoh, the ruler of Egypt, and delivered God's message. "Let my people go," he declared with a voice filled with divine authority. But Pharaoh's heart was hardened. He refused to listen to Moses' plea. He mocked Moses and his God, dismissing their demands with scorn. In his defiance, Pharaoh increased the burdens on the Israelites, making their lives even more unbearable. He thought he could defy the Almighty, that his power was greater than that of God. But Pharaoh would soon learn the cost of his arrogance, as God's power would be revealed in ways he could never have imagined. God unleashed his wrath upon Egypt. 10 plagues struck the land. The Nile River turned to blood. Frogs swarmed the streets. Gnats filled the air. Flies infested the houses. Livestock died in the fields. Boils covered the people. Hail rained down from the sky. Locusts devoured every green plant. Darkness covered the land. With each plague, Pharaoh hardened his heart. He refused to let the Israelites go. He defied God's power. He clung to his pride. He would not be swayed. He would not be broken. He would not relent. The 10th and final plague was the most devastating. The angel of death passed through the land. He struck down the firstborn of every Egyptian household, from the firstborn of Pharaoh to the firstborn of the lowliest servant. There was wailing and gnashing of teeth throughout Egypt. Pharaoh's heart was finally broken. He had lost his own son. He could bear no more. He summoned Moses and Aaron. "Go!" he cried. "Take your people and leave this place." Section 4. Flight through the night. The Israelites left Egypt in haste. They had been living under the harsh rule of Pharaoh for generations, enduring backbreaking labor and relentless oppression. The night of their departure was filled with urgency and anticipation. They took their belongings and their livestock. Every family gathered what they could carry, from the youngest child to the eldest elder. They knew they were embarking on a journey of unknown length and difficulty. They left behind their lives of slavery. The tools of their bondage were abandoned, and the quarters that had confined them were left empty. It was a symbolic shedding of their old lives. They followed Moses, their deliverer. Moses, who had been chosen by God to lead them out of Egypt, stood as a beacon of hope and courage. His faith and determination inspired the people to trust in their divine mission. They journeyed towards the promised land. The path ahead was fraught with challenges, but the promise of a land flowing with milk and honey kept their spirits high. They walked through deserts and across rugged terrain, driven by the vision of freedom. They were free at last. The weight of centuries of oppression was lifted from their shoulders. Their hearts were filled with joy and gratitude as they embraced their newfound freedom. They celebrated the first Passover before they departed. This meal was not just a feast, but a sacred ritual, a testament to their faith and unity. It was a night of remembrance and hope. They sacrificed a lamb and marked their doorposts with its blood. This act of faith was a sign of their covenant with God, a symbol of protection and deliverance. The angel of death passed over their homes. The blood on the doorposts was a shield, sparing them from the final plague that struck Egypt. He spared their firstborn sons. The relief and gratitude of the families were immense. They knew that their obedience and faith had saved their loved ones. This was a night to be remembered, a night of deliverance, a night of freedom. The stars above bore witness to their liberation, and the night air was filled with the whispers of hope and prayers of thanks, a night of God's protection. They felt the divine presence guiding and guarding them, a reassurance that they were not alone on this perilous journey. The Israelites traveled day and night. Their journey was relentless, but their determination was unwavering. They moved as one, united by their shared goal and their faith in God's promise. They were guided by a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. These divine signs were constant reminders of God's presence and guidance, leading them through the wilderness. They were led by the hand of God. Every step they took was under his watchful eye, and every challenge they faced was met with his support. They were on a journey to a new life. The horizon held the promise of a future free from tyranny, a land where they could live in peace and prosperity. They were filled with hope. Each day brought them closer to their dream, and their hearts swelled with anticipation and joy. Pharaoh, in his grief and anger, had a change of heart. The loss of his own firstborn and the realization of his people's suffering led him to a moment of bitter regret. He sent his army after the Israelites. His sorrow quickly turned to rage, and he commanded his forces to pursue the fleeing slaves. He wanted to bring them back. Pharaoh's heart was hardened once more, and he sought to reclaim his workforce by force. He wanted to enslave them once more. The memory of their labor and the wealth it brought to Egypt fueled his determination. He had forgotten the lessons of the plagues. The devastation that had befallen Egypt was a distant memory in his mind, overshadowed by his desire for control. He had forgotten the power of God. In his arrogance, Pharaoh dismissed the warnings and signs that had led to his people's suffering, choosing instead to challenge the divine will once more. Section 5. Passage through the sea. The Israelites reached the Red Sea. They were trapped. The Egyptian army was behind them. The sea was before them. They cried out to Moses in fear. They thought they were doomed. Moses raised his staff. God parted the waters of the sea. A dry path appeared. The Israelites walked through the sea on dry ground. The waters formed walls on either side of them. They were safe from their pursuers. The Egyptian army followed them into the sea. They thought they could capture the Israelites. They thought they could defy God. They were wrong. God commanded Moses to stretch out his hand again. The waters crashed down upon the Egyptian army. Pharaoh and his soldiers were drowned. The Israelites were safe. They had witnessed the power of God. They had seen their enemies defeated. They were filled with awe and wonder. Section 6. Manna and quail. The Israelites journeyed through the wilderness. The desert was harsh and unforgiving. They faced hunger and thirst. They complained to Moses. They longed for the comforts of Egypt. God provided for them. He sent manna from heaven. It was a sweet, bread-like substance. It covered the ground each morning. The Israelites gathered the manna. They ate their fill. God sustained them in the wilderness. God also provided meat for them. He sent flocks of quail. The birds flew low to the ground. The Israelites caught them easily. They had food to eat. God's provision never failed. The Israelites learned to trust in God. He was their provider. He would not let them starve. He would care for them in the wilderness. He would lead them to the promised land.
From the time of Abraham, the land of Canaan held a special place in the hearts of the Israelites. It was more than just a piece of land. It was a symbol of hope, a beacon of God's promise to his people. The stories of their ancestors, the tales of faith and perseverance, all pointed to this land as their ultimate destination. It was a land promised to them by God, a divine gift that signified a new beginning. This promise was not just a fleeting word, but a covenant, a sacred agreement that spanned generations. A land flowing with milk and honey, a phrase that evoked images of abundance and prosperity. It was a place where the Israelites could envision a future filled with plenty, where their children could grow up in peace and security. After 40 years of wandering in the desert, enduring hardships and trials, the Israelites were finally on the verge of claiming their inheritance. Their journey had been long and arduous, filled with moments of doubt and faith. But now they stood on the brink of a new chapter. The book of Numbers, chapter 34, lays out the boundaries of this promised land, detailing the borders that would define their new home. These boundaries were not just lines on a map, they were the framework for their future society. This division, orchestrated by God himself, was not just about geography, it was about identity, destiny, and the fulfillment of a sacred covenant. Each boundary, each division, was a testament to God's meticulous plan for his people. For the Israelites, this land represented more than just a physical territory. It was a place where they could build their homes, cultivate their fields, and establish their communities. It was a land where they could finally put down roots and create a legacy for future generations. It was a place of belonging, a place where they could establish their nation and worship their God freely. The land was intertwined with their spiritual identity, a place where they could practice their faith without fear. It was a land where their hopes and dreams, passed down through generations, would finally take root. The stories of their ancestors, the promises made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, all converged in this land. The specific boundaries outlined in Numbers 34 weren't arbitrary. They represented the fulfillment of God's promise to Abraham and his descendants. Each tribe received a portion of the land, a tangible piece of the divine promise. The division of the land, as we will explore, was a meticulous process. Every detail was considered, every boundary stone placed with purpose. This was not just a division of land, but a careful orchestration of God's plan. Every detail, every boundary stone carried immense weight. These markers were not just physical objects, but symbols of God's faithfulness and the Israelites' journey. It was a testament to God's faithfulness to his people and his meticulous plan for their future. The land and its boundaries were a physical manifestation of the covenant between God and the Israelites. The land was to be divided among the 12 tribes of Israel, each receiving a portion of this sacred inheritance. This division was not just about land, but about fulfilling a divine promise. The boundaries and the subsequent division of Canaan weren't merely historical footnotes. They were the foundation upon which the Israelites would build their society, their culture, and their future. They were fundamental to the Israelites' sense of self and their covenant with God. These boundaries were a constant reminder of their unique identity and their special relationship with the divine. These geographical demarcations served as a constant reminder of their unique identity as God's chosen people, entrusted with a specific land and a divine purpose. The land of Canaan was not just a destination, but a destiny, a place where the Israelites could fulfill their God-given purpose and live out their faith in a tangible way. The southern boundary of the Promised Land is described in detail in Numbers 34. This passage provides a meticulous account of the borders that were to define the territory of the Israelites, ensuring clarity and precision in their new homeland. It began in the south at the wilderness of Zin. This vast arid expanse was a place of both challenge and significance, marking the starting point of the southern boundary. This unforgiving desert marked a natural starting point. Its harsh conditions and barren landscape were a testament to the resilience required to traverse and inhabit such a region. From there, the border went up to the south of Kadesh Barnea, an oasis known for its role in the Israelites' earlier wanderings. This oasis, with its life-sustaining water and greenery, was a crucial stop for the Israelites during their 40 years in the wilderness. The border then continued to Hazar Adar, another significant location in the region. Hazar Adar, though less known today, was an important landmark in the ancient world, serving as a waypoint and a marker of the southern boundary. Moving westward, it extended to Asmon, further delineating the southernmost reach of their territory. Asmon's location was strategic, marking the transition from the desert interior to the more fertile coastal regions. It finally reached the Brook of Egypt, which emptied into the Mediterranean Sea, also called the Great Sea. This brook, known today as Wadi El Arish, was a significant geographical feature, providing a natural boundary that was easily recognizable. This southern boundary served as a buffer zone between the Israelites and the land of Egypt. The boundary was not just a line on a map, but a strategic separation from their former oppressors, ensuring a distinct and protected territory. It was a strategic demarcation, ensuring that the Israelites had a clear separation from their former oppressors. The natural features of the land were used to create a boundary that was both defensible and clear. The wilderness, with its harsh conditions, acted as a natural barrier, discouraging incursions and conflicts. The inhospitable nature of the desert made it difficult for any large-scale movement of people or armies, providing a measure of security for the Israelites. The specific locations mentioned, Kadesh Barnea, Hazar Adar, Asmon, and the Brook of Egypt, were not chosen randomly. Each of these places had a role in the history and journey of the Israelites, making them significant markers of their new land. Each held historical and geographical significance. These locations were not just points on a map, but were imbued with the stories and experiences of the people who had traveled through and lived in these areas. They served as recognizable landmarks, ensuring a clear and unambiguous border for generations to come. These markers provided a sense of continuity and identity for the Israelites, linking their past wanderings with their new settled life. This southern border, stretching from the wilderness to the sea, represented the first concrete step in defining the Israelites' new homeland. It was a boundary that not only defined their territory, but also symbolized their transition from a nomadic existence to a settled nation. The western boundary of the Promised Land was straightforward, the Mediterranean Sea. This vast expanse of water, known to the Israelites as the Great Sea, formed a natural and imposing border. Numbers 34 describes this boundary as extending from the Brook of Egypt to the Great Sea. This maritime border was significant for several important reasons. It provided the Israelites with access to trade routes and the potential for maritime activity. The Mediterranean Sea was a hub of commerce and cultural exchange in the ancient world. Control over a portion of its coastline positioned the Israelites to engage with these networks. However, the Israelites were not a seafaring people at this point in their history. Their strength lay in agriculture and pastoralism. The sea, while offering opportunities, also presented potential challenges. It could bring invaders and foreign influences. The presence of the Philistines, a seafaring people who occupied the coastal plain, was a constant reminder of the potential threats from the sea. Despite these challenges, the Mediterranean Sea remained a defining characteristic of the Promised Land. Its vastness and beauty made it a fitting western border for the Israelites' inheritance. The northern boundary of the Promised Land, as described in Numbers 34, stretched from the Mediterranean Sea eastward. This vast expanse of water, with its shimmering blue waves, marked the starting point of a significant territorial demarcation for the Israelites. It went up to Mount Hor, a prominent peak in the region. Mount Hor, standing tall and majestic, was not just a geographical feature but a symbol of the divine promise given to the Israelites. This mountain served as a natural landmark, visible from afar, clearly demarcating the northern extent of their territory. Its imposing presence was a constant reminder of the boundaries set by divine decree. From Mount Hor, the border continued eastward to Lebo Hamath, a city located in modern-day Lebanon. This ancient city, with its rich history and strategic location, played a crucial role in the northern boundary. This inclusion of Lebo Hamath in the boundary description indicates that the Israelites were to possess a significant portion of what was later known as Phoenicia. The region of Phoenicia, renowned for its maritime prowess and vibrant trade, was a valuable addition to the Promised Land. This region was known for its cedar forests and skilled craftsmen. The cedars of Lebanon were highly prized for their quality and durability, making them a sought-after resource for building and trade. The northern boundary then turned southward to Zedad, another important landmark. Zedad, with its rugged terrain and strategic location, was a key point in the delineation of the territory. It continued to Ziphron and finally reached Hazar Enan, marking the northeastern corner of the Promised Land. These locations, though less known today, were significant in the ancient world for their strategic and economic importance. This strategic boundary encompassed fertile lands and key trade routes, highlighting the strategic importance of this region. The fertile soil promised agricultural abundance, while the trade routes ensured economic prosperity. However, maintaining control of this northern border would be a challenge for the Israelites. The rugged terrain and the presence of established city-states meant that the Israelites had to be constantly vigilant. They would face pressure from powerful kingdoms and city-states located to the north. These northern adversaries, with their fortified cities and well-trained armies, posed a significant threat to the fledgling Israelite nation. The history of the Israelites, as recounted in the Bible, is replete with conflicts and struggles to secure this northern frontier. These battles, often fought with great valor and determination, were crucial in shaping the destiny of the Israelite people and their hold over the Promised Land. Imagine a time long ago in ancient Israel, a time when life was often harsh and laws were different. One intriguing aspect of their legal system was the concept of cities of refuge. These cities, 6 in total, were safe havens for individuals who had unintentionally killed someone. The purpose of these cities was to prevent acts of revenge killings. In a time when blood feuds were common, these cities provided a place of safety for those who might otherwise face retaliation. They served as a sanctuary, a place where the accused could find refuge and a fair hearing. The establishment of cities of refuge reflected a society grappling with the concepts of justice and mercy. It was a society that recognized the need for order and the sanctity of life. but also acknowledged the possibility of human error. These cities stood as a testament to their commitment to both. The responsibility of overseeing these cities of refuge fell upon the Levites, a tribe designated for religious and judicial duties in ancient Israel. The Levites were chosen for this important role due to their knowledge of the law and their perceived impartiality. The allocation of these cities to the Levites was strategic. Scattered throughout the land, these cities provided accessible refuge for anyone in need, regardless of their location. The Levites, living within the cities of refuge, were tasked with ensuring the safety and well-being of those who sought sanctuary. They were responsible for upholding the law, conducting investigations, and ensuring that the rights of both the accused and the victim's family were respected. The Levites' role as guardians of the cities of refuge underscored the sacred nature of these safe havens and the importance placed on justice and compassion in ancient Israelite society. Not every killing qualified someone to seek refuge in these cities. The law made a clear distinction between accidental and intentional homicide. Only those who had killed unintentionally, without premeditation or malice, were eligible for protection. For instance, if a man was chopping wood and his axe head flew off, accidentally striking and killing someone nearby, he could flee to a city of refuge. The law recognized that this was an unfortunate accident, not a premeditated act of murder. However, if a man was found guilty of intentionally harming another, he would not be granted refuge and would face the full consequences of his actions. This distinction highlighted the importance of intent in the eyes of the law. The cities of refuge were not meant to protect murderers or criminals, but to offer a chance for justice and reconciliation in cases of unintentional harm. This system aimed to prevent cycles of revenge and ensure that punishment was commensurate with the crime. Section 4. Inside the city walls, protection and justice. The concept of protection and justice within the ancient cities was a cornerstone of their societal structure. Once an individual reached a city of refuge, he was not simply granted permanent protection without due process. These cities were sanctuaries, but they were not lawless zones. The gates of the city were open to anyone seeking refuge, but their stay was contingent upon a fair trial. This ensured that the cities maintained order and justice, rather than becoming safe havens for wrongdoers. The accused was brought before the elders of the city, who acted as judges, to plead his case. These elders were wise and experienced, tasked with the heavy responsibility of discerning truth from falsehood. The elders would then investigate the circumstances of the death to determine whether the killing was indeed accidental. This investigation was thorough, involving careful examination of all available evidence. Witnesses were called, evidence was examined, and a verdict was reached based on the information gathered. The process was meticulous, ensuring that every detail was considered before a decision was made. If the elders deemed the killing unintentional, the individual was granted asylum within the city. This asylum was not just a temporary reprieve, but a significant protection that allowed the individual to live without fear of retribution. This process ensured that the cities of refuge did not become havens for criminals. It balanced mercy with justice, providing protection while upholding the law. The accused was not above the law. He was subject to a legal process that aimed to uncover the truth and deliver justice. This legal process was a testament to the city's commitment to fairness and order. This system emphasized accountability even within a framework of mercy and protection. It was a delicate balance, ensuring that justice was served while also providing a safe haven for those who needed it. The cities of refuge were more than just places of safety. They were communities built on principles of justice and protection. They reflected the values of the society where law and compassion coexisted. As the sun set and the city gates closed, the principles of protection and justice continued to govern the lives of those within. The legacy of these ancient cities remains a powerful reminder of the importance of balancing mercy with justice. Section 5. stemming the tide of vengeance. The cities of refuge played a crucial role in maintaining social order in ancient Israel. These cities were strategically located to be accessible to anyone in need, ensuring that justice was within reach for all. They served as a deterrent against rash acts of revenge, offering a peaceful alternative to the cycle of violence that often followed a death. In a society where personal vendettas could easily spiral out of control, these cities provided a sanctuary for those seeking justice rather than retribution. By providing a space for due process, these cities helped ensure that justice, not vengeance, prevailed. The accused could present their case before the elders, who would then determine their fate based on evidence and testimony, rather than emotion and impulse. The existence of these cities also fostered a sense of communal responsibility. It was understood that the safety and well-being of the community depended on the fair and just treatment of all its members. It encouraged people to be more cautious and aware of their actions, knowing that accidental harm could have serious consequences. This awareness promoted a culture of mindfulness and respect for life. The system fostered a climate of accountability where individuals were encouraged to take responsibility for their actions and strive to live in peace with their neighbors. This accountability was not just legal but moral, urging people to consider the impact of their actions on the broader community. The cities of refuge, therefore, represented more than just a set of laws. They embodied a philosophy of justice, compassion, and social responsibility. They were a physical manifestation of the belief that society could rise above the base instincts of revenge and instead pursue a higher path of justice and mercy. They served as a testament to the belief that even in the face of tragedy, peace and order could prevail. These cities were a beacon of hope, illustrating that through structured and compassionate justice, a community could heal and thrive despite the challenges it faced. Section 6. Ancient Laws, Lasting Impact. The concept of cities of refuge in ancient Israel offers valuable insights into their legal system and societal values. These cities were designated places where individuals who had committed unintentional manslaughter could seek asylum. This provision was not just a legal formality, but a profound reflection of the society's attempt to balance justice with mercy. It reveals a society grappling with complex issues of crime, punishment, and the very nature of justice. The elders at the city gates would hear the case and determine whether the individual was eligible for refuge, ensuring that the process was both fair and thorough. This system underscores the importance of due process and the community's role in administering justice. The cities of refuge stand as a testament to their efforts to create a society that valued both accountability and compassion. These cities were strategically located so that anyone in need could reach them within a day's journey, emphasizing the accessibility of justice and mercy. While these ancient laws may seem archaic today, they provide a fascinating glimpse into the past and offer valuable lessons for the present. The idea that a society should protect the innocent and provide a fair trial is a cornerstone of modern legal systems, showing the enduring impact of these ancient principles. The principles that underpinned this system, the importance of due process, the need to temper justice with mercy, and the desire to prevent cycles of violence remain relevant even in our modern world. In many ways, these ancient laws laid the groundwork for contemporary discussions about restorative justice and the balance between retribution and rehabilitation. The legacy of the cities of refuge extends beyond the confines of ancient Israel. Their influence can be seen in various legal traditions around the world, where the concepts of sanctuary and asylum continue to play a crucial role in protecting individuals from unjust persecution. It serves as a powerful reminder that justice and mercy are not mutually exclusive, and that even in the face of tragedy, there is always a place for compassion in the pursuit of peace. The cities of refuge teach us that a just society must strive to balance the scales of justice with the weight of mercy, ensuring that every individual is given a fair chance to seek redemption and live in harmony. Imagine a land where your identity, your livelihood, even your very survival were deeply intertwined with the land you possessed. This land was not just a piece of earth. It was a living, breathing part of your existence, a testament to your heritage and a promise for your future. For the Israelites, this was more than just a concept. It was a way of life. Their connection to the land was sacred, a divine gift that shaped their daily lives, their culture, and their faith. Their society was structured around 12 tribes, each descended from one of the sons of Jacob, also known as Israel. These tribes formed the backbone of their social and political organization, each tribe carrying its own unique identity and traditions. These tribes weren't merely familial groups. They were distinct entities, each with its own territory allotted by God himself. This divine allocation was a cornerstone of their belief system, a physical manifestation of their covenant with God. This division of land, meticulously described in the biblical book of Joshua, wasn't arbitrary. It was a carefully planned distribution that ensured each tribe had the resources and space needed to thrive. It represented God's covenant with his chosen people, a promise of security and prosperity as long as they remained faithful. This covenant was not just a spiritual agreement but a practical one, providing a framework for social stability and economic sustainability. This system ensured that each family had a stake in the land, a tangible connection to their heritage, and a source of sustenance. The land was their lifeline, providing food, shelter, and a sense of belonging. Land ownership wasn't just about wealth. It was about belonging, about participating in the divine promise made to their forefathers. It was a symbol of their identity and their place in the grand narrative of their people. This system, however, relied on a clear line of inheritance, typically passing from father to son. This patrilineal system was designed to maintain the stability and continuity of the tribal boundaries. This ensured the stability of the tribal boundaries and, by extension, the covenant itself. The boundaries were not just physical markers, but symbols of divine order and justice. Yet, what happened when a man died without a son? This posed a significant challenge to the established system, threatening the stability of the tribal inheritance in the divine covenant. This question forms the crux of our story, a story that would challenge traditional inheritance laws and redefine the rights of women in ancient Israel. It was a pivotal moment that would test the flexibility and fairness of their legal system. This intricate system of land distribution and inheritance wasn't without its challenges. Disputes and dilemmas were inevitable, requiring wisdom and divine guidance to resolve. The story of Zelophehad's daughters highlights the complexities that arose when life didn't fit neatly into pre-established categories. These women stood at the crossroads of tradition and change, their plight a catalyst for legal and social reform. Their case would force Moses, the lawgiver himself, to seek divine guidance and issue a ruling with far-reaching consequences. This ruling would not only address their immediate situation, but also set a precedent for future generations, ensuring that justice and equity were upheld in the land of Israel. Enter the daughters of Zelophehad, Mahlah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. These 5 sisters found themselves in a predicament. Their father, Zelophehad, a man from the tribe of Manasseh, had died during the Israelites' 40-year sojourn in the wilderness. He had committed no sin worthy of such a fate, leaving his daughters without a male heir to inherit his property upon entering the Promised Land. In a society where land ownership equated to social standing and economic security, the daughters faced a bleak future. With no brother to inherit their father's land, their inheritance would revert to their tribe, leaving them vulnerable and potentially destitute. The daughters, however, refused to accept this fate passively. These women, though grieving their father, displayed remarkable courage and conviction. They understood the gravity of their situation, yet they also recognized the inherent injustice of being denied their rightful inheritance simply because they were women. This wasn't just about land. It was about their right to participate fully in the covenant community, to be recognized as equal heirs to the promise made to their ancestors. Their bold decision to petition Moses directly speaks volumes about their character and their unwavering belief in the justice of their cause. They dared to challenge the status quo, to to appeal to a higher authority for a more equitable interpretation of the law. The stage was set for a landmark decision that would reverberate through generations. The journey to approach Moses was not just a physical one, but a symbolic act of defiance and hope. They traversed the harsh wilderness, driven by a sense of purpose and a vision of justice. Upon reaching Moses, they presented their case with clarity and conviction, articulating their plight and the broader implications for women in their society. Moses, recognizing the validity of their argument, took their case before God. In a divine response, God affirmed the daughters' right to inherit, setting a precedent that would alter the course of inheritance laws. This decision was not just a personal victory for the daughters of Zelophehad, but a monumental step forward for women's rights in their community. The laws were amended to ensure that daughters could inherit if there were no sons, embedding this newfound equity into the fabric of their society. The story of Zelophehad's daughters became a powerful narrative, passed down through generations as a testament to courage, justice, and the relentless pursuit of equality. Even today, their legacy inspires movements for gender equality and justice, reminding us that the fight for fairness is timeless and universal. The daughters of Zelophehad stand as enduring symbols of resilience and the transformative power of standing up for one's rights. Their story bridges the ancient and the modern, showing us that the quest for justice transcends time and place. As we reflect on their journey, we are reminded that every step towards justice, no matter how small, contributes to a larger, more equitable world. Faced with this unprecedented dilemma, Moses didn't rely on his own judgment. He understood the gravity of the situation and the potential consequences of his decision. This was not just a simple matter of inheritance. It was a question that could reshape societal norms and set a precedent for future generations. He took the daughters' petition directly to God, acknowledging the weight of their request and the potential impact of his decision. Moses sought divine guidance, knowing that only a decree from the Lord could provide the wisdom and authority needed to address such a significant issue. The Lord's response was clear and unequivocal. The daughters of Zelophehad were indeed entitled to inherit their father's land. This divine message was not just a ruling, it was a powerful affirmation of justice and equity, transcending the traditional boundaries of gender roles in ancient society. This divine decree wasn't merely a matter of legal technicality. It represented a significant shift in perspective. It was a declaration that the rights of individuals, regardless of gender, were to be recognized and respected. This ruling was a monumental step towards a more inclusive and just society. The daughters' claim to their father's inheritance wasn't based on their gender, but on their lineage. They were rightful heirs because they were direct descendants of Zelophehad, and their claim was rooted in their family heritage and bloodline. They were, after all, direct descendants of Zelophehad and rightful heirs to his portion of the Promised Land. This acknowledgement of their rightful place in the family lineage was a profound statement about the importance of family and heritage in ancient Israelite society. This divine ruling established a crucial precedent. In cases where there was no male heir, daughters could inherit their father's property, ensuring the continuity of the family line and preventing the fragmentation of tribal lands. This was a groundbreaking development that safeguarded the stability and unity of the tribes. This decision had profound implications for the social fabric of Israelite society, challenging deeply ingrained patriarchal norms and acknowledging the rights of women in a way that was unprecedented in the ancient world. It was a transformative moment that began to shift the societal landscape towards greater gender equality. The story, however, doesn't end there. The implications of this ruling extended far beyond the immediate context, influencing future generations and shaping the legal and social structures of the Israelite community. Recognizing the potential complications of this new ruling, God also provided additional instructions through Moses. These guidelines were designed to address any potential issues that might arise from this new precedent, ensuring that the integrity of the tribal system was maintained. These instructions, while seemingly restrictive, were intended to maintain the integrity of the tribal system and prevent future disputes over land ownership. They were a necessary measure to balance the newfound rights of women with the traditional structures of tribal inheritance, ensuring harmony and stability within the community. To prevent the potential disruption of tribal boundaries, God decreed that the daughters of Zelophehad, and indeed any woman inheriting land in this manner, must marry within their own tribe. This stipulation ensured that land remained within the designated tribal territories, preserving the social and economic order established by God. Marriage in ancient Israel wasn't merely a personal affair, it was a social contract with significant economic implications. By marrying within their tribe, the daughters of Zelophehad guaranteed that their inheritance, and by extension their father's legacy, would remain within the tribe of Manasseh. This stipulation highlights the importance placed on tribal identity and the preservation of ancestral lands. It also reveals a pragmatic understanding of the potential for conflict and instability if land were allowed to be transferred between tribes through marriage. The divine decree aimed to strike a balance between individual rights and the collective good of the community. This commandment, while seemingly restrictive from a modern perspective, served a vital purpose in maintaining social cohesion and preventing disputes over land ownership. It ensured the integrity of the tribal system and, by extension, the covenant God had made with his people.